Between 1945 and 1975, Indochina was racked by one of the longest and most bitter wars of the century. The battle for Vietnam drew in millions of soldiers, Vietnamese, French, American, Australian, Korean, and British, and profoundly affected the lives of vast numbers of civilians. The American War, which lasted from 1960 to 1975, was a conflict fought with extreme ferocity and destructiveness. There was, on the ground, a guerrilla war of firefights, merciless search and destroy operations, and endless sieges, and also an air war of extreme intensity. 8 million tons of bombs wrought havoc on the landscape and people. The war that cost 1.3 million lives, including 58,000 American dead, was about much more than the fate of one small country. 20 years before the first American combat soldiers set foot in Vietnam, the seeds for America's war had been sown. With the partitioning of Europe, east and west, after World War II, the Western powers were on the alert for communist gains in the territories of the old empires. Soviet expansion in Europe was perceived as the greatest threat. In October 1949, Mao Zedong proclaimed the People's Republic of China. The battle lines of the Cold War were now clearly drawn. To American strategists, the communist victory in China fueled the fear of Soviet and communist expansion. At stake, they believed, were economic interests throughout Asia and the Pacific, and U.S. communication and trade links to the Indian Ocean. President Eisenhower believed that one Asian country falling to communism would bring down its neighbors in a domino effect. Soviet and Chinese power would advance southwards until even the Australian continent was threatened. It was Indochina that seemed to hold the key to the future of southern Asia. The region bordered the newly created Chinese People's Republic and was still a French colony. French strategy was to hold on to power by creating puppet states in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The biggest obstacle to the French plan was the Viet Minh, a huge Vietnamese independence movement. In September 1945, under the leadership of Ho Chi Minh, the Vietnamese League for Independence, known as the Viet Minh, took Hanoi from the Japanese occupying forces and declared independence for the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. In the south, the Japanese surrendered to the British. However, France still considered Vietnam her colony. General Gracie, the British commander, ordered the Japanese rearmed to fight the Viet Minh to retake the colony. Thus the French Indochina War began. In the war between the French and the Viet Minh, the United States had until recently stayed strictly neutral. U.S. officials had originally supported the Viet Minh and its leader Ho Chi Minh, and they also strongly opposed the French attempt to keep their old colony. However, that was before the rise of Communist China. Now, the fear was that if the Viet Minh beat the French, they would open the door to the Chinese and the Soviets. Cold War politics had come to Vietnam. The Soviet Union and China recognized the Viet Minh as the only legitimate government of Vietnam in January 1950. Already China was giving Ho Chi Minh arms, ammunition, and training bases. The United States, for its part, recognized a French creation, the State of Vietnam, and U.S. President Harry Truman approved a program of military and economic help. But even before the order was signed, the situation changed dramatically. In June 1950, war broke out in Korea. Communist northern forces, backed by the Soviet Union and China, invaded the South, and the U.S. sent troops to intervene. By October, American units were locked in combat with Chinese divisions on the Korean battlefield. Now, it seemed to the United States more important than ever to contain China on every possible front. That meant a massive increase in backing for the French in Vietnam. By 1953, a year into the presidency of Dwight D. Eisenhower, U.S. support for the French war against the Viet Minh had turned into a flood of arms and cash. The United States paid 3/4 of the cost, a staggering $1 billion in 1954. The problem was that even with colossal American aid, the French were failing to beat the Viet Minh. The guerrillas now numbered 120,000 trained troops, backed by 200,000 local fighters. As French casualties passed 50,000, in France, the public grew weary of the seemingly endless war. There were calls for negotiations with the Viet Minh. Pressure for talks grew even greater as the conflict in Korea ended. But Eisenhower and his Vice President Richard Nixon were dead set against any compromise. In spite of U.S. opposition, some kind of peace effort in Indochina looked inevitable. The hope was that the French might win a major battlefield victory and so strengthen their hand in any talks. The result was a plan for a big offensive in late 1953. The main effort would be in southern Vietnam, but the French also meant to launch a blocking operation in the north that just might deliver a major victory. By now, vast tracts of French Indochina had fallen under Viet Minh control. In the northeast of Vietnam, the only French territory was an enclave around Hanoi. The insurgents' main military stronghold was in the Viet Bac, a mountainous region near the Chinese border. To the Viet Minh, already in control of vast areas of Laos, its royal capital, Luang Prabang, offered a tempting target, and the French were keenly aware of the danger. The French plan was to create at Dien Bien Phu, deep in hostile territory, a fortified base which would threaten the enemy's supply lines to Laos. Just as important, the fort might act as bait, luring the Viet Minh to attack with their best troops. The base could be supplied from Laos overland, and it could also be reinforced by air. The result they hoped for would be a set-piece battle that would allow superior French firepower to inflict a decisive defeat on the Viet Minh. In late November 1953, the Viet Minh's 316th Division advanced towards Laos, just as the French had expected. On November 20th, 800 elite French paratroopers, including a battalion of the Foreign Legion, were dropped near Dien Bien Phu. The reaction of the Viet Minh was to march elements of 5 more divisions towards the French camp. The French paratroopers at Dien Bien Phu quickly set about building fortifications and an airstrip. The idea was to mount offensive sweeps into the surrounding area, but soon the French were forced to think again. As the Viet Minh massed around the base, it became suicidal to venture far outside. Within 2 months, as the noose around Dien Bien Phu was drawn ever tighter, even a fighting withdrawal was no longer an option for the French. Even though his forces were now surrounded, the French commander, Colonel Christian de Castries, was completely confident. He was certain that aircraft could supply all the base's needs. Only enemy artillery posed any real danger. Some Viet Minh guns had begun to fire on the base, but the French were sure that only a handful could have been deployed in such difficult hilly terrain. As for Viet Minh supplies and reinforcements, French air power would make sure they never reached Dien Bien Phu. Even though up to 100 French planes attacked Viet Minh's supply routes every day, their efforts were having little effect. Too often, aircraft were grounded by the weather, and in any case, the Viet Minh were masters of camouflage and deployed huge numbers of anti-aircraft guns. In a massive effort over several months, General Voi Nguyen Giap, the Viet Minh commander, used 50,000 support troops to deploy more than 200 artillery pieces and anti-aircraft guns and a vast supply of ammunition around Dien Bien Phu. It was one of the most extraordinary feats of logistics in military history. To the 10,000 French now inside the base, the realization that they were surrounded by field guns and mortars and 4 deadly Soviet Katyusha rocket systems came as a dreadful shock. The French base at Dien Bien Phu had been sited on a flat valley floor. The airstrip and headquarters were the focus for the main battle position, a complex of 5 strongholds codenamed Françoise, Huguette, Claudine, Eliane, Dominique. To break up attacks, strongpoints Anne-Marie, Gabrielle, Béatrice, and Isabelle had been created on a series of low hills. The base was manned by 9 infantry battalions and 2 crack parachute battalions. For support, there were artillery and mortars, light tanks, and fighter bombers. By early March 1954, 49,000 Viet Minh had deployed around Dien Bien Phu. 3 infantry divisions and 2 independent regiments were supported by the field guns of the 351st Heavy Division on the hills to the east, and by heavy mortars on all sides. Anti-aircraft guns were secretly placed to cover the air routes in and out of the valley. As the weeks went on, Viet Minh artillery fire caused more and more casualties amongst the French at Dien Bien Phu. The fortifications had never been meant to withstand heavy artillery, and the French were horrified to find that neither counter-battery fire nor airstrikes were able to silence the enemy guns. They were too well dug in to hillside caves and bunkers, and too well camouflaged. Any day now, the French knew, they would face an all-out enemy attack. It came on March 13, 1954. The Viet Minh assault began with a massive artillery bombardment. French gun positions in the central area were hammered. In 3 days, after repeated human wave assaults and hopeless French counterattacks, the Viet Minh took the northern strongpoints of Béatrice, Gabrielle, and Anne-Marie. The loss of their northern outposts cost the French 1,500 men. The Viet Minh had suffered much worse, nearly 7,000 killed and wounded, but they had proved that the French defenses could be overcome. They had also closed down the base's main airfield for good. The French would now have to depend on parachute drops for supply and reinforcement. After a 2-week lull, the Viet Minh renewed their offensive. The battle raged for a fortnight, with the French contesting every foot of ground. In the end, shocking Viet Minh casualties forced General Giap to pause. Meanwhile, the French situation was getting desperate. Ammunition and food was short, and 3,000 wounded were trapped inside the base in appalling conditions. With disaster looming on the battlefield, the French appealed to the United States for help. There was a plan to use American bombers and even to drop 4 nuclear weapons, which was codenamed Operation Vulture. But Eisenhower ruled out any American military intervention unless other allies took part. None agreed to help. The French at Dien Bien Phu were to be left to their fate. Although the outpost Isabelle was still in French hands, it was by now cut off from the central stronghold at Dien Bien Phu. Besieged by the Viet Minh 304th Division, Isabelle was under heavy artillery fire. Incredibly, although attacked time and time again, the post would hold out until the very end of the battle. In the central sector, Strong Point Françoise had been abandoned, and the Viet Minh had captured Dominique along with part of Elian and Huguet. However, there were two new strong points, Sparrowhawk and Juno. Meanwhile, the Viet Minh had adopted new tactics in an attempt to reduce their terrible casualties. Secretly, they had dug more than 50 miles of trenches, creeping right up to the French perimeter. The final Viet Minh assault came on the night of May 1st, 1954. After a massive barrage, the Viet Minh infantry hit the remaining bunkers of Huguet and Elian. In spite of fierce French resistance, positions fell one by one until, on the evening of the sixth day, a huge mine demolished part of Elian and its last bunkers were overrun. At 5:30 p.m. on May 7, 1954, Vietnamese forces occupied the French command post, and the French commander ordered his troops to cease fire. It was 55 days to the minute since the battle had begun. At Dien Bien Phu, 3,000 French troops had been killed and 8,000 wounded. The Viet Minh had suffered much worse, with more than 8,000 dead and 12,000 wounded. But for them, the outcome had still been a triumph. On the eve of an international conference on Indochina, they had shattered France's resolve to carry on the war. The Viet Minh expected that the negotiations at Geneva would open the way for full Vietnamese independence and a major role for them in running the new country. In fact, the Viet Minh negotiators faced bitter disappointment. Behind closed doors, Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai struck a deal with the French and forced Ho Chi Minh to agree that the country be divided into two zones. There was to be a ceasefire, but there would be no immediate decision about who was to control Vietnam until elections settled the future. After Dien Bien Phu, the Viet Minh had controlled nearly 3/4 of Vietnam and parts of Laos and Cambodia. At the peace conference, Laos and Cambodia were confirmed as independent states, but Vietnam was divided at the 17th parallel. The Viet Minh were given control of the northern part, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, with its capital in Hanoi. In the south, the state of Vietnam was to be run from Saigon. A demilitarized zone was established between the two regions. By agreement, 190,000 French-led troops would be withdrawn from North to South Vietnam. 80,000 Viet Minh troops in the south, mostly Southerners, would go to the north. For the French, the prospect of withdrawing from the northern part of Vietnam was deeply humiliating. However, they still assumed France would continue to play a major role in the south. The illusion would not last for long. France's role was already being taken over by the United States. On September 8, 1954, at a conference in the Philippines, the U.S. sponsored the creation of the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, which would soon include South Vietnam. The Americans were now dealing directly with the new South Vietnamese government, led by Prime Minister Ngo Dinh. They had begun to bypass the French completely. On October 9, 1954, the Viet Minh 308th Division, veterans of Dien Bien Phu, marched in triumph into Hanoi, in accordance with the Geneva Agreement. At the same time, the last French troops in the north prepared to leave. With them went 850,000 refugees, encouraged by a CIA black propaganda campaign and fearing for their future under Viet Minh rule. Before the very eyes of the French and the Vietnamese people, Vietnam was crystallizing into two separate states, each with its own government, its own army, and its own Cold War allies. For Ho Chi Minh, the North Vietnamese president, the years following the Geneva Agreement were bitterly disappointing. Ho was adored by millions of Vietnamese, North and South, as the man who'd driven out the French. But he had only won half a victory. South Vietnam, backed by the United States, refused to hold the elections that had been agreed at Geneva, the elections Ho had counted on, in which the U.S. knew he would win, to reunify the country. Everything pointed to the fact that the division of Vietnam would be permanent. As a nationalist and founder of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, Ho Chi Minh was fast transforming North Vietnam. The party took control of almost every sphere of life. The reconstruction of the war-ravaged economy was pushed ahead at incredible speed. One of Ho Chi Minh's highest priorities was to get as much aid for North Vietnam as he could from the Soviet Union and China. In July 1955 in Moscow, he won promises of cash help for the North to stave off a food crisis. The Russians also pledged to send technicians and military advisors. At the same time, China meant to match or even better the Soviet offer. Although Ho Chi Minh's greatest ambition was to reunify North and South Vietnam, so far he had urged his followers to be patient. He had refused to back guerrilla warfare against the South. Both China and the Soviet Union were also insisting on caution. But by 1958, pressure to back an armed campaign was mounting. The tens of thousands of southern Viet Minh soldiers who came north after the Geneva Accords were by now restless and homesick. There was more pressure from inside the South, where the Viet Minh that had stayed behind were being wiped out by the new regime. In the northern government, an increasingly powerful faction of Southerners, led by Le Duan, the Communist Party General Secretary, was also arguing for strong measures. In January 1959, with Ho Chi Minh's blessing, the North Vietnamese Communist Party voted to support armed revolution in South Vietnam. To help the campaign, 4,500 Viet Minh Southerners were prepared for infiltration back into the South. By 1957, 2 years after taking power in South Vietnam, Ngo Dinh Diem had impressed the United States. He had used the army forcibly against gangsters and armed religious groups. It had looked for a while as if President Diem could create a viable non-communist state in South Vietnam and win the support of the Southern people. In fact, Diem had no intention of introducing the democracy or the social reforms that the United States wanted. He unleashed a savage campaign against his political opponents, using the army and police to make mass arrests. There was widespread torture and summary executions. At the same time, Diem's own family built up enormous wealth and power, while most of the South Vietnamese continued to live in dire poverty. By September 1960, to the immense frustration of the United States, which was pouring in aid, Diem's regime was detested by vast numbers of South Vietnamese. There was already virtual civil war, with armed rebellions breaking out all over the country. Increasingly, the revolts were being led by nationalist and communist guerrillas, and some trained men infiltrated down from the north. Over 12 months, 1,400 local government officials and civilians were killed, and a further 700 kidnapped. In South Vietnam, the guerrillas began to mount bold attacks on military posts, convoys, and railways. As events in South Vietnam spiraled towards chaos, in January 1961, John F. Kennedy took office as the 35th President of the United States. Almost at once, Kennedy faced a series of Cold War crises. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev was preparing to resume atmospheric testing of atomic weapons. Khrushchev also promised to increase Russian support for communism around the world. The climax came in August 1961 with a tense standoff in Europe as the Russians sealed off East Berlin and began to build the Berlin Wall. Kennedy's reaction to the sense of mounting threat was to order a massive strengthening of American defenses. He ordered the call-up of 150,000 military reservists. A program was launched to build public nuclear fallout shelters right across the United States. There was a surge in arms production, especially of strategic nuclear weapons. With so many immediate crises demanding the attention of the president, Vietnam was far down the White House agenda. All the same, concern was growing. The South Vietnamese guerrillas were now 17,000 strong. In September 1961, there were 450 attacks, some involving hundreds of guerrillas at a time. Shortly after the decision to mount an armed revolution in South Vietnam, an organization had been created to control the military and political effort. This organization, the National Liberation Front, represented a wide range of political, ethnic, and religious groups. The military wing of the NLF was the People's Liberation Army. The army included guerrillas who had been sent down from North Vietnam, Viet Minh veterans, and local armed groups. The main purpose of the force was to support the political battle, and the civilian leaders of the front kept tight control. President Dien christened them the Viet Cong, the Vietnamese communists, and the name stuck. The Viet Cong meant to follow the same kind of political and military strategy that had won the war against the French. Politics, diplomacy, and violence would be carefully coordinated so each always worked with the others. For the time being, military activity would take second place to the political effort. Many hoped that a full-scale war would never be necessary. Others, particularly those closely connected with the North, saw a military campaign as the key to victory and expected it to pass through 3 critical stages. In the first phase of the revolution, with the National Liberation Front's insurgents greatly outnumbered by Saigon's army, the task for guerrilla units would be to survive in the face of government attack. Safe base areas would be created as defensive sanctuaries and as springboards for small-scale guerrilla attacks. In the second phase, the insurgents would deploy larger units and would seek out bigger battles. The opposing forces would be more evenly balanced, and under relentless pressure, the enemy would become defensive and static. In the third phase, at the key moment when the NLF became stronger than the government army, they would launch large-scale assaults against enemy installations and seek out decisive conventional battles. This phase, the general offensive, combined with uprisings in the cities and towns, would bring the downfall of the Saigon regime and the reunification of Vietnam. While the revolution was in its early phase, the NLF meant to build up its organization as fast as it possibly could. Political agents founded dozens of associations to bring every kind of support into the movement. There were associations for women, farmers, students, and workers. In less than 2 years, the front claimed 300,000 members. At the same time as it built up grassroots support, the NLF meant to intensify its military operations. Bigger attacks on government forces would gain the movement prestige. Meanwhile, intensive training and preparation by North Vietnamese officers would forge the Viet Cong into an efficient and formidable fighting machine. As the NLF tightened their grip on the countryside, the South Vietnamese army began to behave exactly as the guerrillas had expected them to. They grew increasingly defensive, staying in fortified posts and never venturing out after dark. Battles only happened when the guerrillas chose, and the army suffered a steady drain of casualties. By now, there were 900 American military advisors in South Vietnam, charged with building up and training the South Vietnamese armed forces. They were appalled by the Army's dismal performance against the guerrillas, but saw no reason why the South Vietnamese shouldn't be able to cope. What they wanted was a much more aggressive approach. American advice was that the Army should get out on mobile operations and find the bigger enemy units. The Civil Guard and militia could look after local security. The Americans developed a counterinsurgency plan, supposed to better coordinate the different forces, but progress on the ground was painfully slow. While the handful of American personnel struggled to improve the situation inside South Vietnam, in Washington, military planners worried about the external threat. The fear was that North Vietnam or even China might take advantage of the South's weakness. Already, with the approval of the White House, a contingency plan had been drawn up for putting in American combat troops if an invasion looked imminent. If North Vietnam or China looked likely to invade the South, the American contingency plan, Op Plan 32, called for rapid deployments. A Marine Expeditionary Force would be based at Da Nang, an Army division near Saigon, and another near Pleiku. another division might be sent to bolster Thailand. If the invasion actually happened, U.S. forces would be increased by another 3 divisions. Aircraft carriers and land-based bombers would be positioned for massive attacks on North Vietnam, while amphibious, airborne, and ground forces would mount a full-scale invasion of Northern Territory. By now, the guerrilla war in South Vietnam looked so dangerous that American military planners believed the country might collapse even without a northern invasion. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, the President's military advisors, argued that the best option was to implement Op Plan 32 anyway and put 3 divisions into South Vietnam. The first 20,000 men would show the United States was serious. They believed the rest, up to 70,000 troops, would be enough to clean up the guerrilla threat altogether. Although the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, was in favor of sending in troops, President Kennedy had no desire to embroil American soldiers in an Asian guerrilla war. But neither could the president afford accusations that he was soft on communism. In November 1961, Kennedy approved a compromise plan drawn up between McNamara and the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk. Phase 1 of the Vietnam Plan would see a big increase in financial support for the South Vietnamese Army. The number of American military advisors in Vietnam would be raised to over 3,000. More American equipment would be sent, including helicopters, 300 pilots to fly them, and maintenance personnel. For the time being, the president put off a decision on the second phase, the possible deployment of American combat troops. By the end of 1961, the South Vietnamese Army was being expanded to 200,000 men. South Vietnam also had Marine units, a small Air Force flying American aircraft, and a Navy for coastal patrol. As well as the regular armed forces, there was the 68,000-man paramilitary Civil Guard and various local militia. Since the United States had started rebuilding the South Vietnamese Army back in 1955, the force had been organized, armed, and trained to fight large-scale battles. The danger had been expected to come from the North Vietnamese or Chinese armies, not from guerrilla bands. Commanders had been taught to mount big operations and to use massive firepower wherever they could. In fact, the South Vietnamese Army's entire structure and military doctrine had been copied wholesale from the United States Armed Forces. Senior American commanders had no doubt they were teaching the South Vietnamese the right tactics for the war they had to fight. Their main worries were about leadership and morale. President Dien had appointed his generals for their political loyalty rather than their abilities, while junior officers' promotions depended on family connections. As for the men, they were sometimes so poorly supplied they had to steal food. Desertions were running at 400 a month. As the NLF guerrillas began recruiting and training all over South Vietnam, they quickly built up their combat forces to 17,000 men and women. These were the main force troops, uniformed and trained to fight anywhere in units hundreds strong. Main force battalions were under the direct control of the NLF High Command, and a high proportion of their officers were trained troops from the north. The NLF were also creating regional and local forces. Regional troops were controlled by district commanders. They were less well armed and trained than the main forces, but their scattered units could come together to create powerful formations whenever they were needed. Local guerrilla units were based in the villages. They were part-time soldiers whose main job was to defend areas where the NLF was gaining control. In villages where the movement's influence was weaker, they served to intimidate opponents and show the wishes of the NLF were always to be taken seriously. The vast majority of new recruits to the NLF were teenagers with no military experience. In the hamlets, they were organized by political officers into three-person cells. Long ago, the Chinese communists had found that three made for a group more tightly knit and loyal than any other number. Although some weapons from the north, including Chinese mortars and machine guns, were beginning to reach NLF units, most guerrillas had to use whatever they could get. Rifles and equipment captured from the government army or left over from the French War made up the bulk of the arsenal. There were also secret factories making small arms and turning out grenades and mines in enormous numbers. Local forces depended on even more primitive weapons. Some were designed mainly to frighten intruders, but others were extremely dangerous. Punji traps, sharp spikes hidden in pits, could easily disable an enemy soldier. Punjis were often contaminated to increase the risks of infection. By the end of 1961, the Saigon government was forced to admit it was faced with a full-scale war. Every week, over 1,000 people were being killed. All over the country, the NLF were organizing whole districts along communist lines, controlling education, health, and agriculture. There were whole areas which had seen no government troops or officials for years. In spite of all the setbacks, American military advisors in South Vietnam were still confident the fight against the communists could be won. By this time, they themselves were getting more deeply involved in the battle. Advisors were strictly forbidden to engage in actual combat, but the reality of war was starting to take over. On December 11th, the helicopters promised by President Kennedy arrived at the Saigon docks. With them came 400 U.S. personnel to maintain and fly the aircraft. Within weeks, the helicopters and their American pilots would be in action on the Vietnamese battlefield. In early 1962, the helicopters sent to Vietnam by President Kennedy flew their first combat missions against the NLF. In Operation Chopper, the aircraft flown by U.S. Army pilots ferried 1,000 South Vietnamese soldiers to sweep an NLF stronghold near Saigon. It was the beginning of a whole new phase of the conflict. From the start, the American helicopters had a dramatic effect on the fighting. Government troops could take the guerrillas by surprise or cut off their line of retreat after a battle. Often they panicked and were killed as they tried to escape. In the first months of 1962, the South Vietnamese Army won a string of victories, badly shaking the NLF's morale. Using helicopters for offensive operations called for a whole new set of tactics. It was a complex business in which helicopter forces and ground units had to be strictly coordinated. But the aim was simple. The enemy had to be found, fixed in position, and then defeated. Government troops called it spear and net. Later, it would become known as search and destroy. A search and destroy operation usually began with intelligence locating an NLF unit. The task then was to place forces to cut off the enemy's retreat. If there was a river nearby, South Vietnamese gunboats were deployed in blocking positions. Infantry on foot and in armored personnel carriers were moved in overland. Meanwhile, American helicopters loaded up with government troops rendezvoused with their escort of ground attack aircraft. After bombing or artillery strikes, the airborne infantry landed and advanced towards the enemy, acting as the offensive spear. Trapped by the net of blocking forces, the Viet Cong would be forced to do battle and be destroyed by vastly superior firepower, or so the theory went. The instant success of helicopter operations seemed to prove that the approach favored by the Americans was the right one. What U.S. advisors wanted now was more and bigger offensive operations. The greatest need was for more helicopters, and the Americans quickly provided them. A series of government victories followed, and soon it looked as if the South Vietnamese army might, in the not-too-distant future, actually defeat the guerrillas. In July 1962, General Paul D. Harkins, head of the U.S. Military Assistance Command in Saigon, reported to Washington that tremendous progress was being made in South Vietnam. It was just what President Kennedy wanted to hear, and in the White House there was a deep sense of relief. They hoped they could bring home all U.S. military personnel by the end of 1965. To Ho Chi Minh and the leaders of North Vietnam, the big increase in American military support for the South was deeply troubling. Did the U.S. mean to put in combat troops? Or perhaps even invade the North itself? They appealed to the Chinese leader Mao Zedong for help. Mao was anxious to be seen as the champion of liberation movements around the world. He was also determined to counter the American strategy in Vietnam. In the summer of 1962, the Chinese leader promised Ho Chi Minh substantial support for the guerrilla war against the Southern government. Right away, North Vietnam would get 90,000 extra rifles for the Viet Cong. As yet, the Americans knew nothing of the Chinese decision to back the war. They were still highly optimistic. Although the NLF were not being beaten on the battlefield and had managed to hit over 2,500 hamlets in 1962 alone, pacification programs designed to increase government control over the countryside promised real progress in the villages. In a program coordinated by the Central Intelligence Agency, U.S. Special Forces were working with Montagnard tribal groups in the central highlands of South Vietnam. They fortified villages and trained local volunteers to fight the Viet Cong in their own areas. The tactics involved setting ambushes, heavy night patrolling, and above all, responding fast to guerrilla incidents. The civilian irregular defense forces created by the American teams were highly effective. The NLF found it increasingly difficult to organize openly amongst the population. At its peak, the program would encompass thousands of villages and hundreds of thousands of people. While the effort in the highlands was entirely an American initiative, Further south, the Saigon government had embarked on its own pacification program. Backed by the CIA, called the Strategic Hamlets Program, the idea was to create 11,000 settlements which could defend themselves from the Viet Cong and bring government authority into the countryside. The campaign was a disaster from the start. Instead of winning the voluntary cooperation of villagers, the government embarked on a crash program of forced resettlement. Families were moved, sometimes at gunpoint, from their traditional lands and the burial grounds of their ancestors. Funds promised for development were embezzled by corrupt officials. Soon, the strategic hamlets came to be seen by their inhabitants as little better than prisons. The result was a massive upsurge in support for the NLF, who vowed to destroy the strategic hamlets by every means possible. From the first introduction of American helicopters into South Vietnam, NLF tacticians had worked feverishly to develop ways of dealing with the threat. They had learned to mount ambushes with heavy machine guns near the obvious landing zones. They also practiced breaking up their larger units at high speed and melting into the forests or swamps at the first sign of an enemy sweep. One of the biggest lessons learned by the guerrillas in 1962 was to keep their attacks short. Raids or ambushes were planned to last no more than 15 minutes. The idea was that even with helicopters, government forces would have too little time to react. Slowly, by using their new tactics, the Viet Cong had recovered their confidence. So much so that by the start of 1963, they were able to inflict a shattering defeat on a South Vietnamese Army air mobile operation. The hamlet of Ap Tan Toi in the Mekong Delta was believed by the South Vietnamese Army to be the location of a Viet Cong headquarters, a radio transmitter, and a small guerrilla force. The Army's 7th Division, with American advice, decided to attack. What they didn't know is that they were walking into a trap. The South Vietnamese Army were lured in so the NLF could for the first time test their effectiveness against militia and airborne units. The operation was launched on January 2nd, 1963. The neighboring hamlets of Ap Tan Toi and Ap Bac were strung out along a raised dike and an irrigation canal. In the tree line was deployed the whole Viet Cong 514th Battalion, reinforced by local guerrillas, altogether nearly 350 men. The 11th Regiment of the South Vietnamese Army landed north of Ap Tan Toi and exchanged fire with the Viet Cong. Meanwhile, a Civil Guard task force pushing from the south ran straight into the Viet Cong at Ap Bac and was stopped in its tracks. Air and artillery strikes were directed at both hamlets, but the Viet Cong were well dug in. A reserve company of Army troops was landed in transport helicopters to attack Ap Tan Toi. Fire from Ap Bak destroyed 5 aircraft. Next, a company of armored personnel carriers made a disorganized assault on Ap Bak, but was driven off with heavy losses. Airborne reinforcements were dropped in the wrong place by the Army commander. This allowed the Viet Cong to escape and avoided further government casualties. For the Viet Cong, the Battle of Ap Bak was a stunning victory. For the first time, they had stood their ground against helicopters and armored vehicles. Almost 400 South Vietnamese troops were killed or wounded. 3 American advisors were also killed, and they had lost only 9 men themselves. As the news swept through the hamlets and villages of Vietnam, Viet Cong morale and recruitment soared. After Ap Bak, the guerrillas sharply accelerated the tempo of their operations. Attacks on strategic hamlets were launched almost every day, and hundreds were overrun. The guerrillas hit isolated government forts, tempting sources of arms and radios. Usually, they set ambushes for any Army troops that might be sent to the rescue. The South Vietnamese Army's attempts to find the Viet Cong's big units and make them fight seemed increasingly futile. One major sweep after another failed to find the guerrillas in any numbers. By now, many American advisors in South Vietnam, colonels and captains at the sharp end of the battle, had begun to ask questions about U.S. military doctrine. They were training the South Vietnamese to depend on big operations and very heavy firepower. As a result, large numbers of civilians were being killed, which could only increase support for the NLF. And in spite of everything, the guerrillas were usually escaping the net. What the advisors wanted were tactics more like those the Special Forces had adopted in the Central Highlands: small unit patrolling, ambushes, and night operations, all the time working closely with local people. In Washington, the suggestion met with some hostility. As far as the generals were concerned, the job was to find the enemy and destroy him with as much firepower as could be mustered. For years, President Dien had filled the ranks of South Vietnam's government officials with fellow Catholics, enraging the majority Buddhist population. From the beginning of May 1963, there were widespread protests. Dien reacted violently. The army raided temples. Monks, nuns, and priests were arrested, and demonstrators were shot in the streets by police. In July, students began their own mass actions in support of the Buddhist cause. by the fall of 1963, South Vietnam was sliding into political chaos. As sheer mismanagement looked set to destroy the country, Army generals directed by the CIA hatched a plan to overthrow the president. American officials, exasperated at Diem's failures, signaled that Washington would not oppose a coup. The plotters made their move on November 1st, 1963, attacking the presidential palace with armor and aircraft. The generals had promised that President Dien would be allowed a safe flight into exile. However, the day after the coup, Dien was brutally murdered along with his brother Nhu by unidentified assassins. 3 weeks later, on November 22, 1963, in the United States, President Kennedy was himself assassinated. Kennedy's place was taken by his vice president, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Johnson had always been wary of America's involvement with Vietnam. Now he had inherited a strong U.S. commitment to the South. Whatever his private doubts, it was a commitment he was determined to honor. The chaos that had engulfed South Vietnam in the closing months of 1963 was seen in North Vietnam as a golden opportunity. Ho Chi Minh and most of his fellow leaders saw the chance of a quick victory if the war was stepped up fast. Amongst the North's communist backers, the Soviet Union was opposed to any escalation. But the Chinese leader, Mao Zedong, had promised his support. If the Americans reacted by invading North Vietnam, China would even deploy combat troops to help the defense. In December 1963 in Hanoi, the Central Committee of the Communist Party approved measures to intensify the war in South Vietnam. General Giap, the defense minister, had argued for caution, but most of the leadership was against him. The order was given to speed up the flow of men and weapons to the NLF in the South. In 1959, a specialized North Vietnamese Army unit, Group 559, had been formed to create a supply route from the north to the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. Jungle trails inside the South had proved too vulnerable to government army sweeps, and so, helped by their allies, the Pathet Lao guerrillas in Laos, and with the tacit approval of Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia, Group 559 had taken over the border areas just outside South Vietnam. A primitive route was developed, soon known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, with offshoots into Vietnam along its entire length. By early 1964, the trail was being transformed into a secret jungle highway with depots, air defense, and garrisons of permanent logistics troops. Meanwhile, another unit, Group 579, controlled the infiltration of men and weapons into South Vietnam by sea. In the first months of 1964, the NLF stepped up their campaign in a concerted effort to push South Vietnam to the edge. With better equipment, leadership, and training, the NLF were now attacking in big units, up to 1,000 men at a time. As the guerrillas sensed victory and piled on the pressure, on January 30th, there was yet another military coup in Saigon. The U.S. Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, was dispatched to Vietnam to boost the authority of the new leader, General Dien. Yet few American officials imagined Khan could soon win popular support or rally the demoralized South Vietnamese army. As the crisis in Vietnam deepened, the pressure on President Johnson to take strong action grew almost intolerable. Many of Johnson's political opponents, including the Republican Senator Barry Goldwater, were calling for North Vietnam to be bombed and for U.S. troops to be sent to fight in the South. The Joint Chiefs of Staff were also insisting that decisive military action would have to be taken to pressure Hanoi. From the start, Johnson doubted that the United States could win a war in Southeast Asia. He also believed that neither Congress nor the American people would approve of open military intervention. However, he did agree to covert actions against North Vietnam, including secret bombing of economic targets and villages along the Laotian border. With support from American warships, the South Vietnamese Navy began a series of commando raids on North Vietnamese coastal installations. It was one such operation in August 1964 that would set the stage for a dramatic clash between U.S. and North Vietnamese naval forces. In the Gulf of Tonkin, the simmering conflict between the United States and Hanoi was sent spiraling towards outright war. On the night of 30th July 1964, South Vietnamese commandos attacked two small North Vietnamese islands in the Gulf of Tonkin. The U.S. destroyer Maddox, an electronic spy ship, was 123 miles south with orders to electronically simulate an air attack to draw North Vietnamese boats away from the commandos. On August 2nd, 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats approached the Maddox at high speed, mistaking it for a South Vietnamese escort vessel. In the engagement that followed, the Maddox sank one of the craft and air support planes damaged the others. Maddox continued operations, reinforced by a second destroyer, the USS Turner Joy. 2 nights later, still gathering intelligence and in bad weather conditions, the captain of the Maddox reported that he thought they had been fired on and were about to be attacked. As he later reported, no attack took place. The possibility that the second attack had been imagined by tense sailors in the poor weather conditions was considered and rejected in the White House. 6 hours after the supposed attack, a retaliation against North Vietnam was ordered by President Johnson. American jets bombed 2 naval bases. A major oil facility was also destroyed. 2 U.S. aircraft were lost in the raids. Within hours of the American airstrikes, the Chinese Premier Chou En-lai was calling on the Vietnamese to prepare to fight back. Chinese air units on the Vietnam border were heavily reinforced. Frantic efforts were made to improve North Vietnam's anti-aircraft defenses. At the same time, jets of the fledgling North Vietnamese Air Force returned to Vietnam from their training base in China. The same day that North Vietnamese fighters began operations from their new home airfield, an historic step was taken in Washington. On August 7, 1964, the U.S. Congress passed the Tonkin Gulf Resolution. It gave President Johnson the freedom to take whatever actions he thought necessary to defend Southeast Asia. Johnson now had the power to use military force in Vietnam in almost any way he chose. In North Vietnam, there was a growing fear that the United States meant to deploy troops in the South and perhaps even invade the North itself. The U.S. might also decide to bomb North Vietnam into the ground. Communist leaders could only hope that fear of China would make the enemy hesitate before taking any drastic steps. Meanwhile, a bold stroke might win the war in the South before the Americans could intervene. The plan was that the North Vietnamese army should be sent to fight in the South. Supplying them would be no easy task, but their well-trained and heavily armed regiments just might tip the balance. The aim was to topple the weakened South Vietnamese state within little more than a year. The first North Vietnamese Army units to be raised and trained for combat in the South were the 32nd and the 33rd Regiments of the 325th Division based at Dong Hoi. The 66th Regiment of the 304th would follow next. The plan was that starting in October, the troops would march for 6 weeks down the Ho Chi Minh Trail and enter South Vietnam's Central Highlands in early 1965. The first step would be to seize territory in the border area. At the same time, the Viet Cong would take over the coastal provinces of Quang Ngai and Binh Dinh. The NVA would then advance along the line of Highway 19 between Pleiku and Quy Nhon, splitting South Vietnam in two. Meanwhile, the Viet Cong would mount big attacks in the Mekong Delta and around Saigon. Victories there would open the way for a general offensive and trigger the popular uprising which would sweep away the Saigon government. While the North Vietnamese Army prepared its divisions for infiltration into the south, the NLF stepped up their campaign. One of their main aims now was to deter the United States from getting more deeply involved in the war. With the U.S. presidential election coming up, reminding Americans that intervention had a price just might pay dividends. On November 1st, 1964, only 2 days before the election, Ben Hoa Air Base near Saigon was blasted by Viet Cong mortars. 4 Americans were killed and 76 wounded. 5 B-57 bombers were destroyed and 15 damaged. Although the attack seemed a blatant provocation, President Johnson was determined not to react in a way that might endanger his election chances. His restraint seemed to have paid off handsomely when, on November 3, 1964, he resoundingly defeated his rival, Barry Goldwater. By now, Johnson's advisors feared that South Vietnam could be on the brink of collapse. From January 1, 1965, through to February 7, 1965, the Viet Cong mounted a series of coordinated attacks across the country. They took and held the village of Binh Gia, only 40 miles from Saigon, severely mauling government army units sent to the rescue. Altogether, 200 government troops were killed near Binh Gia, along with 5 American advisors. The battle culminated in a devastating ambush that almost wiped out a relief column of elite South Vietnamese Army Rangers. In Washington, the pressure to do something to save South Vietnam was now intense. Although Johnson doubted that bombing North Vietnam could dissuade it from supporting the Viet Cong guerrillas, he agreed to let military planners prepare a major campaign. Meanwhile, a series of strikes would be launched as reprisals if there was any major attack by the Viet Cong. The provocation came on February 7, 1965. A U.S. helicopter base and advisory compound in the central highlands of South Vietnam was attacked by NLF commandos. 9 Americans were killed and more than 76 were wounded. Johnson ordered immediate retaliation, and U.S. Navy fighter bombers were launched to attack military targets just inside North Vietnam. Only 3 days after the U.S. raids, there was another attack by the Viet Cong on Americans. This time, it was a bomb in a hotel at Khe Sanh, which killed 23 U.S. servicemen. More retaliation strikes were launched, and on February 13, 1965, President Johnson authorized a bigger campaign, codenamed Operation Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder was to be a limited but long-lasting offensive. Its aim was to force North Vietnam to stop supporting the guerrillas in the south. As Operation Rolling Thunder got underway, the chief of the U.S. Military Assistance Command in Saigon, General William C. Westmoreland, grew increasingly worried about the security of bases involved in the campaign. Da Nang, sited in a largely hostile area and guarded by a small Vietnamese army unit, was particularly vulnerable to Viet Cong attack. Westmoreland asked for 2 battalions of U.S. Marines, 3,500 men, to be deployed around the base. On March 8, 1965, a battalion of the 9th Marine Expeditionary Brigade went ashore at Da Nang. The 2nd Battalion would arrive later by air. The Marines' mission was to be strictly confined to defending the Da Nang base. However, even as the troops were landing, General Harold K. Johnson, the Army Chief of Staff, was already in Saigon to talk about much bigger deployments. General Johnson had been appointed by the President his special representative. His mission was to prompt General Westmoreland and U.S. Ambassador Maxwell Taylor to say what troops they needed to win the war. In fact, General Johnson and his fellow commanders on the Joint Chiefs of Staff already had a clear idea of the forces they wanted for Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs' wish was for 3 divisions, around 70,000 men. That was the number called for in their defense plan for Southeast Asia, Operation Plan 32. The plan had been designed to meet an invasion of South Vietnam from the north or China, something that no one now expected to happen. However, as part of the plan, airfields, communications, and other facilities had already been put in place. Now, large numbers of troops could be deployed as soon as the President gave the order. It was American public opinion that most worried President Johnson. He was determined to move slowly on sending more men to Vietnam. He agreed to another 3,000 Marines and 20,000 logistics and support troops to prepare for further deployments. But for the moment, that was as far as he would go. On April 7, 1965, at Johns Hopkins University, President Johnson offered economic aid to North Vietnam in exchange for peace. His offer was brusquely rejected by the North Vietnamese government. Two weeks later, Johnson agreed to raise U.S. combat strength in Vietnam to more than 60,000 troops. Allied forces from Korea and Australia would be added as a sign of international support. There were restrictions on how the U.S. commander in Vietnam, General Westmoreland, would be able to use the troops he had been given. They were to operate only inside clearly defined enclaves around their bases. To Westmoreland's dismay, all operations were to be strictly defensive. The American policy of defending enclaves would soon be severely tested by the Viet Cong. The guerrillas were planning to unleash a massive offensive. The campaign was designed to inflict the final blows on the tottering South Vietnamese state. The storm broke on May 11th with a full-scale assault by 2,500 Viet Cong troops on Song Bay, a provincial capital. After fierce battles in and around the town, the Viet Cong withdrew, but only after holding Song Bay for nearly 2 days. The Viet Cong assault on Song Bay was followed by a series of attacks to within a few miles of Saigon. Meanwhile, in the Central Highlands, U.S. intelligence had detected all the elements of the North Vietnamese Army's 325th Division and signs that the 304th was on its way. There was intense Viet Cong activity in all the central provinces, with a big Viet Cong victory near Ba Gia. On June 10, 1965, at Dong Xoa, a South Vietnamese Army district headquarters and U.S. Special Forces camp was overrun by a full regiment. It was abandoned only after frantic American air attacks. The sheer scale of the Viet Cong's new offensive had far surpassed anything that either the South Vietnamese Army or the Americans had anticipated. The government's best and most mobile battalions had been shattered. The disaster was followed by political upheaval. A faction of young military officers installed Air Vice Marshal Key as Prime Minister and General Nguyen Van Thieu as President, openly restoring military government. After the Viet Cong's May offensive, it was plain to the Americans that enemy numbers were much higher than they had thought. That meant far more U.S. troops would be needed to hold the line. Estimates of just how many kept rising until on June 7, 1965, General Westmoreland asked Washington for 200,000 men. While Westmoreland was waiting for the president's decision, he was given new powers to use the troops he already had more aggressively. He would no longer have to confine his men to defensive enclaves, but could go out and attack the enemy. On June 27, 1965, General Westmoreland launched the first purely offensive operation by American ground forces in Vietnam. It was a sweep into NLF territory just northwest of Saigon. A month after the start of offensive operations, President Johnson announced that more troops would be sent to Vietnam. He was still playing down the scale of the commitment, but had already decided to deploy the 200,000 men he had been asked for. The following day, the first troops of the big buildup arrived in Vietnam. The men were a battalion of the 101st Airborne Division. By this time, there was no longer any doubt about just what their mission would be. They were to find the Viet Cong's main force military units and destroy them on the battlefield. As the buildup of American forces in Vietnam went on, the chances they would be attacked grew by the day. On August 5th, NLF sappers penetrated an oil storage depot near Da Nang and blew up 2 million gallons of fuel. There had been sniping and mortar attacks too, but the real fear was of a large-scale infantry assault overrunning an American installation. What the Americans needed was accurate and timely intelligence about what the enemy intended to do. It came when a deserter from the 1st Viet Cong Regiment, a force nearly 2,000 strong, told his captors that his unit was planning to hit the Marine base at Chu Lai. The Marines quickly planned a full-scale operation to trap the Viet Cong regiment in its assembly area. The operation was planned in the strictest secrecy. Codenamed Operation Starlight, and deploying 4,000 troops, it would be the first American regimental-sized battle since the war in Korea. The Marine base at Chu Lai was 15 miles from the village complex of Van Tuong. Between the Tra Bong River, the elevation known as Hill 43, and the Phuoc Tuan Peninsula was a fortified Viet Cong base area. There, the 1st Viet Cong Regiment, made up of the 60th and 80th Battalions, had assembled for the attack on Chu Lai. On August 17, 1965, Company M of the 3rd Battalion, 3rd Marines, took up a blocking position on the Tra Bong River. Next morning, the rest of the battalion made an amphibious landing, while 3 more companies were inserted at landing zones Red, White, and Blue. The Marines pushed on from LZ's Red and White, but around Hill 43, near LZ Blue, the entire Viet Cong 60th Battalion was dug in, and there was a fierce battle before the hill was taken. There was also heavy Viet Cong resistance near the hamlet the Americans called A Chuang Tu. But after reinforcement, the Marines succeeded in squeezing the Viet Cong from 3 sides, trapping them with their backs to the sea. In Operation Starlight, it was the early battles that proved the heaviest. The first 2 companies in action took almost 1/3 casualties. 29 were dead and many wounded, but the Marines had claimed nearly 300 Viet Cong killed. The next 5 days involved only small-scale actions. As the Marines advanced, the Viet Cong, numbed by the shattering naval, artillery, and air bombardments, fought delaying actions as they tried to disengage. In support of the attacking infantry, Marine guns at the Chu Lai base alone fired over 3,000 rounds. The ships fired another 1,500. Marine air support was so effective that at times aircraft were dropping their bombs within 200 feet of their own troops. At the end of the operation, nearly 700 Viet Cong were claimed as dead. The Marines had lost 45 dead and more than 200 wounded in the battle. For the United States Marines, Operation Starlight had been a resounding victory. In the first major battle of the war, the guerrillas had been defeated on their own territory and by inexperienced troops. The classic U.S. military doctrine had worked exactly as it was supposed to. The enemy had been found, fixed in position, and then destroyed with massive firepower. The Marines moved fast to take advantage of their victory in Operation Starlight. They launched a series of attacks against NLF concentrations along the coast. Meanwhile, General Westmoreland's attention shifted to the Central Highlands. There, the threat was posed not by the Viet Cong guerrillas, but by the newly arrived troops of the North Vietnamese Army. It was against these professional and highly trained regiments that the Americans would fight their next major battle. In 1967, American forces in South Vietnam launched a series of powerful attacks on the Vietnamese communist guerrillas. The aim was to take the war to the NLF's biggest units by attacking their bases in overwhelming strength. The Americans hoped that the guerrillas would stand and fight. They could then annihilate them with vastly superior firepower. The offensives were designed to use the tactics of search and destroy on the grandest scale yet. Some of the biggest helicopter operations of the war were mounted to try and trap entire Viet Cong regiments. More guns and aircraft were called in to support the attacks than had ever been unleashed on a Vietnam battlefield. The Americans meant to damage the Viet Cong so badly they would be unable to carry on the war. In fact, the Americans would fail to wipe out the Viet Cong's biggest units. Despite heavy losses in men and equipment, the guerrillas would return even stronger, ready to launch their own offensive campaign. By mid-1965, the mission of American troops in South Vietnam was changing fast. They had come to secure air bases, but now they were actively looking for combat with the Viet Cong. On May 18, 1965, the 173rd Airborne Brigade, the first U.S. Army infantry unit to arrive in Vietnam, began operations. Its first task was to sweep a wide area around its base near Saigon. The 173rd met no real resistance. There were thousands of Viet Cong troops in the Saigon area, but they remained elusive. More American troops arrived. As the weeks went on, questions were asked about the whole policy. Was it wise to send a conventional army with its slow-moving, heavily armed infantry, its planes, its tanks, against guerrilla units that might be impossible to pin down? The U.S. commander in Vietnam, General William C. Westmoreland, insisted that the Army could find and beat the enemy. There were soon encouraging signs. In August 1965, in Operation Starlight, U.S. Marines surrounded a Viet Cong regiment of 2,000 men and defeated them in a full-scale battle. The next major challenge was posed by the NLF's allies, the professional troops of the North Vietnamese Army. By September 1965, two North Vietnamese Army regiments, the 32nd and the 33rd, had moved down the Ho Chi Minh Trail and infiltrated from Cambodia into South Vietnam. The 66th Regiment was following close behind. The plan was to take the provincial capital, Pleiku, and advance along Highway 19 to the coast at Khe Sanh, splitting the South in two. The Americans were determined to block the NVA's attempt to reach Khe Sanh. The idea was to place in the An Khe Valley the most mobile force they possessed, the 1st Air Cavalry Division. The Air Cavalry was the first formation anywhere in the world designed around the helicopter. The division was 15,000 strong and had 480 machines, 5 times the number of a normal infantry division. The whole idea had, until recently, been an experiment with an eye to any future war in Europe. No one really knew how it would work in a place like Vietnam. Combat units of the 1st Cavalry began to arrive at An Khe in mid-September 1965. By October, the division was fully operational. Its base, Camp Radcliffe, had grown into a massive complex of helicopter pads, supply dumps, accommodation and maintenance facilities. For the officers and men of the Air Cavalry, there was a great deal to prove, and they were determined to take the battle to the enemy. For their part, North Vietnamese Army commanders were just as keen for a fight as the Americans. Their 6,000 troops, already in the border area, meant to keep up the pressure on South Vietnamese government forces. At the same time, they aimed to find out how well U.S. troops would fight and how their own soldiers would cope with American weapons and tactics. After infiltrating into the south, the 32nd and the 33rd North Vietnamese regiments had established a base area on the high ground of the Chu Pong Massif. On October 20th, 1965, the 33rd Regiment laid siege to an American Special Forces camp at Plai Mai. After a siege that lasted 6 days, the South Vietnamese Army, backed by the U.S. Air Cavalry, secured that camp, and both NVA regiments withdrew to the Chu Pong. There, they meant to join with the newly arrived 66th Regiment before renewing their campaign. The American plan was to fly in the whole of the 1st Battalion of the 7th Cavalry to find the NVA regiments. It was the first time U.S. troops would face NVA regulars. The first step was to create an artillery fire support base near the Chu Pong at Landing Zone Falcon. Next, the lead elements of the 1st Battalion landed at LZ X-Ray. Right in front of them were nearly all the 66th and 33rd NVA regiments. When Company B pushed towards the spur of the Chu Pong, it was attacked immediately, and a platoon was encircled. Company A was also pinned down by fierce fire before the rest of the 1st Battalion was landed. A and B companies then launched attacks to relieve the encircled platoon, but were driven back. The following morning, the Americans, reinforced by another company, were hit by waves of NVA troops. Heavy fire support wreaked havoc on the attackers, and by now another American battalion was on its way overland. Conceding defeat, the shattered North Vietnamese regiments began to pull back towards the Y Trang Valley in the safety of Cambodia. After the fight at LZ X-Ray, the Chu Pong was bombed by almost 100 B-52s, each unloading 17 tons of high explosives. For the next 10 days, the NVA regiments were pursued relentlessly by the Americans. But although the North Vietnamese were in retreat, they were still capable of hitting back. In one textbook ambush, mounted by a rearguard battalion of the 66th Regiment, 155 Americans were killed. For U.S. forces, it was the most costly day of the war so far. In the Battle of the Y Trang Valley and the Plai Khu operation, the 1st Cavalry Division lost 300 dead. But the NVA had suffered much worse. 1,300 North Vietnamese soldiers had been killed and many more wounded. It was a clear-cut victory for the Americans. 2 enemy regiments were all but smashed, and there was now little danger of South Vietnam being cut in two. The Idrang battle was a major boost for U.S. commanders. It seemed to prove their strategy was the right one. The enemy's big units could be made to stand and fight, and take heavy casualties in the process. If the Communists could be forced into more battles like Idrang, they would quickly suffer such losses they would have to abandon their whole campaign. The final push to use American combat forces in South Vietnam had come from President Lyndon Johnson himself. Yet, he had never wanted to fight a war in Asia. Johnson's priority was social reform, his Great Society program, and he feared the war in Vietnam might fatally damage his plans. The problem for Johnson was that if the war grew unpopular, it could cost him the political support his program needed. On the other hand, if Vietnam was lost to communism, it would be just as damaging. The only solution that Johnson could see, and the one agreed with his Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, was an uneasy compromise. The U.S. would carry on fighting the war, but everything possible would be done to limit its impact on the American people. Dramatic measures like calling up the reserves or the National Guard had to be avoided. Above all, Johnson was determined to keep China and the Soviet Union out of the conflict in Vietnam. By now, both communist powers had nuclear weapons, and China had almost unlimited manpower. Fighting the Chinese in Asia would demand millions of American troops and cost untold casualties. Johnson's solution was to fight a limited war. He restricted the bombing campaign against North Vietnam to personally approved targets. He also ruled out invading the North, no matter how much it backed the NLF. In fact, General Westmoreland, the U.S. commander in South Vietnam, had no desire yet to go into what he felt were communist sanctuaries in neighboring countries. But what he did want was a much more effective bombing campaign to cut the flow of supplies and men to the guerrillas. If that happened, Westmoreland was confident he could win. He would need more troops, but once he had built up his forces, he was sure he could seize the initiative. The leaders of the National Liberation Front were rarely able to meet. They were forced to gather in the strictest secrecy at a remote forest area near the Cambodian border. The fear was that a single American bombing raid could wipe out the leadership at a stroke. Security was intense, and avoiding enemy units meant that some members had to travel for weeks to reach the conference. The Central Committee had 52 members and was led by the chairman Nguyen Hue To. To was a French-educated lawyer and to many in South Vietnam, the acceptable moderate face of the Viet Cong. But behind To were lifelong communists like the General Secretary Huon Tan Phat, an architect and the NLF's foremost thinker. Another hardliner was the French-educated lawyer Tran Bu Kim, one of the NLF's founders. By now, Northerners were in almost full control of the military command, and through them, North Vietnam was making sure its policies were followed. The NLF guerrilla army was even more closely controlled by the North. Its top commander was a North Vietnamese Army General Nguyen Chi Tan. Tan was noted as a political firebrand and wanted to stay on the offensive, whatever the cost or the dangers. Tan was equal in rank to the North Vietnamese Defense Minister, General Giap, who favored a more cautious approach in the South, now that American firepower had entered the equation. By the end of 1965, Giap was winning the argument. The result would soon be felt on the battlefields of South Vietnam. When American combat troops had first arrived in Vietnam, few U.S. officials had believed that the South could survive. By the end of 1965, the picture had changed dramatically. The new government, led by Air Marshal Khe, was growing in confidence. The arrival of American troops had given morale a huge boost, and there was no longer a danger that the communists could win quickly. For General Westmoreland, the next stage was to go on the offensive against the Viet Cong. His aim was to take on the enemy's big formations on the battlefield and eliminate them one by one. The tactics would be those of search and destroy, finding and trapping the enemy, then smashing his forces with massive firepower. General Westmoreland's strategy would be to wear the Viet Cong down by relentless attrition. In battle after battle, Westmoreland meant to force the Viet Cong to sacrifice troops and materials faster than they could ever be replaced. The measure of success would be the amount of supplies destroyed, the number of bases knocked out, and above all, the body count, the number of enemy soldiers actually killed in battle. For defense, 4 national priority areas were agreed by the Americans and the South Vietnamese. The coastal provinces around Da Nang and Khe Sanh, and the central part of the Mekong Delta, and above all Saigon, the capital. These were to be first consolidated and then made the springboards for large-scale search and destroy operations against enemy units and base areas. The greatest Viet Cong concentrations in the whole of South Vietnam were known to lie between the capital and the Cambodian border. Through this area ran several strategic roads and the river routes into the capital. There were believed to be enemy bases in the Iron Triangle, War Zone C, and War Zone D. These base areas were the destination for most of the supplies and men that came down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and it was these bases the Americans would have to attack if the Viet Cong were to be finally defeated. A key part of the American strategy was to stop the Viet Cong, replacing the men and supplies they lost in battle. The Commando Hunt bombing campaign was hitting the North Vietnamese transport system and the staging areas for troops infiltrating down to the south. During 1965, U.S. aircraft had flown 55,000 individual sorties over the north. In the South itself, the Americans meant to take over most of the fighting. The U.S. forces were better armed and trained than South Vietnamese government troops. They were much more mobile and had the backing of enormous firepower. Meanwhile, to the intense frustration of many South Vietnamese army commanders, government forces would deal mainly with local security. Only elite units would take part in offensive operations. In December 1965, Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese leadership ordered a change in the way the war in the South was to be fought. From now on, the Viet Cong would avoid pitched battles with the Americans unless the odds were clearly in their favor. There would be more hit-and-run attacks and ambushes. To counter the American buildup, Viet Cong recruitment would be stepped up, and more North Vietnamese army troops would be infiltrated into South Vietnam. The Vietnamese communists, following the example of Chinese guerrillas before them, had always given the highest priority to creating safe base areas. They were training grounds, logistic centers, and headquarters. They also offered secure sanctuaries for times when the war might go badly. Hiding the base areas had always been a high priority for the Viet Cong. Now, with American spotter planes everywhere, it was more vital than ever to protect them. In remote swamps or forests, there were few problems, but nearer the capital, it was much more difficult. The answer was to build enormous warrens of underground tunnels. The biggest were in the Iron Triangle and in the Cu Chi district, only 20 miles from Saigon. In the Cu Chi base area, any facility used by the guerrillas, like a conference room or training area, had almost instant access to the safety of underground. Hidden trapdoors led below, past guarded chambers to long passages. At regular intervals, branches led back to the surface and other secret entrances. Some openings were even concealed beneath the waters of streams or canals. At the deeper levels, there were chambers carved out for arms factories and a well for the base's water supply. There were storerooms for weapons and rice, and there was sometimes a hospital or forward aid station. Long communication tunnels connected the base with other distant complexes. Base kitchens were always near the surface, with long carved-out chimneys designed to diffuse cooking smoke and release it some distance away. Near the kitchens were the guerrillas' sleeping chambers, where they could survive for weeks at a time if need be. Everywhere on the top level, there were tunnels leading back upwards to hundreds of hidden firing posts for defense of the base. The base area at Cu Chi was a vast network with 200 miles of tunnels. There were other complexes too, big and small, scattered all over the country. Each villager in an NLF area had to dig a meter of tunnel a day. There was even a standard handbook specifying exactly how tunnels were to be built. The orders coming from NLF headquarters were absolutely clear. Tunnels were not to be treated as mere shelters. They were to be fighting bases, able to provide continuous support for troops. Even if the village was in enemy hands, the NLF beneath should still be fully capable of offensive operations. When Washington had decided to send American troops to fight the Viet Cong, the biggest question had been how many would be needed to win. Military planners accepted that to win a war against guerrillas, an army needed to outnumber them 10 or even 15 to 1. But American generals were now arguing that the Viet Cong was no longer a guerrilla force, but a conventional army of big units. Because U.S. commanders were confident they were not fighting a guerrilla war, they saw no need for a 10-to-1 superiority in forces. Against a regular army, 3-to-1 was usually considered enough. $400,000 U.S. troops, plus the South Vietnamese army, would be just sufficient to reach that target. The plan was to have most of the men in Vietnam by the end of 1966. The South Vietnamese Army had divided the country into 4 tactical zones, with an Army Corps in each. As American forces arrived, Military Assistance Command headquarters in Saigon assigned them to a Corps' tactical zone. By the end of 1965, the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force commanded 4 regiments in I Corps. The 1st Air Cavalry Division was in II Corps, along with a brigade of the 101st Airborne. The 1st Infantry Division and the 173rd Airborne were in III Corps. During 1966, the plan was to build up U.S. strength by 2 Marine regiments, 3 Army divisions, an armored cavalry regiment, and 2 light infantry brigades. The combat strength of Allied nations would also increase to 2 Korean divisions and a Marine brigade, an Australian task force, plus New Zealand and Philippine units. By late December 1965, almost 150,000 U.S. troops had arrived in Vietnam. The Air Force had over 500 aircraft at 8 bases. The huge scale of the buildup had placed an incredible strain on facilities and installations. There was a frenzy of building as Army and Navy engineers, along with American civilian contractors, improved airfields, bases, and roads. The most ambitious construction project of all was a gigantic port and logistics base at Cam Ranh Bay. The whole effort was to cost $100 million, but the new facility would quickly ease the pressure on Saigon's overloaded docks. By now, American supplies arriving in Vietnam by sea were topping 300,000 tons a month and rising fast. As the Cold War had produced one world crisis after another, the U.S. armed forces had been on a war footing almost continuously for 5 years. Budgets were generous, and all the services were superbly well equipped and trained. Many American officers and NCOs already had combat experience in Vietnam as military advisors. Most of the more senior personnel had fought in World War II and Korea. But for the enlisted men, many of whom were draftees, their training programs rarely prepared them for what was to come. Even to the best trained soldiers, the reality of arriving in Vietnam could come as a shock. The climate was exhausting, with extremes of heat and humidity. The Vietnamese people and their culture were totally unfamiliar. Many American soldiers were from U.S. cities, and the lives of Southeast Asian peasants were beyond anything they knew. But in spite of the strangeness of the world in which they had come to fight, at this stage morale was high amongst American troops in Vietnam. There was confidence in the Army's leadership, and most units had a strong sense of camaraderie. There was also the knowledge that a soldier's basic tour of duty was a finite 13 months and 14 days. While thousands of Americans were getting their first look at Vietnam, the South Vietnamese Army was in its 6th year of war. Most of the Army's 300,000 soldiers were reluctant conscripts. Many were underfed, and desertions were outstripping recruitment by 2,000 a month. As for the officers, corruption was rife, and many sold their units food and supplies. The most senior commanders had nearly all been appointed for their political and family connections. For years, the basic infantry weapon of the American soldier had been the M14 rifle. It was a dependable weapon, but was unstable when fired on full automatic. The M14 would stay in service with some units for a long time yet. But a new weapon was starting to reach the troops in Vietnam. The M16 was a light, compact assault rifle made of metal alloy and plastic. It was effective up to 400 yards and had a very high rate of fire. Although on paper the M16 seemed to offer the infantryman everything he could wish for in a rifle, the reality was very different on the battlefield. The M16 was prone to jamming, a nightmare for the soldier in a firefight. The problem was reduced by scrupulous cleaning, and later modifications would cure the problem completely. But in the meantime, many men viewed the M16 with deep mistrust. In an American infantry platoon, the most valued weapon of all was the M60 machine gun. The M60 could fire more than 100 rounds a minute and had a range of 1,000 yards. The gun was usually operated by a two-man crew, but it could also be fired from the hip. The M60 was extremely robust and well suited to the harsh conditions of battle in Vietnam. As well as the weapons they took with them into the field, American infantry could call on heavy fire support at any time. Ground attack aircraft could saturate the area with high explosives or napalm, while few operations were ever mounted out of range of friendly artillery. Unlike aircraft, guns were not affected by weather or visibility, and they were extremely accurate. The biggest American artillery pieces, the 175mm howitzers, could destroy a target at a range of 20 miles. By now, every infantry division depended heavily on helicopters to maneuver its forces on the battlefield and to carry supplies and heavy equipment. For the Army, the basic infantry transport helicopter was the UH-1 Huey. The men called it a slick because its frame was uncluttered by guns or rockets. The Huey was able to carry 11 soldiers and their equipment. For protection, each helicopter had a door gunner with an M60. As well as Hueys for transporting infantry and general supplies, there were Huey gunships for escort and assault. The gunships were armed with a formidable array of rockets, machine guns, and grenade launchers. By the end of 1965, the total strength of the NLF and North Vietnamese Army units in the South had grown to 206,000 men and women. Of these, 36,000 were main force NVA troops. The rest were regional and local guerrillas. The main force Viet Cong units were used to launch large-scale offensives over a wide area. They were uniformed, full-time soldiers. Regional forces were also full-time, but they operated inside their own districts. If necessary, their units could come together to make bigger formations for a large-scale attack. If enemy pressure became too great, they could break again down into smaller units and scatter. As for the local guerrillas based in the villages, their main job was political. They were a constant reminder of the armed presence of the Viet Cong and worked to increase local support. They were also expected to defend nearby installations like bunkers and tunnel complexes. Viet Cong forces were commanded by the Central Office for South Vietnam, near the Cambodian border. The NLF deployed 2 divisions, the 9th with 3 regiments and the 5th with 2. 4 more regiments were independent main force units. The NLF also controlled more than 40 local and regional battalions. Further north, all communist operations were run by the North Vietnamese Army. The NVA deployed 3 divisions and 9 independent regiments. In 1965, American aircraft made tens of thousands of bombing attacks against the Ho Chi Minh supply trail and on logistic centers in North Vietnam. In spite of their efforts, the Viet Cong were getting more weapons and reinforcements from the north than ever before. The average Viet Cong unit was now better armed than at any time in the movement's history. Although the guerrillas depended on the Ho Chi Minh Trail for arms, ammunition, and special equipment, 21 tons a day was enough to keep them fighting. Their other needs were met inside South Vietnam. To feed the troops, rice taxes were imposed on farmers, and every possible local resource was used and reused. Nothing was wasted. Even the American supplies and containers left behind on the battlefield were put to some military purpose. In the last 12 months, the Viet Cong had suffered terrible losses. 40,000 had been killed or captured in 1965. Yet the casualties had little effect on Viet Cong fighting strength. Losses in main force units were easily made up from the ranks of the local guerrillas. The biggest problem was the high casualty rate among officers. To replace these, the Viet Cong depended on trained men coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail from the north. One in 10 Viet Cong were now northern, and the Viet Cong was increasingly run by the northerners right down to the village level. By this time, most Viet Cong main force soldiers had fought for years and were highly skilled and motivated. Every attack was planned down to the last detail, using elaborate models and endless rehearsals. The troops were well trained in infantry tactics and night operations. They were also masters of camouflage. While main force troops thought of themselves as professional soldiers, local Viet Cong were far less confident. Mostly the recruits were young teenagers, and while many were motivated by idealism, others had been pressured or shamed into joining. What many had in common were real doubts about their ability to fight heavily armed and well-trained American soldiers. Most main force Viet Cong troops were now armed with a superb assault rifle. The AK-47 was a Russian design copied by the Chinese. It was comparable to the American M16, but it had fewer moving parts. The stock was wood, not plastic, and was far more reliable in Vietnam's testing conditions. The AK-47 also had the advantage of a 30-round magazine compared to the 20 of the American rifle. The Viet Cong had a range of effective Soviet and Chinese light and medium machine guns. They also had heavy machine guns, though never enough. The bigger weapons were especially valued for defense against American helicopters. For destroying armored vehicles or bunkers, the Viet Cong had highly effective rocket-propelled grenades and recoilless rifles. Mortars were also available in large numbers and had the advantage of being very easy to transport. Many weapons, including booby traps and mines, were homemade in the villages. The materials ranged from scavenged tin cans to discarded wire, but the most important ingredients were provided by the enemy. In a year, dud American bombs could leave more than 20,000 tons of explosives scattered around the Vietnamese countryside. After air raids, volunteers retrieved the duds, and the dangerous business of creating a new weapon began. In 1966, locally made devices would kill more than 1,000 American soldiers. For General Westmoreland, the close of 1965 marked the end of the defensive stage of the American war in Vietnam. In the coming year, he meant to complete his buildup. Then he would launch the full-scale offensives that would lead to final victory. The key to Westmoreland's strategy was that communist main force units would be destroyed in set-piece battles by concentrated American firepower. Westmoreland was confident the Viet Cong would stand and fight. But there were some signs that the Viet Cong might be changing their tactics. In the last weeks of 1965, the Viet Cong concentrated their attacks on poorly defended targets, like isolated outposts and remote towns. Strong South Vietnamese or American forces were making contact with big guerrilla units less and less often. At the same time, there were more sniping incidents and ambushes. As a result, while Viet Cong casualties went down, American and South Vietnamese army losses increased dramatically. There was even more disturbing news in store for American commanders as 1965 came to a close. Washington's Defense Intelligence Agency reported that the Rolling Thunder bombing campaign against North Vietnam was failing. After 10 months of increasingly fierce air attacks, the North showed no signs it was about to give up its support for the Viet Cong. Nor had the bombing staunched the flow of men and supplies to the guerrillas. That meant only one thing. The real contest was still to come on the battlefields of South Vietnam. For the Americans in South Vietnam, 1966 was to be a year of dramatic expansion. U.S. forces were planned to double to just under 430,000 men. While the buildup was going on, the priority was to secure key parts of the country. By far the most important was the capital, Saigon. Saigon was a teeming city of 2 million people. It was the seat of the South Vietnamese government and the location of South Vietnamese and American military headquarters. Above all, Saigon was the symbol of the South's independence from the Communist North. For the commanders of the Viet Cong guerrillas, the capital was the ultimate prize. The tens of thousands of Viet Cong, based within 50 miles of Saigon, were already drawing a noose tight around the city. Powerful guerrilla units were pushing right up to Saigon's doorstep. In the countryside around the city, traditional Viet Cong base areas had all the facilities the combat forces needed to prepare their attacks. Since American infantry units had first arrived, they had been trying to disrupt the guerrillas' activities around the capital. On January 8, 1966, they launched the most ambitious sweep yet. Operation Crimp deployed 8,000 troops, making it the biggest American operation of the war so far. Its aim was to capture the Viet Cong's headquarters for the whole Saigon area. The Viet Cong headquarters for Saigon was believed to be somewhere in the Cu Chi district, the communist stronghold barely 20 miles from the capital. The attack would be launched by the American 173rd Airborne Brigade, a battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment, and a brigade of the 1st Infantry Division. North of Cu Chi town was the disused Phil Hall rubber plantation and the forested area the Americans called the Hobo Woods. Beneath the whole district ran the massive Cu Chi tunnel complex, about which the Americans still knew almost nothing. In the tunnels were the Viet Cong's Cu Chi military headquarters, a signals intelligence unit, 2 hospitals, the Saigon political office, and the Saigon regional military headquarters, the one the Americans were looking for. As with every American search and destroy sweep, Operation Crimp began with massive airstrikes and artillery bombardments. NLF agents had, long before, warned that a big American operation was coming. Guerrilla commanders had already moved several thousand troops out of the Cu Chi area. Only 1,000 local guerrillas were left behind, mostly inexperienced teenagers. But with the tunnels to fight from, they were confident they could inflict serious casualties on the Americans. Right from the start, as the Americans attacked into the Hobo Woods, they faced rifle fire, grenades, and booby traps. NLF snipers opened up from hidden firing positions and within seconds vanished back into their tunnels. The Americans hardly ever saw the enemy who was firing at them. As the days went on, the Americans grew ever more frustrated and demoralized. Dozens of men were killed or injured. Every path seemed to lead to a trap. Only slowly did units begin to discover trenches and bunkers. They also found a handful of tunnel entrances. Still, no one had any idea of the sheer scale of the complex beneath their feet. Although the Khe Sanh guerrillas had suffered casualties, they had achieved their main objective. The tunnel complex and headquarters had survived virtually intact, as had the whole Viet Cong organization in the area. In late January 1966, only a few days after the end of Operation Crimp, troops of the 25th Infantry Division arrived at Khe Sanh. Their orders were to secure the area for the 25th's main base. The Americans succeeded in pushing out a perimeter using every ounce of firepower they could muster. But from the first day, they faced constant harassing attacks from the Khe Sanh guerrillas. For months, the 25th Infantry Division was plagued by mysterious gun and grenade incidents inside its camp. Slowly, to the horror of the Americans, it was discovered they came from tunnels dug under the base itself. They were eventually found and sealed. But the main tunnel complex, only a few miles away, would keep its secrets for years to come. In February 1966, the American 1st Infantry Division mounted 4 big search and destroy operations just north of Saigon. The result was disappointing. There were clashes with units from 2 Viet Cong regiments, but there were no major battles. What the 1st's commanders wanted was a set-piece fight with the most powerful and dangerous enemy force in the region, the 9th Viet Cong Division. The 9th was made up of veteran regiments and was constantly on the move. The division was now poised to launch its spring offensive. The communist leadership had ordered the Viet Cong to avoid head-on clashes with the Americans unless the odds were very favorable. But NLF leaders still meant to fight aggressively. General Tan, the energetic commander of the NLF, strongly believed that the soldier was more important than his weapons. Tan was certain that what the troops of the 9th lacked in hardware, they would make up for in revolutionary zeal. From the 9th Division's bases in War Zone C, 2 regiments headed into the Viet Cong strongholds of the Iron Triangle and War Zone D. At the same time, the 2nd Brigade of the American 1st Division was pushing into War Zone C, and the 3rd Brigade was moving into the Iron Triangle. The first clash came on March 5, 1966, when the whole 272nd Regiment attacked a battalion of the 3rd Brigade at Lo Khe. Intense U.S. air and artillery strikes drove off the attackers. 2 days later, the American 1st Brigade, with a battalion of the 173rd Airborne, swept into War Zone D. An entire Viet Cong regiment attacked the airborne's positions. Again, devastating U.S. artillery fire turned back the assault. In the March battles in the Iron Triangle and War Zone D, skillfully directed American firepower had averted disaster. Hundreds of Viet Cong had been killed by artillery and airstrikes. However, to the intense frustration of U.S. commanders, after the fights, the Viet Cong regiments had simply melted away. During the weeks that followed, the Americans kept up the tempo of search and destroy operations in front of Saigon. Commanders were determined to make contact with the enemy. In late April, they launched a major operation into War Zone C to try and find the Viet Cong 9th Division. Operation Birmingham lasted for 3 weeks. More than 5,000 American troops of the 1st Infantry Division took part. They were backed by huge numbers of helicopters and armored vehicles. Although there were hundreds of vicious small-scale actions fought by platoons and squads on both sides, the big battles the Americans hoped for never did materialize. In 3 weeks, only 100 Viet Cong were killed. Most disturbing of all for American commanders, most of the fighting that had happened had been started by the Viet Cong at the time and place they chose. From the start, the Vietnamese had followed the 7 principles of guerrilla warfare laid down by the Chinese leader Mao Zedong. To these, General Giap had added 4 more steps. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If he halts, we harass. If he avoids battle, we attack. If he retreats, we follow. Almost every search and destroy operation the Americans had launched had been met with Giap's tactics. The places the Americans were most likely to land their helicopters were set up for ambushes. Trails were quickly booby-trapped and mined, and snipers left in place. If the Americans did stumble onto a big NLF unit, the chances were it was occupying prepared fortifications with tunnels, bunkers, and trenches. It was when the Americans set up a defensive perimeter for the night or created artillery fire bases, as they did during every operation, that the Viet Cong would attack in strength. Always, the guerrillas had a plan for breaking off the battle if the opposition got too tough. At first, American tactics had been totally unsuited to dealing with a skilled guerrilla enemy. With hard-won experience, that was changing. Commanders learned that helicopter landings had to be fast and aggressive. Sergeants taught their men not to bunch up, but to stay spread out. Otherwise, a machine gun or a mortar round could kill several men at once. When camp was made, perimeter defenses had to be strong, with clear fields of fire all around. Above all, American soldiers learned they had to be vigilant at all times. By mid-1966, the U.S. Commander General Westmoreland was getting more and more impatient. His whole strategy depended on causing the enemy to lose men and equipment faster than they could be replaced. For that, Westmoreland needed big battles. He ordered the 1st Division to make more substantial contact with the Viet Cong. Most of the battles that did happen were started not by the Americans, but by the NLF 9th Division. Route 13, linking Saigon to the Cambodian border, was the site for major ambushes. In some, the guerrillas struck with 1,000 troops at a time. In one attack after another on Route 13, U.S. tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed. On June 30th, 1966, a major battle nearly ended in complete disaster for the Americans. It was fiercely effective air and artillery support that saved the day. Soon after the battles, the whole NLF 9th Division moved back into its most impenetrable base areas. Some crossed over into Cambodia. There, General Tan meant to rebuild the division for a new campaign in November, the start of the next dry season. In the past year, the strength of the North Vietnamese regular army inside the South had risen to upwards of 60,000 men. Of these, 10,000 were concentrated in the remote Central Highlands. It was this area that General Giap, the North Vietnamese army commander, saw as a killing zone, a battlefield on which enormous casualties could be inflicted on the enemy. Giap believed that the forests and mountains of the Central Highlands were especially well suited to big military operations. Whole regiments could be hidden, and the highland weather could be relied on to disrupt American air power. The troops would also be close to supplies and reinforcements across the Cambodian border. As fighting units, the NVA were tough, well-disciplined, and well-trained. For months, they had been constantly on the offensive. Their main target was the South Vietnamese Army, but isolated American Special Forces camps were also hit. Increasingly, attacks were carried out by units up to 2,000 strong. The North Vietnamese Army units in the central highlands of Vietnam were part of a strategy meant to keep the Americans off balance. There were powerful NVA divisions on the demilitarized zone, separating North and South Vietnam. And there were the NLF regiments opposite Saigon. Communist forces could present the Americans with a challenge in any of the three areas and force them to react. By the middle of 1966, North Vietnamese units crossing the demilitarized zone had successfully drawn the U.S. Marines north. In the highlands, the NVA 24th Regiment had engaged elements of the 101st Airborne Division. The 1st NVA Division had pulled a U.S. infantry brigade and the 1st Air Cavalry towards the Cambodian border. The Americans in the Central Highlands did succeed in inflicting thousands of casualties on the North Vietnamese Army. But in some of the most arduous fighting country in Vietnam, the Americans found it impossible to trap large enemy units. Time after time, they succeeded in slipping through the net. Although the American military were killing 5 North Vietnamese soldiers for every one of their own losses, Northern commanders were still confident. General Giap was sure that his forces could stay on the offensive and take heavy casualties as long as there were no dramatic defeats. The manpower potential of North Vietnam had barely been tapped. From the start of its war in Vietnam, the U.S. Army had found the conflict to be unlike any other. As Viet Cong attacks proved every day, there was no front line. Each side controlled only the territory immediately around its positions or its bases. The Army was calling it area war. Area war meant that the roads linking U.S. bases to other units and to their supply depots were never completely secure. Viet Cong's strategy was to try and isolate American forces and to pin down large numbers of U.S. troops on base and road defense. That way, there would be fewer men available for offensive operations. The supply lifelines for the 25th and the 1st U.S. Infantry Divisions were the roads linking their major bases to Saigon, Bien Hoa Air Base, and Long Binh, the biggest supply depot in Vietnam. The roads were constantly patrolled by armored vehicles and aircraft. In August 1966, the 25th Division was tasked with clearing the way for a new American unit, the 196th Light Infantry Brigade. The 196th was to be based at Ta Ninh to secure Route 22, running through the NLF base area of War Zone C. By October 1966, the NLF 9th Division had almost recovered from the battles of the previous July. Its losses in men and equipment had been replaced by supplies and reinforcements sent down the Ho Chi Minh Trail from North Vietnam. With the dry season coming, the 9th was busy in War Zone C preparing for its next offensive. The renewed activity of the 9th Division did not pass unnoticed by the Americans. Special Forces units mounted an intense reconnaissance effort deep inside Viet Cong territory. The reports they brought back seemed to show that the 9th's next target might be the Special Forces' own base camp, northeast of Tay Ninh City. American commanders were determined to disrupt the Viet Cong's plans. The 196th Brigade was ordered to mount aggressive search and destroy sweeps near the Special Forces camp area. The sweeps, starting on September 14, 1966, were codenamed Operation Attleboro. Operation Attleboro was launched by the 196th Light Infantry Brigade together with 22,000 South Vietnamese soldiers and GIs from the 1st, 4th, and 25th Infantry Divisions. Almost at once, huge supply caches belonging to the NLF 9th Division were found by the Americans south of the Michelin rubber plantation. It was believed the NLF were somewhere between the plantation and the American Special Forces base at Suy Da. While one battalion made a helicopter landing, the other battalions pushed towards it on foot. When the landing zone was ambushed, both sides sent thousands of reinforcements rushing to the area. By the following day, full-scale battles were raging. In the first days of Operation Attleboro, almost every fresh American unit sent in was ambushed. Nor were the Americans safe behind the defensive perimeters of their nighttime camps. NLF units struck with thousands of men at a time and came close to wiping out whole American formations. It was intense air and artillery support that, in the end, as in so many battles, saved the Americans from disaster. Even then, many of the NLF battalions were attacking out of bunkers, trench lines, and tunnels, and were sometimes able to withstand the most punishing bombardments. The inexperience of the 196th was also telling. Tactical coordination between the brigade's units was poor. Although the situation was desperate, American commanders in Saigon also saw a major opportunity. Attleboro might be a chance to fight the kind of big battle they had been looking for. The 1st Infantry Division raced 2 brigades to the area, and unit after unit was piled on. The 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, only just arrived in Vietnam, was also thrown into the battle. Within days, there were 22,000 American troops in the Attleboro area. The massive buildup of American forces was the NLF's cue to disengage. Although fierce firefights continued wherever the two sides came into contact, the 9th Division began to withdraw. Its big units broke down into smaller groups and slipped away towards Cambodia, where the Americans were forbidden to follow. In Operation Attleboro, the Americans had failed to destroy the 9th Division in an all-out battle. On the other hand, in 6 weeks, more than 1,000 NLF had been killed, for the loss of 155 American dead and fewer than 800 wounded. U.S. troops had captured a massive amount of enemy stores and documents, and Viet Cong plans for the coming months had been badly disrupted. By the end of 1966, American forces in Vietnam had grown to 385,000 men, plus another 60,000 sailors off Vietnam shores. As the force levels had risen, so too had the casualties. The year had seen more than 6,000 Americans killed and 30,000 wounded. The biggest problem for American commanders was that their timetable was slipping badly. By now, the Viet Cong should be losing men faster than they could be replaced. General Westmoreland had to concede that U.S. forces had come nowhere near achieving that goal. An estimated 61,000 Viet Cong had been killed in the past year, yet their troops had gone up to more than 280,000. Part of the problem was that the American bombing campaign against North Vietnam and its supply routes to the south was still failing. More men and materials were reaching the guerrillas than ever before. The Viet Cong had also stepped up their recruiting. There was one cause for optimism on the American side. Operation Attleboro had seemed to show the Viet Cong would fight if their base areas were threatened. The latest plan was to go back into War Zone C with even greater forces. But first the Americans wanted to solve an immediate problem. The districts just in front of Saigon, the Iron Triangle and Cu Chi, were still major Viet Cong strongholds. The American plan was to attack into the Iron Triangle with more than 2 divisions. The guerrillas would be trapped in their own base areas and annihilated. At the same time, another attempt would be made to capture the Viet Cong Saigon military headquarters. The whole area would then be systematically destroyed. Before the attack, American aircraft dropped 20,000 leaflets telling the population to leave at once. The Iron Triangle was an area of 60 square miles lying between the Saigon River and Route 13, with the village of Ben Suc on its western side. A major Viet Cong tunnel complex ran under the whole district. The 272nd Regiment of the NLF was operating there, along with 2 battalions of NLF Main Force, 2 independent NLF battalions, and the Phu Loi Battalion. But on the eve of the American offensive, most troops were withdrawn. Only local NLF companies were left to defend important installations. The American plan for Operation Cedar Falls was that the 25th Infantry Division and other units would occupy blocking positions on the western side of the Saigon River, forming an anvil. The 1st Division and the 173rd Airborne Brigade would assault from the north and the east, with the battalion landing at the village of Ben Suc. Meanwhile, the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment would act as the hammer, smashing through the center of the triangle. Operation Cedar Falls opened with 4 days of attacks by B-52 bombers. Artillery and airstrikes followed, and a wall of fire was laid down to cut off the NLF's retreat. On January 8, 1967, 16,000 U.S. and 14,000 South Vietnamese Army troops moved out of their bases in fleets of helicopters, armored personnel carriers, trucks, and boats. In the first hours of Operation Cedar Falls, the village of Ben Suc had been captured with barely a shot fired. The local company of 100 NLF fighters had been taken completely by surprise. As the village's 6,000 inhabitants were rounded up for interrogation, bulldozers began to level every building in sight. The American operation to smash the Iron Triangle lasted 19 days. With only local Viet Cong left to defend the area, and most of those hidden in tunnels, there was almost no heavy fighting. American losses were 72 killed and 337 wounded, mostly to snipers and booby traps. In Ben Suc and in the Tan Dien forest, the Americans uncovered dozens of tunnel entrances. By now, they were better prepared. Specialists, known as tunnel rats, had trained to go down tunnels and explore. In the cramped spaces underground, they faced gunfire, booby traps, and mines. The problem was, there were only a handful of tunnel rats, and the complexes were enormous. Whenever tunnels were found, the Americans made determined efforts to destroy them. Demolition charges, explosive gas, and flooding were all tried. Riot control agents were pumped in to try and force the Viet Cong to come out. Nothing really worked. The tunnels were designed so that neither gas nor water could penetrate far. The Americans had discovered only a small number of the Viet Cong installations hidden in the Iron Triangle. But those they did find yielded astonishing quantities of material. There was enough rice to feed 13,000 guerrillas for a year, along with over 7,000 uniforms, a huge underground hospital, and over a ton of medicine. 500,000 documents were discovered, including detailed maps of air bases and the private addresses of Americans in Saigon. Some U.S. commanders immediately hailed Cedar Falls as a major success. Westmoreland was much more cautious. The main NLF military headquarters had not been found. Neither had any sizable enemy unit been brought to battle and destroyed. In the end, 720 Viet Cong had been killed for the loss of 72 Americans. One aim of Operation Cedar Falls was achieved. The Iron Triangle was completely and utterly destroyed. After its inhabitants were moved out to refugee camps, the district was turned into an uninhabitable wasteland. Huge Rome plows cut 20-foot wide avenues crisscrossing the forest to make any movement instantly visible from the air. These massive machines could plow the tallest trees into the ground. 60 square miles of forest near Saigon were plowed under in the Iron Triangle. Afterwards, Operation Ranch Hand aircraft sprayed lethal defoliants to destroy the jungle cover and make it impossible to grow crops. After the Americans had pulled out, almost the whole of the Iron Triangle was designated a free fire zone. Artillery or bombs could be rained down at will, and anyone that moved could be attacked from the air. Yet to the astonishment of the Americans, within weeks of Operation Cedar Falls, the Viet Cong were active again in the Iron Triangle. By mid-February 1967, American commanders had again turned their attention to War Zone C and the NLF's 9th Division. The new offensive was codenamed Junction City. Westmoreland had ordered his commanders to think big, and they had planned the most ambitious search and destroy operation of the war so far. 30,000 American troops would take part, together with 5,000 men from the South Vietnamese Army. The main targets of Operation Junction City were the Viet Cong's biggest base areas and their main military headquarters for South Vietnam. This was known as the Central Office for South Vietnam, or Khe Sanh. However, Khe Sanh never existed as a place. In reality, the military and political leadership of the Viet Cong were always mobile. The Viet Cong base areas of War Zone C held the 9th Division's 3 regiments, a regiment of the NLF's new 5th Division, and 2 North Vietnamese Army regiments, altogether more than 10,000 troops. there were also thousands more local Viet Cong scattered throughout the region. Operation Junction City called for 2 American brigades to block the Viet Cong's escape to the west over the Cambodian border. 2 more would block to the east. Infantry and airborne forces would close off the north by helicopter and parachute landing, forming a giant horseshoe. Armored cavalry and infantry brigades would then sweep northwards, overrunning all enemy units in their path. In the second phase of Junction City, a series of special forces camps would be built, along with a bridge over the Saigon River, and operations would shift to the east. By February 21st, 1967, the Americans were ready to launch Junction City. The blocking forces to the west and the east were in place. All that remained was to insert the northern force. In one of the largest air-mobile assaults ever, 240 helicopters swept over Thanh Ninh province. Fighter bombers and helicopter gunships hammered the landing zones. Within hours, 2,000 troops were deep inside Viet Cong territory. At the same time, in the first parachute drop of the Vietnam War, nearly 800 men of the 173rd Airborne completed the American Horseshoe. The day after the massed air-mobile landings, infantry and mechanized units began pushing north into the Horseshoe. The terrain was dense forest. The whole area was riddled with Viet Cong fortifications, tunnels, and bunkers. Although there were scattered firefights, and the Americans lost men to snipers and booby traps, there were few big actions. Often, guerrilla installations were found abandoned. The battles that did happen were started by the Viet Cong. Powerful units twice attacked elements of the 1st Infantry Division at Prek Lok. Furious American bombing and artillery fire drove off the assaults. Because the Viet Cong had begun the battles, they were also able to break off the fight whenever they chose. Nor were the American blocking forces able to trap them and make them fight. The dense vegetation meant the guerrilla battalions could break down into platoons and filter through American lines. By now, the Viet Cong military leadership the Americans were searching for had also slipped away, across the border into neutral Cambodia. The second phase of Operation Junction City centered around the building of the Saigon River Bridge and the Special Forces camp at An Lac. Convoys of trucks shuttled up and down Route 13 with building materials. For defense, artillery fire bases, including Fire Support Base 20, were scattered along the road. Firebase Gold and Landing Zone George were created for search and destroy sweeps. Starting on the night of March 18, 1967, each of the 3 regiments of the NLF 9th Division attacked in full strength, 1,000 men at a time. Each attack was driven off by overwhelming American air and artillery fire. Viet Cong losses were heavy, but the regiments escaped complete destruction. Operation Junction City lasted 72 days. By its end in May 1967, this operation, coupled with the Cedar Falls Offensive, had cost 282 American lives and 1,500 wounded. Nearly 3,000 Viet Cong had been killed. Guerrilla bases had also been overrun and installations destroyed. American troops had captured large quantities of stores, equipment, and weapons. Although some American commanders hailed Junction City as a turning point in the war, the operation was barely over before doubts began to surface. Like Attleboro and Cedar Falls before it, Junction City had inflicted casualties, but there had been no great battles of annihilation. The Viet Cong's regiments were bruised, but still intact. Nor did the Americans or the South Vietnamese Army have the forces to occupy the area indefinitely. As soon as they had gone, the Viet Cong regiments returned to rebuild their base areas and reclaim War Zone C. In July 1967, the U.S. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara flew to Saigon to discuss strategy with American and South Vietnamese leaders and officials. By now, the Viet Cong's big units were supposed to be smashed. Instead, Viet Cong numbers were still growing, and there was no sign the enemy was about to give up the fight. McNamara had already recommended an increase in U.S. troop strength to more than 500,000 men. But now, he doubted even that would produce victory soon. Back in Washington, McNamara advised President Johnson to plan for a long war in Vietnam. There should be less emphasis on battlefield victories. More attention should be paid to long-term measures, like helping the South Vietnamese government win control of the villages. Meanwhile, the cost of the war in casualties and dollars should be kept down in case the American public lost patience. In the summer of 1967, just as the Americans resigned themselves to a long war, the Vietnamese communists changed their strategy. For 2 years, the Viet Cong had been patient, content to inflict casualties and keep on fighting. Now, they meant to risk an all-out offensive. In 1968, they planned to leave their tunnels and bunkers and win the war in open battle. In January 1968, NLF guerrillas, backed by North Vietnamese troops, launched a full-scale offensive against the cities and towns of the South. For 2 years, they had been cautious, avoiding big battles. But at Tet, the Vietnamese New Year, they staked everything on one all-out bid for victory. The Tet Offensive was one of the most stunning surprise attacks ever launched by an army. More than 80,000 guerrillas and North Vietnamese troops were thrown against the forces of the South Vietnamese government and their American allies. The battles were on a scale which no one had imagined the Viet Cong could achieve. The fighting even spilled into the American embassy in Saigon. The Tet Offensive turned into a military catastrophe for the Viet Cong. In clashes of shocking violence, the guerrillas lost most of their best fighters. But in one of the greatest ironies in the history of war, the Viet Cong's military defeat turned into a political victory. It was a victory that would change the whole course of the war in Vietnam. American forces in South Vietnam had spent 1966 massively building up their numbers. Men and supplies poured in. Bases, airfields, and port facilities were expanded at a frantic pace. By the start of 1967, the Americans had 389,000 troops and were ready to go on the offensive. The American aim was to defeat the NVA and NLF force by now numbering nearly 128,000. For 7 years, the NLF had been fighting to overthrow the government of South Vietnam and reunite the South with the North. The North was backing them with supplies and men, and had sent units of the North Vietnamese army to fight inside the South. American commanders wanted to take on the enemy's big units, the battalions and regiments. If U.S. forces could destroy them faster than they could be replaced, the war would soon be over. In fact, the American strategy had quickly run into trouble. After early battles in which enemy regiments had suffered heavy casualties, they had avoided head-on clashes. Instead, the Viet Cong meant to stick to hit and run and ambush. The Viet Cong's tactics caused American casualties to rise sharply. Instead of big battles, there were snipers, booby traps, and surprise attacks. The Americans grew increasingly frustrated as they mounted countless search and destroy operations, took casualties, and still failed to find important guerrilla units. The commander of American forces in Vietnam, General William C. Westmoreland, was determined to make the Viet Cong fight big battles. Only then could superior American firepower be used to the full. One answer, Westmoreland believed, might be to attack in force into the Viet Cong's traditional base areas. These, he was sure the Viet Cong would fight to defend. By 1967, there were strong American Marine forces based in the heavily populated coastal areas of northern South Vietnam. In the Central Highlands, there were Army units, including the Air Cavalry Division. However, the greatest concentration of U.S. Army strength was in the Saigon area, and it was there, between the capital and the Cambodian border, that the Americans launched their biggest operations. The Viet Cong base areas targeted by the Americans were the Iron Triangle, only 20 miles from the capital Saigon, and War Zone C, near the Cambodian border. Along with War Zone D, these areas held strong NLF regional forces and the elite 9th Division. Supplied down the Ho Chi Minh Trail from North Vietnam, the bases were springboards for attacks in and around Saigon. In January 1967, the Americans launched Operation Cedar Falls into the Iron Triangle. Between February and May, Operation Junction City swept War Zone C. In Cedar Falls and Junction City, up to 25,000 Americans and South Vietnamese Army troops swept through the NLF's base areas. There were hundreds of firefights and several major NLF attacks with assaults by thousands of guerrillas. But the Americans never did succeed in trapping any of the big units. The Viet Cong regiments melted away into forests and swamps or over the border into Cambodia, where the Americans were forbidden to follow. Even though U.S. commanders had failed to provoke the big battles they wanted, they were more optimistic than before. They had done massive damage to the Viet Cong's installations and had captured huge amounts of supplies. Cedar Falls and Junction City alone had killed nearly 3,000 guerrillas. U.S. forces had also blunted an enemy initiative further north, where the war was between the Americans and the North Vietnamese Army. North and South Vietnam were separated by a demilitarized zone, inside which troops were not supposed to operate. South of the zone, the American defense against the North Vietnamese Army was a string of fire bases: Khe Sanh, the Rock Pile, Camp Carroll, Cam Lo and Dong Ha along Route 9, and the newly built Con Thien and Dieu Linh. All were controlled by Special Forces units and later the 3rd Marine Division, which constantly swept the surrounding area. Between January and May 1967, 2 North Vietnamese divisions operating out of the DMZ launched heavy bombardments of these bases. Ground assaults at Con Thien and Khe Sanh were only driven off after massive aerial bombardments. Afterwards, the Marines continued to patrol aggressively. The increased North Vietnamese activity on the DMZ triggered an American plan to reinforce the whole area. More Marines were moved up, and Army units were redeployed from other parts of South Vietnam. Meanwhile, in the Central Highlands, the Americans intercepted North Vietnamese Army units moving in from Cambodia. In late May 1967, there were 9 days of continuous battles which left hundreds of North Vietnamese soldiers dead. While American ground operations were piling on the pressure in the first half of 1967, the U.S. air campaign against North Vietnam had also been stepped up. The aim of the bombing was to force the North to stop supporting the war. In fact, the bombing and the massive ground assaults were having exactly the opposite effect. Far from giving up, North Vietnam was preparing to unleash the biggest offensive of the war so far. Time and again, Ho Chi Minh, the aging North Vietnamese president, had proclaimed that the Vietnamese people were prepared to fight for 20 years. He insisted they would pay any price to reunite Vietnam and drive out the Americans. Privately, however, Ho and most of the Hanoi leadership had come to believe that the war could not go on in the same way for much longer. The problem was not just the casualty rate in the South, estimated by the Americans to be at least 5,000 troops dead every month. Such losses could be sustained for a long time yet. The biggest fear was that the safe base areas in Laos and Cambodia, or perhaps even in the North itself, might soon be invaded by the Americans. There were also worries about how well the morale of the population would stand up to a bombing campaign that might go on for years. The North's leaders foresaw that they might have to negotiate with the Americans sooner or later. But before that happened, they were determined to make one more attempt to win the war on the battlefield. In July 1967, the Politburo, led by Party First Secretary Le Duan, proposed an all-out offensive in South Vietnam timed for early 1968. Up to recently, command of the war effort in the south had been divided between General Giap, who controlled the North Vietnamese Army's campaigns, and General Tan, who ran the war further south. And there had been disagreement between them about the planned offensive. But just as preparations got underway, General Tan died of heart disease in a Hanoi hospital. For years afterward, it was thought in the West that he died as the result of an American bombing raid on his southern headquarters. As well as the loss of a charismatic leader and the shock to the Viet Cong's command, it was an ironic turn. Now Giap was solely responsible for planning the entire campaign. Since he had first dispatched combat troops to South Vietnam, the U.S. President Lyndon Baines Johnson had been determined to limit the war's impact on the American people. He had refused to call up the reserves and had never pushed for any formal declaration of war by Congress. Despite mounting casualties, the U.S. never officially declared war on Vietnam. Up to now, Johnson's approach had seemed to pay off. There was some anti-war feeling, but nothing so serious as to threaten the president's policy. However, the toll of American combat casualties, now running at more than 6,000 killed, wounded, and missing every month, was hardening opposition. The draft call had been increased, yet so far no real attempt had been made to get the American public's support for the war or its aims. Divisions were beginning to open up between the president's military and civilian advisors. The Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted more damaging targets for the bombing campaign against the North. A widening of the ground campaign into Laos, Cambodia, and possibly North Vietnam, and a big increase in troop levels. On the other hand, the Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, strongly opposed escalating the war. McNamara believed that widening the conflict would run a real risk of drawing in Communist China or the Soviet Union. He also believed that the war might be a long one, and that if the American people were to support it, the cost would have to be kept down. That meant no wider war and a big effort to prepare the South Vietnamese army to take over more of the fighting. In the face of contradictory advice from his military and civilian advisors, President Johnson's reaction was to compromise. The bombing war would be intensified to include a whole range of targets which would hit the North Vietnamese war effort hard. On the other hand, there would be no expansion of the ground war. The Army would get fewer than 50,000 extra men, and the reserves would not be called up. On September 29, 1967, President Johnson took a step closer to those advisors who were arguing against escalating the war. At San Antonio, Texas, Johnson declared that the U.S. would stop bombing North Vietnam if Hanoi promised not to take advantage of the ceasefire. There was no response from Northern leaders. The Great Offensive, meant to change the course of the war, was to begin with full-scale Viet Cong attacks on cities, headquarters, and radio stations all over South Vietnam. The shock of the offensive would cause the South Vietnamese army to collapse. Government troops would be encouraged to mutiny, and some might even be persuaded to turn their guns on the Americans. At the same time as the military offensive, the signal would go out for a nationwide uprising by the people of South Vietnam. It would be led by the secret youth leagues and workers' groups already in place in the cities. The government would be overthrown, and a new NLF-led regime would call for the Americans to leave. NLF planners believed that with the world looking on, the Americans would have little alternative but to go. The success of the general offensive depended on the Viet Cong avoiding the overwhelming firepower of American forces. Fortunately, the cities and towns were garrisoned by the much less formidable South Vietnamese army. Still, General Giap meant to take no chances. Large numbers of American troops would be drawn away from the populated areas by carefully planned diversions. In the last months of 1967, the North Vietnamese army meant to attack government troops at Song Bay and the American base at Dak To. The U.S. Marine outpost at Con Thien would also be hit, and forces would be massed around Khe Sanh. An elite NLF regiment would also hit the South Vietnamese army garrison at Loc Ninh. The attacks near South Vietnam's borders would draw American forces away from their main base areas and deep into the interior. The general offensive and uprising would then begin. The Viet Cong would attack the national capital, Saigon, most of the country's 44 provincial capitals, and over 100 other towns. The last phase would happen at Khe Sanh. There, the NVA would win a major victory over the United States in a huge set-piece battle that would destroy the American will to carry on the war. General Giap was sure that surprise would be the key to a successful offensive. His plan was to choose the one time when no attacks would be expected, the New Year festival of Tet. In previous years, an informal ceasefire over the holiday had seen vast numbers of South Vietnamese army troops on leave, celebrating with their families. Although an attack during Tet would be deeply offensive to much of the population, it would be certain to catch the enemy totally unprepared. Now that Washington had refused to widen the ground war, General Westmoreland was forced to carry on trying to win in the same way as before. His forces would continue to mount relentless offensives meant to cause the guerrillas such losses they would have to give up. Meanwhile, there was another war to be fought too. The NLF still controlled a quarter of the villages in Vietnam. Attempts by the South Vietnamese government to get back control of the rural areas had been going on for years. Various pacification programs had tried to win the people's support and root out the NLF political organization. The campaign had failed dismally, in part because it was poorly coordinated with the American war in the field, and because successive Saigon regimes and the CIA had alienated the people with thousands of assassinations of suspected NLF sympathizers. It was also in this year that the Phoenix program of assassinations began. Washington was now insisting that the two efforts, pacification and the bigger war, had to be pulled together to make one grand strategy. American military planners had always seen the main force Viet Cong in the interior of South Vietnam as the biggest danger. They threatened the populated areas with attack, and the Americans believed they supplied men, food, and weapons to the local guerrilla units. In the new plan, the American role would still be to keep main force Viet Cong away from the populated areas. However, there would now be more emphasis on what happened behind the American shield. The village guerrillas would be driven out by the South Vietnamese army and militia. Local security would be strengthened and pacified areas would spread out until they encompassed most of the populated regions of South Vietnam. American strategists were convinced that if the U.S. military effort and the government's pacification program could be made to work together, they could win the war against the Viet Cong. To succeed, they would have to get the cooperation of sometimes skeptical military commanders. They would also have to do something about the huge number of different American agencies supporting pacification projects. All American support for pacification and its multi-million-dollar budget was now placed under one man. Robert Comer was given the rank of ambassador, equal to a four-star general, and made Westmoreland's deputy. Everyone knew that Comer faced an enormous task, but in Saigon and Washington there was real optimism. It looked like the United States at last had a strategy that could deliver a solid victory in Vietnam. For the Tet Offensive, North Vietnamese leaders had decided to rely on Viet Cong guerrillas for most of the fighting, rather than the regular army. They believed that the people of the South would be more likely to join the revolt if the offensive was led by Southerners. It would also reassure the NLF leadership inside the South, who had a real fear that their role in the war would be taken over by Hanoi. By late 1967, the NLF and the North Vietnamese Army together fielded 128,000 main force troops in South Vietnam, most of them in 152 infantry battalions. There were also hundreds of thousands of regional and local guerrillas, male and female, who would play a major part in the Tet Offensive. Although the Americans believed that local Viet Cong guerrillas in the villages were supplied and supported by the main force units, the opposite was usually the case. It was the village guerrillas who supported the main force battalions. They collected rice taxes from the local farmers, built up supplies, and provided scouts and screening forces for the big units. All communist military forces in the southern part of South Vietnam were controlled through the Viet Cong's mobile headquarters, the Central Office for South Vietnam. Operations further north were commanded from a North Vietnamese Army headquarters inside the demilitarized zone. For the Tet Offensive, the NVA would deploy elements of the 341st Division, supported by Viet Cong sapper battalions just below the demilitarized zone. 3 more divisions and a regiment would be deployed around the U.S. Marine base at Khe Sanh. Further south, 2 divisions, supported by Viet Cong sappers and artillery units, were spread out along the coast, and another was deployed in the Central Highlands. The Viet Cong fielded 3 formations of divisional strength, all within 75 miles of Saigon. Countrywide, they also had 30 independent main force battalions and more than 60 regional and local battalions. Altogether, the equivalent of 10 divisions. During 1967, American fighter bombers would fly 53,000 attack sorties against the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Their aim was to cut off the flow of forces and weapons from the north to the southern guerrillas. In spite of the massive scale of the bombing campaign, it was having little real impact on the Viet Cong's buildup for the Tet Offensive. The area the bombers had to cover was vast, and the Viet Cong were experts at camouflage. In the month of July 1967, 480 trucks made the long and arduous journey from North Vietnam to the south. By the end of the year, traffic would soar to 3,000 trucks a month. In fact, on the eve of the offensive, many Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army units would have a surplus of modern weapons and equipment. The North Vietnamese Army and most Viet Cong guerrillas were well equipped with light infantry weapons, including the superb AK-47 Kalashnikov assault rifle. They also had a range of medium and heavy machine guns. Because American aircraft were always on the prowl, almost everything had to be carried by porters, often at night. That meant the most valuable weapons were those that had the hitting power but could still be transported easily. The Soviet-made rocket-propelled grenade launcher, the RPG-2, and its replacement, the RPG-7, were lightweight and highly effective against armor and bunkers. Designed to be fired by one man, the rocket had a range of more than 500 meters. For much longer ranges, the Chinese 75mm recoilless rifle, the Type 52, was an accurate and powerful weapon. It was able to fire high-explosive shells over 6,600 meters. And with a high-explosive armor-piercing shell, it was effective against armor at up to 800 meters. Its big disadvantage was that if its crew needed to move fast, it was a cumbersome weapon to manhandle. In the rugged terrain of South Vietnam, mortars were by far the most useful of all heavy weapons. The NLF and the North Vietnamese Army had thousands, and they were the perfect combination of hitting power, range, and portability. Although Viet Cong forces in the South were estimated by the Americans to have lost more than 60,000 men in 1967, they had still managed to keep up their overall numbers. Thousands of North Vietnamese Army troops had been sent down the Ho Chi Minh Trail to join the guerrillas, and they now accounted for more than 1 in 5 Viet Cong. The guerrillas also operated a draft in the villages. Because men younger than 20 were not called up by the South Vietnamese Army, most teenagers were still at home and made up a huge pool of potential recruits. Local NLF guerrillas were given only a basic minimum of infantry training. Later on, though, if they were recruited to a main force unit, they could get up to a month of advanced instruction. There were also dozens of training centers spread all over South Vietnam, running long courses for squad and platoon leaders, operators of crew-served weapons, and radio men. To make sure the guerrillas understood what they were fighting for, all training courses included political instruction. Most Viet Cong attacks planned for the Tet Offensive were to be led by elite sapper commandos. Their job would be to launch the initial assaults, blasting their way into enemy headquarters and bases. Most sappers were part of well-trained main force battalions, but for Tet, the Viet Cong would also heavily rely on local sapper units, men and women recruited inside the cities. Many drove pedicabs, cyclos, and taxis, or were chauffeurs and delivery men, and knew their way around the streets like no one else could. During the year, as casualties had mounted under the intense pressure of the American onslaught, the morale of the Viet Cong had suffered badly. But news of the planned general offensive quickly revived the confidence of the guerrillas. Political officers worked hard to persuade the troops that the campaign would bring the victory they had fought so long to win. In the run-up to Tet, the rate of desertion from Viet Cong units fell away almost to nothing. By late 1967, there were almost 500,000 American military personnel in South Vietnam. Of these, only 1 in 7 were combat troops. The rest were the support personnel needed to run a military machine that relied on high-tech weaponry and consumed vast amounts of supplies. By now, American forces in Vietnam were expending 45,000 tons of ammunition and burning 60 million gallons of fuel every month. Almost everything came from the United States, and when it arrived in Vietnam, there was a massive problem of storage and distribution. Huge numbers of men were tied up just handling the supply traffic. Protecting the dozens of big American installations scattered all over the country and securing major road links was another enormous drain on manpower. During 1967, the new American emphasis on pacification had led to more attention than ever being paid to improving the South Vietnamese armed forces. The armed forces now numbered more than 340,000 soldiers, and there were also nearly 300,000 regional troops and other militia. The South Vietnamese also had a small navy for coastal and river patrols and an increasingly effective air force. Its pilots were now flying a quarter of all combat sorties inside South Vietnam. The South Vietnamese Army had divided the country into 4 tactical zones, one for each Army Corps. The most northerly zones each deployed 2 divisions, while the zones further south each had 3. The South Vietnamese Air Force had 5 fighter squadrons and the Navy a force of coastal patrol boats. The Joint General Staff's reserve was an airborne division and 2 Marine brigades. For easy coordination, the American Military Assistance Command Vietnam had created a Marine amphibious force and 2 field forces to match 3 of the South Vietnamese Army's tactical zones. Altogether, the forces deployed 2 Marine and 7 Army divisions, 2 brigades, an armored cavalry regiment, and a special forces group. As well as the Americans, there were 2 Korean Army divisions and a Marine brigade, 3 Australian battalions, and contingents from New Zealand, the Philippines, and Thailand. During 1967, the Americans had launched their first combat operations in the extreme south of Vietnam. Up to then, the maze of rivers and canals in the Mekong Delta had been left to the South Vietnamese Army. Now the mobile riverine force a brigade of the U.S. 9th Division had moved in to help fight the NLF for control of the richest rice-producing area in Vietnam. The Mobile Riverine Force was unique in the U.S. Army. Not since the American Civil War had the Army deployed a completely amphibious force. It had its own base, a man-made island. Navy boats carried the troops into action and provided escorts. Heavy firepower was carried by armored vessels named monitors after their Civil War forebears. During the Tet Offensive, the Mobile Riverine Force would see heavy fighting. In the Mekong Delta and the other heavily populated parts of South Vietnam, the government army would bear the brunt of the Viet Cong's planned offensive. Some South Vietnamese formations, Ranger, Marine, and airborne units, and a handful of infantry divisions were professional, dedicated, and well led. They knew their battleground and their enemy. But 6 of the Army's 11 divisions were in poor shape, suffering from corrupt and incompetent officers, desertion, and obsolete equipment. At the center of American military doctrine was the idea that troops should be maneuvered to fix the enemy in position so that firepower could be unleashed to destroy him. In defense, too, heavy firepower played a critical part. Every American infantry division in Vietnam could call on massive support from aircraft and sometimes from long-range artillery. Divisions had their own artillery as well, mostly 105mm weapons, and the divisions always set up fire bases before every operation. Each company also had its own mortars. Tanks were used by almost every American division in Vietnam. The most important tank unit was the 11th Armored Cavalry Brigade. All of them used the M48, a 44-ton vehicle with a 90mm gun. In spite of early doubts about how tanks might fare in Vietnam, their firepower and armor were invaluable for securing roads and escorting convoys. The Marines also deployed the Ontos, a weapon originally designed as a tank destroyer. The Ontos mounted 6 recoilless rifles, and during the Tet battles would prove invaluable for clearing buildings and destroying fortifications. Of all the armored vehicles deployed in Vietnam, the most useful by far was the M113 Armored Fighting Vehicle, known to American troops as the Track. It was so vulnerable to mines that its crew usually sat on top, but it was extremely heavily armed. tracks mounted several weapons, including at least one .50 caliber machine gun, a weapon too heavy to carry on foot. The .50 was incredibly destructive, able to cut a tree in half hundreds of yards away. The weight of firepower that a track could deliver and the vast amounts of ammunition it could carry saved American units from being overrun time and time again. One weapon highly valued by the crews of armored vehicles and by foot soldiers was the M79 grenade launcher, called the Duper from its sound. The Duper's range was up to 250 meters, and its explosive shell would kill within 15 feet of the blast. A good grenadier could hit a target the size of an open window at 100 meters and fire a shell every 3 or 4 seconds. For the South Vietnamese conscript soldier, 1967 had begun to show some signs that Army life might become bearable. Food and accommodation improved slightly. Amongst the professionals, in the better units at least, confidence was high. Many officers and NCOs had been at war for years and were both tough and tactically skilled. But in spite of this, the desertion rate continued to rise. While the South Vietnamese conscript served 4 years, the United States Army had stuck to its policy of bringing soldiers home after one 13-month tour of duty. It was effective in preventing combat fatigue. But the decision was having a real impact on the battlefield. Units were constantly losing experienced men who were replaced by newcomers, unable to spot booby traps and ambushes, and not yet used to Vietnam's punishing climate. Officers served only 6 months in combat, and new arrivals had a very high chance of being killed or wounded.
Drop back about 5 meters, 5 meters.
American combat units in the field were almost always seriously under strength. With operations running all the time, and the men perpetually short of sleep, exhaustion was beginning to tell on morale. So too was boredom and sometimes disillusion. Returning again and again to the same places on exhausting search and destroy sweeps often seemed utterly pointless. In the early autumn of 1967, as communist forces were building up for the Tet Offensive, the internal divisions that had plagued both sides throughout the war began to come to a head. In Hanoi, 200 senior officers were arrested in a crackdown on opponents of the Tet strategy. In Washington, Robert McNamara, the increasingly disillusioned Defense Secretary, had lost the confidence of the President and would soon resign. As for Johnson himself, he faced a presidential election late in 1968, and there was already opposition from within his own Democratic Party. Meanwhile, on the streets, opposition to American involvement in Vietnam was growing more and more vocal. As Johnson's popularity slipped to an all-time low, he clung to his belief that the public could be persuaded to back his conduct of the war. He embarked on a huge public relations campaign in which Washington and Saigon pumped out masses of information, all supporting the line that the war was being won. President Johnson toured military bases around the country and even recalled General Westmoreland from Vietnam to add his weight to the argument. Speaking to one influential gathering after another, Westmoreland assured his listeners that the end was almost in sight. What the general did not know was that halfway around the world, in the forests and mountains of South Vietnam, the first phase of the Communist offensive had already begun. In April 1967, North Vietnamese Army units opened their biggest offensive of the Vietnam War. Their role was to draw American forces into the remotest parts of South Vietnam, far away from the populated areas. The hope was that the main attacks, scheduled for early 1968, would find the Americans deployed in all the wrong places. Fighting began at the end of March when a strategic Marine patrol ran into an ambush near one of the strategic hills that lay between the fire bases of Khe Sanh and Dien. Dozens of Marines were killed during this first brief and unforeseen combat. The North Vietnamese had by then assembled nearly 2,000 men near the base at Dien, and almost every day they hit the Marines with artillery, rockets, and mortars. In the rugged countryside around, there were savage battles as patrols from each side clashed in what became known as the hill fights. During these battles, 160 Marines were killed and 700 wounded. The NVA resisted with such courage that as a mark of respect, the Marines, who usually called the Viet Cong Charlie, rechristened them Mr. Cong. But in the end, it was the sheer weight of American firepower that turned the tables at Dien. Repeated NVA assaults were broken, and more than 900 North Vietnamese soldiers were killed by Marine artillery, massive bombing, and the guns of naval vessels offshore. After the battles at Dien, the next clashes were near the border with Cambodia in the south. At Song Bay, in late October 1967, a South Vietnamese Army battalion was attacked by the North Vietnamese 88th Regiment. The attackers were driven off with help from heavy American airstrikes. 2 days earlier, Loc Ninh, another provincial capital, had been stormed by the elite 273rd Regiment of the 9th Viet Cong Division, supported by the 65th Regiment of the NVA. Reinforcements from the South Vietnamese 5th Division and the American 1st fought for several days and shattered the NVA regiment, leaving over 850 NVA and NLF dead. The fiercest of all the border battles was near an American camp at Dak To in the Central Highlands, which had been massively reinforced following a tip-off from an NVA deserter. By November 1967, the 1st NVA Division, reinforced by 2 independent regiments, faced the American 4th Infantry Division, the 173rd Airborne Brigade, and a mechanized task force. Bloody battles would rage around Dak To for the whole month. Of all the desperate encounters of the Battle of Dak To, the most costly for both sides was the fight for Hill 875. In the highlands, whoever controlled the hills could rain down mortar and artillery fire on the valleys. The task of taking Hill 875 fell to 2 American battalions, 1 airborne and 1 from the 4th Infantry Division. Supporting them were fighters, B-52 bombers, and artillery, blasting the enemy defenses with high explosives and napalm. 170,000 artillery shells were fired on the enemy during this battle, and the fighter bombers flew 2,100 missions. The North Vietnamese defenders were so well dug in and so determined that the Americans were forced to launch repeated assaults, punctuated by yet more airstrikes, before they could reach the crest of the hill. It was a desperate and often nightmarish battle. It took a full week to capture Hill 875. The assaults cost more than 150 dead and 400 wounded, bringing American casualties at Dak To to almost 350, with just under 1,000 wounded. The North Vietnamese army had lost 1,200 men. In December 1967, the dry season had just begun in the southern provinces. Every year, that was the signal for intense Viet Cong activity as the guerrillas moved troops and supplies into place for their next offensive. At the headquarters of Military Assistance Command Vietnam near Saigon, General Westmoreland and his senior officers ran a series of studies to try and predict where the enemy would strike in 1968. The enemy's Tet Offensive, though it had been predicted, took the U.S. command by surprise. They suspected that the Viet Cong would concentrate their efforts on the northern part of the country. The North Vietnamese army might use up to 5 divisions to try and capture South Vietnam's 2 northernmost provinces. Other attacks in the highlands and near Saigon could provide the diversion. To counter the expected northern thrust, the Americans decided to send up their most mobile reaction force, the 1st Air Cavalry Division. In early January 1968, the division began the massive task of moving north together with other U.S. and South Vietnamese troops. By now, 3/4 of the American battalions in the south of Vietnam were deployed deep in the interior, near the Cambodian border. Unknown to them, elements of the NLF's 9th, 7th, and 5th Divisions, along with other units, were already heading towards the capital for the Tet Offensive. The Americans, suspicious of increased NLF radio traffic behind them and the lack of activity in the border areas, began a rapid redeployment back towards Saigon. American forces were pulled back from the border areas with astonishing speed. Such incredible mobility was something the Viet Cong had never expected. The ploy to use the battles on the borders to draw the Americans away from the real targets of the Tet Offensive had failed, although it had allowed NLF forces to get closer to Saigon. It was Lieutenant General Frederick Weyand, the commander of the U.S. Second Field Force, that had requested the American redeployment. Soon, more than half his battalions were again at bases close to Saigon. Weyand ordered a series of sweeps to try and find the Viet Cong units that were surely somewhere within reach. The Americans were now convinced that a major offensive was coming soon. However, no one imagined that the Viet Cong were planning coordinated attacks across the whole country. Neither did anyone guess that they meant to break the traditional Tet New Year truce. As a precaution, the Americans did ask the South Vietnamese government to call off the truce and cancel army leave. But for political reasons, the request was refused. By the last week in January 1968, the Viet Cong had almost completed the massive task of deploying 84,000 guerrillas for the Tet Offensive. Most of the movement of troops and supplies had successfully been kept secret. Even villagers who didn't support the Viet Cong stayed neutral, and few reports of guerrilla activity reached the government's intelligence agencies. The traditional Viet Cong base areas around Saigon, districts like the Iron Triangle, played a vital part in the Viet Cong's preparations. Even the huge tunnel complex at Cu Chi, which the Americans had long believed had been completely destroyed, was still an important staging area and command center. Nearer the city, the growing crowds of travelers arriving for the Tet celebrations covered the infiltration of guerrillas and their weapons. As Tet drew closer, General Giap, the North Vietnamese commander and architect of the offensive, began to worry that his forces might not be in place on time. As it happened, dozens of attacks were launched a full day too soon. The North was still using the old calendar, which gave Tet as the 31st of January. In the South, the official New Year was the 30th of January. The wave of Viet Cong assaults in the early morning of January 30th, 1968, confirmed to the Americans that the suspected offensive was underway. General Westmoreland ordered all his forces to be on maximum alert. At the same time, the South Vietnamese Prime Minister, Nguyen Van Thieu, announced that the Tet truce was over and canceled the army's leave. 36 of the 44 provincial capitals were attacked, as were 5 of the nation's cities. The premature attacks should have been a disaster for General Giap's plan, but in fact they were a great success, and Giap still had at least some elements of tactical surprise. American attention remained fixed on the northern border, where Westmoreland expected the real offensive to come. There, The Marine combat base at Khe Sanh had already been under siege for 10 days. In the rest of the country, although headquarters had sent out warnings, alerts happened all the time, and there was no real sense of urgency. Half the South Vietnamese Army's troops were still away from their units on leave. Even in the capital, Saigon, the Viet Cong's most important objective, government forces were scattered and under strength. In the days leading up to Tet, 11 Viet Cong battalions, mostly local units, had assembled for the main assaults inside Saigon. The spearhead force was the C-10 local Sapper Commando Battalion. Outside the city, elements of the 5th, 7th, and 9th Viet Cong divisions and 2 independent battalions were positioned to attack American bases, block roads, and reinforce the city units. The government forces responsible for the defense of Saigon were the South Vietnamese Army's 5th Ranger Group, 3 regional militia units, and 2 military police battalions. However, 2 elite airborne battalions were also in the city, at Tan Son Nhut Airport, on their way north. The only American units inside Saigon were the 716th U.S. Army Military Police Battalion and a Marine Security Guard Detachment. The Viet Cong plan for the attacks inside Saigon had been worked out to the last detail. Most of the assaults were to be carried out by units of C-10. The Independence Palace, the offices of the South Vietnamese president, would be hit first. Next on the list was the Joint General Staff headquarters of the South Vietnamese Army, near to the Americans' main headquarters in Vietnam. Tan Son Nhut Air Base was to be seized, along with the South Vietnamese Navy headquarters and the American Embassy, the main symbol of U.S. power in Vietnam. The government radio station would also be occupied. After the initial assaults by C-10, the main Viet Cong battalions were to sweep into the city from all sides to support the offensive. In the early morning of January 31st, 1968, Viet Cong units the length and breadth of South Vietnam surged into action. In more than 100 cities and towns, shock assaults by Viet Cong Sapper Commandos were followed by wave after wave of supporting troops. In Saigon, as one attack after another had erupted, there was complete confusion. Neither the South Vietnamese Army nor the Americans had a plan to deal with anything like this. The Army's units were under strength and scattered, while the American MPs of the 716th Battalion had been left out of the alert issued the day before. Only 300 military police were on duty. Of the many attacks the Viet Cong unleashed in Saigon on the morning of January 31st, the assault on the government radio station was the best organized. The station was captured, and the plan was to broadcast a tape of Ho Chi Minh calling for the population to rise up against the government. Ho's message never was broadcast. The station's electricity was cut off by the Army in the first minutes of the attack. After a fierce 6-hour battle, government soldiers, including paratroopers brought in from the airport, succeeded in forcing out the surviving Viet Cong. Barely a mile away, at the Independence Palace and the nearby Navy headquarters, the Viet Cong attackers had been driven away from their main targets within minutes. The sapper team had been forced to hole up in a nearby building. The fight lasted more than 15 hours. In the end, nearly all the Viet Cong inside were killed. Although U.S. military police were involved in firefights all over the city, in fact, very few American installations had been targeted in Saigon. The exception was the American Embassy, the ultimate symbol of U.S. support for South Vietnam. The assault on the American Embassy began at 2:30 a.m. on January 31st. 15 sapper commandos blew a hole in the wall of the compound and charged through the breach. The fighters had killed 4 American military police guards and a Marine, but their own officers had been killed almost at once. The sappers took cover and waited for reinforcements. Soon, the Viet Cong were trapped within the compound, under fire from all sides. The fight for the compound lasted for 6 hours, but the effects of the battle would last much longer. All around the world, an abiding image had been created, that of American troops battling to recapture their own embassy in the very heart of Saigon. The Viet Cong attack on the American Embassy and most other targets in Saigon city center had been launched by the elite sapper commandos of the C-10 Battalion. The plan was that a follow-up force of 4,000 would arrive quickly. But time and time again, the main battalions had been bogged down in firefights and house-to-house battles. One of the sharpest clashes yet had happened near an American officer's quarters. The battle had quickly drawn in military police and any other U.S. personnel that could grab a weapon. During the night, a truck carrying 25 American military policemen to the fight was hit by a VC rocket head-on, and subsequent machine gun fire killed 16 Americans in a narrow street. Relief attempts had developed into a furious engagement which would go on for 12 hours. Only a few miles away, Tan Son Nhut Air Base was one of the most important centers of American power in Vietnam. The defenders of Tan Son Nhut were a squadron of U.S. Air Force police, 2 platoons of Army Headquarters Guards, and the only 2 companies of South Vietnamese Army airborne troops not yet committed to battle elsewhere in the city. On the perimeter of Tan Son Nhut, the Viet Cong had seized several key buildings as springboards for their main assault and attacked the compound containing the villas of senior officers of the South Vietnamese General Staff. The guerrillas meant to hit the base from 3 sides with more than 1,000 troops. A large textiles plant was occupied as the base for their heavy machine guns and rockets. Only the arrival of an armored reconnaissance unit of the 25th Infantry Division that had raced to the scene from its base 15 miles away saved Tan Son Nhut. The tanks and APCs hit the attackers from behind and in furious fighting had split the Viet Cong force. In the hours that followed, the guerrillas were hammered by American helicopter gunships and fighter bombers. The attack on Tan Son Nhut was soon completely broken. "15 miles north of Saigon was the massive American logistical complex at Long Binh. Nearby was the U.S. base at Bien Hoa, and between them the headquarters of 2nd Field Force and 3 Corps, from which the American and South Vietnamese battles in the Saigon area were being coordinated. The main attacking forces were 2 full regiments of the Viet Cong 5th Division. After a heavy rocket and mortar barrage, the 275th assaulted Long Binh from the north side, while a local force battalion mounted a diversionary raid, and sappers blew up part of a massive ammunition dump outside the main complex. At the same time, the 274th hit Bien Hoa, and a local battalion tried to seize 3 Corps headquarters. The American 199th Light Infantry Brigade, defending Long Binh, was attacked by a mechanized reserve which hit the flank of the Viet Cong attacking Bien Hoa. A unit of the 101st Airborne Division was airlifted in while helicopter gunships and more mechanized units joined the day-long battle, eventually driving the Viet Cong away from all their objectives. For American commanders faced with the huge scale of the Viet Cong assault in and around Saigon, Tet had been an extraordinary test of nerve. It had seemed as if the enemy was everywhere at once. Throughout the day, General Weyand had been directing the American battle even as his own headquarters at Long Binh was under attack. In the first 2 hours of the Tet Offensive, Weyand had deployed 5,000 airborne and armored reinforcements. More than 500 armored personnel carriers, mounting their deadly .50 caliber machine guns, had been sent into combat. So far, all the main Viet Cong assaults had been at least contained. But no one doubted there was still hard fighting ahead.
How would you assess the enemy's purposes yesterday and today?
The enemy very deceitfully has taken advantage of the Tet truce in order to create maximum consternation within South Vietnam, particularly in the populated areas. In my opinion, this is...
In spite of the temptation to throw everything he had into the battle against the guerrillas, General Westmoreland was determined to hold back. He was still convinced that the Tet attacks were a diversion from the main effort, which he expected to come in the northern border areas. He was deeply reluctant to commit his most mobile forces to street battles. By now, Westmoreland knew that the Viet Cong attacks were being countered successfully all over the country, but at a great cost to American lives. The South Vietnamese army was standing up well. The next stage would be to defeat the guerrillas town by town and battalion by battalion. In the far south of Vietnam, in the heavily populated Mekong Delta, the Tet Offensive had seen Viet Cong assaults on nearly all of the 16 provincial capitals. Can Tho, the South Vietnamese Army's 4 Corps headquarters, was also hit. Route 4 was cut in 62 places. In the central and northern provinces, 11 cities, towns, and bases, including 2 Corps headquarters, had been attacked in the premature offensive of January 30th. 8 more had been hit the following night. All the major attacks would be repulsed within a week, except in 1 city. The assault on the old Vietnamese imperial capital of Hue would lead to the biggest and bloodiest battle of the whole Tet Offensive. The city of Hue was the 3rd largest in South Vietnam and the ancient capital of its former emperors. It was split in 2 by the perfumed river, over which ran key rail and road bridges. On the north side of the river was the citadel, a walled city within the city, surrounded by a maze of streets and originally the home of the emperor. Near the citadel was the headquarters of the 1st South Vietnamese Army Division. On the other side of the river was the American headquarters compound. The only South Vietnamese unit inside Hue was the elite Black Panther Reconnaissance Company. The assault on Hue was launched by 2 local Viet Cong battalions, elements of the 6th Regiment of the 325th NVA Division, and the 4th Independent Regiment. Within 24 hours, Hue fell to 5,000 NVA troops, who were quickly reinforced by a further 7,000. They instantly raised the North Vietnamese flag over the citadel. Thousands of NVA troops ranged through the streets, mopping up pockets of resistance, and most of Hue was quickly secured. The exceptions were small areas around the American and South Vietnamese headquarters. There, the defenders held out and had been reinforced by small units rushed in from outside the city. The U.S. Marines and South Vietnamese troops that had come to the aid of their beleaguered headquarters had run a gauntlet of NVA forces to get into the city. Bigger units were battling to follow them, but it would be days before they would get inside Hue in any strength. Meantime, it was clear that the North Vietnamese army meant to remain and would not be dislodged without a major battle. By the second day of the Tet Offensive, it was clear to Viet Cong commanders that the attacks in Saigon were in trouble. The assault teams had been driven out of most of their main objectives. The promised reinforcements had rarely arrived, and even nearby units had often failed to support each other. Secrecy meant they usually knew nothing of any orders but their own. The fight for Saigon had, by now, settled into a large number of separate battles, raging in different parts of the city. Often, the Viet Cong were completely surrounded by government forces. Isolated units now faced concentrated assault from armored vehicles, planes, and helicopters. In spite of the setbacks, the Viet Cong had succeeded in winning control of huge areas of Saigon. To many Viet Cong fighters, it seemed that victory was at last in sight. They had been promised that the people of Saigon would rise up to support them. If they did, the war could be won soon, whatever happened on the battlefield. At the same time as the attacks on Saigon, the Viet Cong had launched powerful assaults on the surrounding towns. The headquarters of the 18th South Vietnamese Army Division was also hit. The headquarters had held out, and the town had been retaken after fierce fighting by American, South Vietnamese, and Australian units. As part of an attempt to surround Saigon and cut off the capital from reinforcements, the Viet Cong 273rd Regiment launched a massive assault on the town of Tu Duc, which contained one of the two South Vietnamese military academies. The regiment took heavy losses, but the following day it seized the Newport Bridge over the Saigon River. Together, South Vietnamese and American units recaptured the bridge after a violent battle. At the high point of the Viet Cong assault on Saigon, the guerrillas occupied whole tracts of the west and south of the city. They used the Phu To racetrack as a major assembly area. The American 199th Light Infantry Brigade launched an all-out assault on the racetrack buildings, driving the Viet Cong into the streets around. By the fourth day of the Tet battles, the Viet Cong were being squeezed into the sprawling and crowded district of Showdown. The drive to clear the Viet Cong from their last strongholds in Showdown and other parts of Saigon would last more than a month. Like the battles to clear residential districts all over South Vietnam, the fighting would be immensely costly in lives. Everywhere, instead of surrendering in mass, the guerrillas were fighting back with determination and skill. Most Viet Cong units committed to the Tet Offensive had made no plans for a possible retreat. The hopes of Viet Cong leaders were now fading fast. They were forced to accept that the Tet Offensive was failing. The South Vietnamese army had been meant to collapse or even join the guerrillas, but instead most of its units had bravely chosen to fight. According to General Giap, it was their skill and determination that largely blunted the North's Tet Offensive. Even more disastrous, the uprising that was supposed to have seen thousands of civilians storming government buildings and proclaiming the revolution had not happened. On February 17, 1968, the Viet Cong launched sudden mortar and rocket attacks all over South Vietnam. The attacks were no more than a symbolic gesture. A few days later, the Viet Cong High Command ordered its units to pull back from the cities to regroup and refit their remaining forces. When the Viet Cong High Command ordered its guerrilla units to withdraw from the cities, it made one clear exception. The city of Hue was not to be abandoned. Although South Vietnamese Army and American forces had launched a determined counter-assault, Hue was too valuable a prize to lose. By the fourth day of the Hue battle, 1,000 more South Vietnamese Army troops had been airlifted to the city. The Americans had been reinforced by 1,200 Marines. Fierce assaults had been launched on the gates of the citadel and into the streets of the southern city. By now, the 12,000 NVA and NLF troops in and adjacent to Hue had fortified almost every city block. The attackers were forced to advance down narrow streets and through gardens, fighting their way from house to house. Around every corner were strongpoints bristling with heavy weapons. Any house or wall could conceal a heavily armed NVA assault group. At the start of the battle, in the hope of saving the imperial city from complete destruction, the South Vietnamese had insisted that the Americans not use artillery or aircraft to destroy enemy fortifications. After 5 days of fierce and bloody fighting, most restrictions were lifted. Bombers and artillery support were called in to hit NVA strongpoints. Most devastating of all, the guns of American warships joined the battle. Directed by Marine spotters, the ships fired thousands of shells into the city from 14 miles away. Meanwhile, in spite of frantic American efforts, U.S. reinforcements west of the city were still struggling to reach the battle zone. When the Tet Offensive had begun, it had caught the American 1st Air Cavalry Division in the middle of its redeployment from further south. The division was split with its headquarters and 3rd Brigade at Camp Evans and its main logistical base at Phu Bai. When the North Vietnamese had begun their attack on Hue, they had cut Highway 1, the vital road link between the air cavalry's fighting units and its stocks of fuel and ammunition. Meanwhile, the NVA had a clear supply line running from the A Shau Valley into Hue and a ring of anti-aircraft defenses around the city. The air cavalry could send only a single battalion to advance on Hue. It was dispatched without artillery support, and with air cover impossible because of bad weather, the battalion was cut off and only just escaped annihilation. It would take nearly 3 weeks for the 1st Cavalry Division to assemble the men, fuel, and ammunition it needed to start cutting the North Vietnamese Army's supply lines into Hue. By the 12th day of the battle for Hue City, South Vietnamese units had reoccupied parts of the citadel. The Americans had almost cleared the city south of the river and had been reinforced by 500 more Marines. The North Vietnamese still had open supply lines to the west and were able to launch aggressive counterattacks. But with the Marines now pressing into the old city, the NVA position was deteriorating fast. To help defend the citadel, the Truong Tien Bridge across the perfumed river had been blown up by a Viet Cong demolition team. Supplies and reinforcements for the South Vietnamese Army and the U.S. Marines fighting inside the citadel had to be sent by landing craft. It was a hazardous journey. The boats had to skirt an enemy-held area and sail under the guns of NVA troops. During the following week, as the Americans and the South Vietnamese blasted their way deeper into the city, the sheer weight of firepower began to tell on the NVA. Their commander asked for permission to pull out, but he was told he had to fight on. The battle continued through to the night of February 23rd with days and nights of savage fighting, before the NVA were finally driven from their last redoubt in the Citadel's imperial palace. And the Stars and Stripes was raised above it. Retaking Hue cost nearly 400 South Vietnamese Army and more than 140 U.S. Marines' lives. "5,000 NVA and Viet Cong died in the city, and a further 3,000 in the adjacent fighting. 5,800 civilians were caught in the crossfire or killed by NVA forces in the first days of the occupation. American firepower, bombs and artillery had reduced 80% of the city to rubble. By the end of the city battles, 37,000 Viet Cong troops deployed for the Tet Offensive had been killed. Many more had been wounded or captured, and the fighting had created more than 500,000 civilian refugees. The casualties had included most of the Viet Cong's best fighters and many political officers and secret organizers. For the guerrillas, it was nothing less than a catastrophe. But for the Americans, who lost 2,500 men, it would prove to be a most severe blow to public support. Viet Cong leaders were now forced to claim that Tet had always been intended as a series of offenses, not just one push. To keep up some kind of momentum, 2 more waves of attacks were planned, one for May and another for the following September. The guerrillas also meant to tighten their grip on the countryside, now mostly abandoned by government forces drawn into the city fighting. In the battles, the Americans had lost more than 2,500 men, and nearly 8,000 had been wounded. The South Vietnamese Army had suffered much worse. Its best units had been hit so hard, they would be useless for up to a year. Meantime, American forces would spearhead follow-up operations against the Viet Cong. Starting March 11, 1968, massive search and destroy sweeps were launched against the Viet Cong remnants around Saigon and in other parts of the country.
On March 16th, one of these operations resulted in the now infamous massacre by U.S. Charlie Company of over 200 civilians at the hamlet of My Lai.
Altogether, nearly 20,000 Americans and 9,000 South Vietnamese troops ranged throughout the Iron Triangle, Cu Chi District, and other longtime Viet Cong strongholds. In 3 weeks, possibly 3,500 Viet Cong were killed, and their ability to pose a serious threat to the capital was delayed for the foreseeable future. The Tet battles had delivered a massive victory to American military leaders. What they wanted was an all-out push to win the war, including ground offensives into Laos and Cambodia. The Joint Chiefs of Staff asked for 206,000 extra men, half for Vietnam, the rest to boost the reserves. The answer from the White House was no. Tet had changed everything. To the American public, already disillusioned with the war, the Tet battles had come as a dreadful shock. If the communists were close to defeat, as the president and the military had claimed so often, how could they have launched a nationwide offensive on such a scale? By now, support for President Johnson's handling of the war was at an all-time low. He faced a re-election battle in the fall, and inside his own party, Eugene McCarthy and Robert Kennedy were opposing him on an anti-war platform. Even his own advisors, especially Clark Clifford, the new defense secretary, were coming out against the war. The pressure on Johnson was overwhelming. On March 31st, 1968, on national television, the president announced a new American peace initiative. He invited the North Vietnamese to negotiate and stated that as a goodwill gesture, he was curtailing the bombing campaign against the North. He also made a dramatic announcement about his own future.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
Within days of the president's speech, Clark Clifford ordered officials to start planning for a new American strategy in Vietnam. The South Vietnamese army would be built up so it could gradually take over the fighting itself. Meanwhile, the U.S. would work for a negotiated peace with the North. For the United States, it was the beginning of a new phase in the war, the start of a long and costly battle to disengage from Vietnam. The defense of the American combat base at Khe Sanh was given the code name Operation Scotland. Khe Sanh was one of the most remote outposts in Vietnam, but by January 1968, even the American president, Lyndon Johnson, had taken a personal interest. With the Marines facing a full-scale siege by the North Vietnamese army, the question was being asked, should the base be held or should it be quietly abandoned? Many in Washington worried that defending Khe Sanh could invite a costly and humiliating defeat. General Westmoreland, the U.S. commander in Vietnam, dismissed all such fears. Already, Khe Sanh was tying up nearly 20,000 North Vietnamese troops, and there might be a chance of winning a major American victory. General Rath von Tompkins, the new commander of the 3rd Marine Division, was also convinced that the base could and should be held. To boost the defenses, he had sent a 3rd Battalion of the 26th Marines as reinforcements. They were directed to Hill 558, from where they could provide fire support. There were now 5,000 American troops at Khe Sanh. The combat base at Khe Sanh was built around a 3,900-foot airstrip. Beside the strip was the Marine Air Traffic Control Unit. Nearby was the 26th Marine Command Post and the Fire Support Coordination Center. At the eastern end of the base was the main ammunition dump, with a secondary dump to the west. The base perimeter was manned by the 1st Battalion and a company of the 3rd. There was also a forward operating base run by Special Forces. The infantry were backed by tank and anti-tank units and an artillery battalion of the 13th Marines. Outside the Khe Sanh base, the Marines held Hill 881 South, Hill 861, and a radio relay station on Hill 950. The whole 2nd Battalion occupied Hill 558 to block the Rao Quan River Valley. Beyond 881 South, the North Vietnamese 325C Division had secretly fortified a chain of hills. On January 20th, 1968, the Americans thwarted an attempt to take 881 South, and just after midnight the next day, 861 was partially overrun, but the attackers were also driven off. At 5:30 a.m., Khe Sanh base itself was hammered by a massive North Vietnamese artillery bombardment. The shattering barrage of shells, mortars, and rockets, which slammed into the Marine combat base at 05:30 on January 21st, signaled the start of the battle for Khe Sanh. The North Vietnamese gunners had targeted their bombardment with unerring accuracy. As Marines had dived for cover, one of the first rounds had scored a direct hit on the main ammunition store. The number 1 dump stored 1,500 tons of artillery and mortar rounds, 90% of the base's entire stock, or 10,000 rounds. All of it was lost. 18 men were killed instantly and 40 were wounded as the ammunition exploded and shells and mortar rounds flew in every direction. The explosions would go on for another 48 hours. Even at the height of the chaos, the Marines were still able to fire their mortars and guns against the enemy batteries. They also called in air support, and very quickly, fighter bombers were blasting the suspected locations of the North Vietnamese artillery, which in return scored 300 direct heavy artillery hits on the firebase. As the bombardment of the base reached a crescendo, the 26th Marines commander, Colonel David Lowndes, expected a massive North Vietnamese ground attack at any moment. But the attack didn't come. The North Vietnamese infantry had a different objective. The target was Khe Sanh village, 3 miles from the Marine combat base. dawn on January 21st, NVA troops attacked Khe Sanh village, where 200 Marines and South Vietnamese troops were stationed. The North Vietnamese attackers were a 400-man battalion of the 66th Regiment. The battalion attacked twice, but in the face of powerful American artillery and airstrikes, failed to take the village. An attempt at reinforcement by a South Vietnamese unit went disastrously wrong, and the whole force was destroyed. Later in the day, the village was evacuated and abandoned to the NVA. Later that evening, Khe Sanh base itself was probed by a North Vietnamese assault unit. L Company of the 3rd Battalion drove off the attack. The following day, the base's western flank was reinforced by the newly arrived 1st Battalion of the 9th Marines, deployed at a quarry a mile from the perimeter. A platoon was detached from the battalion to occupy the nearby Hill 64. For the Marines inside the Khe Sanh base, the days were now filled with feverish activity. There were sudden heavy bombardments from NVA guns and rockets. The massive damage done by the first barrage still had to be repaired. The biggest worry was ammunition. The first aircraft to land all carried shells. More than 130 tons were delivered in just 2 days. Reinforcements arrived too. The Marines were joined by 300 South Vietnamese Army Rangers, and Colonel Lowndes now had more than 6,000 men inside the compound and in 7 defended positions on the surrounding hills. While the Marines at Khe Sanh braced themselves for the attack that was surely coming, General Westmoreland warned Washington that the battle could be the turning point of the whole war. In the United States, President Johnson was getting more and more worried about what might happen. The last thing he wanted was an American version of Dien Bien Phu, but he was determined to support his commander. Westmoreland would be allowed to fight the battle he wanted. There would be no U.S. withdrawal from Khe Sanh, despite the fact that the NVA were still raining between 150 and 300 shells a day on Khe Sanh. It was the awesome potential of American air power that convinced U.S. military leaders that Khe Sanh could be defended. Before the battle had started, on 5th January, Westmoreland and U.S. tacticians devised a plan for defending Khe Sanh by bombing. It was already being unleashed on the North Vietnamese divisions with devastating effect. The Americans called it Operation Niagara. The first part of Niagara was to pinpoint North Vietnamese troop concentrations. Information from air reconnaissance, special forces teams, radio interception, and every other possible source was fed into the intelligence system. Niagara also deployed the most advanced and secret surveillance technology in the world. Aircraft and helicopters scattered hundreds of electronic sensors across the enemy's main lines of approach. They could detect the movement of troops and send signals to alert the Americans. As the intelligence picture built up, Operation Niagara quickly gathered momentum. In spite of rivalry between the Air Force and the Marines over who should control operations, every available warplane in the area was standing by. At the peak of the siege, American planes dropped triple the tonnage of bombs delivered on a peak day during World War II. Added to this, fighter bombers would deliver 54,500 tons of napalm alone. Although fighter bombers were flying the vast majority of Niagara missions, most of the sheer weight of bombs was being delivered by B-52s as part of an ongoing operation codenamed Arclight. The strikes were flown around the clock. A cell of 3 B-52s arrived over the Khe Sanh area every 90 minutes. The giant heavy bomber was able to carry a massive 27 tons of bombs. The aircraft dropped their loads from 30,000 feet, high enough so that the planes couldn't be seen or heard from the ground. The only warning most North Vietnamese troops got of a raid was the shattering detonation of the first bombs. Over the 77 days of the siege, B-52s flew over 2,500 sorties, dropping more than 53,000 tons of bombs. The biggest Arclight raid of the Vietnam War so far was launched as part of Operation Niagara on January 30th. American radio direction finding seemed to have discovered North Vietnamese Army headquarters for the Khe Sanh offensive. Whether it was or not, no one is sure, but the site was annihilated by 2 B-52 raids in a single day. Early in the morning of January 30th and 31st, 1968, the general offensive the Viet Cong had been planning for more than 6 months broke with shattering force all over South Vietnam. As tens of thousands of Viet Cong attacked towns, cities, and military installations, American commanders were stunned by the sheer scale of the assault. While most of South Vietnam erupted in violence, Khe Sanh was uncannily quiet. A North Vietnamese army defector had confirmed that there was to be a major attack, but nothing had happened yet. Some U.S. commanders believed that the Arclight raids had shattered the North Vietnamese command system. There was no way of telling. As the tide of the Viet Cong's Tet Offensive swept over South Vietnam, most of the advance was being countered by the South Vietnamese army. The Americans had been heavily committed in only a few places, mainly around Saigon and in Hue. General Westmoreland was holding back his forces, still convinced that the main attack would come at Khe Sanh. By this time, the weather in the Khe Sanh area had deteriorated badly. Heavy cloud cover had limited American airstrikes. The battle for the combat base had settled into a straight fight between American and North Vietnamese gunners. The busiest time for the American guns was after dark, when the NVA were most active. Every night, the Marines laid down concentrated patterns of fire on likely areas. Sometimes, in bombardments known as mini-arclights, an intense artillery barrage was combined with radar-guided airstrikes to saturate a target completely. As for the North Vietnamese artillery, most of the guns, rockets, and mortars were by now in place. Getting them into position had been a massive job. Northern troops had also sighted hundreds of ammunition dumps around Khe Sanh and across the border in Laos. The North Vietnamese had placed large numbers of their shorter-range guns and mortars within 2 miles of the Khe Sanh base. Most of the big rockets were fired from Hill 881 north. The heavy guns were much further away, on Hill 305, and in caves on the slopes of the Ko Rock Mountain across the border in Laos. While they could hit the Americans, the Marine guns didn't have the range to hit back. Even the Army's big guns on the Rock Pile and Camp Carroll couldn't reach the NVA's heavy batteries. By now, more than 2 weeks into the battle, over 150 North Vietnamese artillery rounds were hitting the Khe Sanh base and its outposts every day, rising to a peak on February 23rd of 1,300. For the Marines, building the best possible protection was a matter of life and death. Orders were that every man had to have access to a bunker able to stop an 82mm mortar round. Command posts were to withstand a 120mm hit. As for the heavy shells of the NVA's biggest guns, nothing could stop those. The North Vietnamese artillery hitting Khe Sanh and the Marine outposts was all indirect fire. Spotters on the hills corrected the gunners' aim by radio, but the gunners themselves could never see the targets. What NVA commanders wanted most of all was to place guns on the hills overlooking the base. From there, they could pour devastating fire straight down onto the Americans. On February 5, 1968, the American chain of electronic sensors detected a large-scale NVA movement. The activity seemed to point to an imminent attack on Hill 881 South. The U.S. reaction was a massive Niagara raid. Whole North Vietnamese units were caught in the open as the entire area around the hill was devastated in a massive storm of bombs. Although a North Vietnamese attack on Hill 881 South had been blocked, the Americans had failed to detect a battalion closing on an outpost called 861A. There, a single Marine company drove off 2 determined assaults as artillery fire destroyed the follow-on waves of NVA troops. On the night of February 6th, the North Vietnamese 304th Division began to clear ground approaches to Khe Sanh from the west. The first objective was the American Special Forces camp at Long Vây, manned by a handful of U.S. troops and a battalion of South Vietnamese local militia. The attack was launched by the 66th Regiment, 1,500 men backed for the first time by tanks. In less than 3 hours, the Long Vây camp was overrun, and only 74 of the 400 U.S. and South Vietnamese defenders survived. The next target for the NVA was Hill 64, occupied by a single American platoon. A 2-pronged infantry attack was launched against the hill, but a relief platoon, supported by fierce air and artillery fire, drove the North Vietnamese to the west. There, they were again hammered by a massive American bombardment. Even though the NVA had again failed to take any more American hill outposts and had lost hundreds of men in the attempt, they had at least captured Long Vây. A thorn in their side had been eliminated, and they had cleared Route 9 for their own use. Artillery reinforcements, including 130mm guns, could now be brought much closer to the Khe Sanh base. The Americans were sure the NVA had finished building up their forces at Khe Sanh and were ready for the main attack. But to their surprise, the expected assault still didn't come. Instead, the siege settled down to a deadly daily duel fought by artillery and aircraft. At the same time, the North Vietnamese began to launch frequent small-scale probes against the base perimeter. In Washington, anxiety about the fate of the Marines at Khe Sanh was mounting. A relief operation was being planned, but it would demand powerful forces and couldn't be mounted for weeks. The weather was still too poor. Meantime, if the base's air bridge was cut, it would be all over for Khe Sanh. The troops manning the base needed ammunition, food, and medicines. Casualties had to be evacuated. Men finishing their tours of duty had to be flown out and replacements brought in. The main base alone needed 160 tons of supplies a day just to keep on fighting. The supply effort depended above all on the huge load-carrying ability of the C-130 Hercules transport. The aircraft was able to carry up to 20 tons of cargo, but for that very reason, it needed most of the strip to land and took time to turn around. Every plane met a storm of anti-aircraft fire, mortars, and artillery. On February 11, 1968, the North Vietnamese anti-aircraft gunners scored their first major success against a Marine KC-130 Hercules landing at Khe Sanh. The plane was carrying a cargo of helicopter fuel and burst into flames. 6 of her crew were burned to death. The loss of the C-130 marked the end of attempts to land very large aircraft at Khe Sanh. Smaller, more nimble planes like the C-123 Provider, as well as Marine helicopters, would still come in. But without the big loads of the Hercules, the base would never survive. Other methods would have to be tried. The most successful new method was called LAPES, the Low Altitude Parachute Extraction System. The Hercules flew only 5 feet above the runway while a parachute snatched the cargo pallets out of the hold. Another technique used a hook and arrestor cable to drag the load from the aircraft. In February 1968, appalling weather with ground fog and low cloud stopped all low-altitude deliveries. The only option was to parachute supplies into a drop zone just outside the perimeter. Several thousand tons would arrive this way, but still for the Marines, bad weather invariably meant tight rations. Although the battle to supply the main base was being won, the hill outposts were a much bigger problem. 1/5 of Khe Sanh's manpower was stationed on the hills. The men were suffering almost 50% casualties, and the posts depended completely on helicopters for supply. For the crews of helicopters supplying the hill outposts, every mission was a gamble with death. North Vietnamese gunners were quick to target the approaches and the landing zones. Anti-aircraft fire followed the helicopters in, and as soon as they landed, mortar crews and machine gunners opened up. As the slopes of the hills became a graveyard for American helicopters, the Marines realized that the survival of the hill outposts was under serious threat. And if they fell, the main base couldn't last for long. Air commanders worked frantically to devise new tactics for getting helicopters in and out of the hilltop bases safely. The tactics the Americans devised depended on swamping the enemy anti-aircraft guns and mortars around a landing zone with a high-speed assault. "12 Skyhawk fighter bombers, 4 Huey gunships, up to 16 supply helicopters, and an airborne command and control aircraft all acted together. The first stage was for 4 Skyhawks to hit North Vietnamese positions with bombs and napalm. 2 more laid tear gas. Next, 2 Skyhawks dropped smoke bombs to create a corridor, and 30 seconds later, the transport helicopters swooped in, covered by the Huey gunships. Meanwhile, 4 more Skyhawks with rockets, bombs, and guns made close-in attacks. The whole operation was over in less than 5 minutes. The new tactics quickly earned the title Super Gaggle because the helicopters looked like an oversized flock of geese. With the fighters and gunships in the air too, the method took incredible timing to pull off successfully. But it worked. Only 2 more helicopters would be shot down, supplying the hill outposts. By now, the strain of the long siege was beginning to tell on the troops at Khe Sanh. Being under shell fire every day meant a steady drain of casualties and constant tension. Food was often down to 2 C-ration meals daily. Conditions were appalling. The bunkers were knee-deep in filth and mud and overrun by rats. In addition, it was impossible to forget that up to 20,000 enemy soldiers were waiting for the signal to storm the base. To stop the men brooding about their possible fate, officers and NCOs kept the troops as busy as possible. Digging trenches, filling sandbags, and improving bunkers was a big part of every day. There was some patrolling too, although not more than 500 yards from friendly lines. Colonel Lowndes had no intention of sending his men into certain ambushes, and in any case, they had to be kept clear of the Niagara bombing raids. On the base perimeter, the watchword was constant vigilance. The North Vietnamese were probing the defenses with infantry and sapper teams. The Americans were facing assaults of up to 200 men at a time, as the enemy tested for weaknesses in the line. The Marines were also plagued by hidden machine gun nests, which could open up at any moment, day or night. By now, the attention of the American public was riveted by the Battle of Khe Sanh. The story was being covered by dozens of journalists and was featured on network television every day. Stories about Khe Sanh accounted for 25% of all film news reports about the war on U.S. networks and up to 50% on CBS. Arguments raged over the rights and wrongs of trying to hold the base. In Washington, President Johnson was deeply worried about the fate of the Marines at Khe Sanh. He was constantly demanding the latest information on the battle. A model of the base had even been brought into the White House Situation Room. For the first time in the Vietnam War, the room was on full alert 24 hours a day. A multitude of doubts and fears haunted the president and his advisors. Should nuclear weapons be used to save the base, as some had suggested? What if the enemy diverted or poisoned the base's water supply? Most worrying of all, what if enemy jets mounted a sudden bombing attack on Khe Sanh? It would be a massive propaganda victory for the North. Although North Vietnamese aircraft did penetrate to within striking distance of Khe Sanh, they made no attempt to attack the Marine base. American air defenses over the DMZ were far too strong. The biggest threat to the Marines at Khe Sanh did not come from modern fighter aircraft. It came from one of the most primitive weapons in warfare. The North Vietnamese besieging Khe Sanh were digging mile upon mile of trenches and bunkers, just as they had at Dien Bien Phu. They were fast approaching the perimeter of the combat base itself. Already there was a major system of North Vietnamese fortifications on Hill 471, less than 2 miles to the south of the Khe Sanh base. Now, at incredible speed, the trench lines were being extended northwards until they reached to within 25 yards of the American perimeter. Another line of trenches and bunkers was creeping across from the southeast. The NVA plan was for the infantry to mass under cover of the trenches before launching their final assault. By the last week of February 1968, few Americans inside Khe Sanh doubted that the big North Vietnamese ground assault would have to come soon. The moon was in its darkest phase, and a night infantry attack would have a good chance of overwhelming the perimeter defenses. Smashing the enemy trench lines was an absolute priority. The Americans tried every conceivable method to destroy the trenches. Napalm and bombs were rained down in huge quantities. The Marines fired countless artillery barrages. But the Americans had little success. The discouraging fact, learned from other wars, was that it could take 1,000 hits to destroy 100 yards of trenches. In the end, the answer lay with the B-52s. Up to now, arc-light raids had been kept more than 2 miles away from the base perimeter. On February 27, 1968, the restriction was lifted. For the first time, the B-52s, under close radar guidance, dropped their bombs to within 1,200 yards of the Khe Sanh base. The effect was shattering. There was massive damage to the North Vietnamese trenches and bunkers. It was a turning point in the battle for Khe Sanh. From now on, close-in bombing by B-52s would play a major part in the defense. The sudden increase in North Vietnamese activity around Khe Sanh had left no one in any doubt that the climax of the battle was near. A few days before, a Marine patrol trying to get information had been almost wiped out. North Vietnamese traffic along Route 9 from Laos had also risen to a new peak. Enormous quantities of supplies were being rushed to the Khe Sanh divisions for the final assault. The 66th Regiment of the North Vietnamese 304th Division was assembling near a plantation to the south of the Khe Sanh base. Units were also massing near an old French fort. On the night of February 29th, a battalion of the 304th NVA Division assaulted the 37th Arvin Rangers at the eastern edge of the camp, a diversion to cover the unexpected and imminent withdrawal of all NLF troops from Khe Sanh. The American defense was to coordinate strikes by artillery, fighter bombers, and B-52s on three main areas through which the attacking NVA had to pass. Then, as the final assault waves approached the base, Khe Sanh's own defensive fire plan was unleashed. The base perimeter at the point of attack was manned by the 37th South Vietnamese Ranger Battalion. As the lead NVA units advanced, the base fired an artillery pattern forming the sides of an open box. A creeping barrage was then walked up and down inside. At the same time, two NVA battalions, cut off behind the box, were hit by fighter bomber strikes. While long-range artillery from the Rockpile and Camp Carroll created a moving outer cordon. The North Vietnamese troops, who survived to emerge from the open end of the box, then faced the direct fire of the South Vietnamese Rangers. Over the next week, despite continued aerial bombardment and the barrage of artillery fire, the trenches came even closer. Then, for no apparent reason, they stopped. On March 6th, with the Marines still waiting for the final assault, many of Jap's troops stumbled away through what was left of the jungle, an area of land that had received 100,000 tons of bombs, the heaviest aerial bombardment on a single piece of land in the history of warfare. The next 3 weeks were relatively quiet around Khe Sanh. American air activity increased steadily as the weather improved, and more NVA units began to withdraw into Laos. But the battle for Khe Sanh was not yet over. On March 22, 1968, there was a sudden explosion of violence. Without warning, a massive North Vietnamese bombardment, including huge numbers of heavy shells from the Co Roc Mountain, slammed into Khe Sanh. More than 1,000 rounds hit the base at the rate of 100 every hour. At the same time, the electronic sensors around Khe Sanh again indicated NVA movements, and the Americans replied with heavy bombing. As the weather steadily improved, U.S. air attacks around the Khe Sanh base grew fiercer by the day. Further afield, over the North Vietnamese rear areas, fighter bombers roamed with orders to pounce on any movement. For the North Vietnamese, the situation could only get worse. General Giap was forced to concede that Khe Sanh could not now be taken. By this time, the Marines were mounting small but aggressive attacks out of the base. General Giap now ordered the remainder of his units to pull back from Khe Sanh. One by one, the NVA regiments around the base melted away. Only 6,000 troops were left behind to continue the siege of the Marine combat base. Although fighting would go on, the worst of Khe Sanh's ordeal was over. On April 1st, 1968, the Americans formally ended Operation Scotland, the defense of Khe Sanh, and 7 days later began Operation Pegasus. April 9th was the first time in 45 days that no shells fell on Khe Sanh. The aim of Pegasus was to reopen Route 9, the road linking Khe Sanh to the other American bases along the demilitarized zone. As well as the Marines, Pegasus deployed the 1st Air Cavalry Division, the most mobile American unit in Vietnam. The Air Cavalry had more helicopters and airborne firepower than any other U.S. unit. It was perfectly suited to the rugged and demanding terrain near Khe Sanh. For Pegasus, the division's commander, Major General John Tolson, was also given the 1st Marine Regiment, a South Vietnamese airborne task force, and the 26th Marines in Khe Sanh. The entire length of Route 9 was still dominated by North Vietnamese Army units, especially elements of the 66th and 29th Regiments. For Operation Pegasus, the Americans built a main base for the air cavalry at Landing Zone Stud. The Marines would operate out of Kha Lu. The plan was for air assaults to seize landing zones and fire bases north and south of Route 9, while other forces pushed down the road. Although the weather was poor for fighter bombers, the weight of American firepower supporting Pegasus was still enormous. In a single day, the Americans fired more than 10,000 artillery rounds. Before the operation was over, B-52s launched 45 arc-light strikes. The American offensive was unstoppable. By April 5, 1968, the air cavalry had forged past Khe Sanh and established landing zones west and south of the combat base. While the cavalry consolidated their new positions, The Marines in Khe Sanh mounted their own breakout assaults. There was strong resistance from battalions of the North Vietnamese 66th Regiment, which mounted fierce counterattacks, but the Marines succeeded in taking Hill 471. It was the first of a string of NVA hills recaptured over the next few days. On April 8, 1968, the Air Cavalry and the 26th Marines at the combat base linked up, formally ending the siege of Khe Sanh. In fact, the Marines were less than pleased to be seen as being rescued by the Army. In their view, they had long since guaranteed their own survival. The 77-day siege of Khe Sanh had turned into the biggest single battle of the Vietnam War. The official assessment of the North Vietnamese Army dead was just over 1,600, with 2 divisions all but shattered. But thousands more were probably killed by bombs and left no trace of ever having existed. By the end of Operation Pegasus, American and South Vietnamese units had suffered 1,000 dead and 4,500 wounded. But official figures state that under 250 had been killed at the Khe Sanh combat base and its outposts. In the aftermath of the battle, General Westmoreland had high hopes that the next phase would be the thrust into Laos he had long advocated. He now had the forces he needed. But Westmoreland's hopes for a great campaign to follow up his victory at Khe Sanh were soon dashed. In the United States, by the spring of 1968, American public opinion had turned sharply against the war in Vietnam. The shock of the Tet Offensive had led many to believe that the U.S. would have to withdraw sooner or later. Under severe pressure, President Johnson had promised to search for a negotiated peace. He ruled out any big troop increases and any widening of the conflict. In June 1968, General Westmoreland approved the destruction of the Khe Sanh combat base. The president's decision not to widen the war had meant there could be no offensive into Laos. Nor was the base needed for defense, as there were now strong and highly mobile American forces in the area. In any case, as both sides were slowly beginning to realize, even as the battle had raged at Khe Sanh, the war had changed out of all recognition. In early 1968, United States Marines fought the North Vietnamese Army in one of the most bitterly contested battles of the Vietnam War. For 77 days, 20,000 NVA troops laid siege to the Marine combat base at Khe Sanh. At stake was the control of the gateway to South Vietnam. The siege of Khe Sanh was the longest single battle of the Vietnam War. It was also one of the most violent. There were savage artillery duels, mass infantry assaults, and fierce hand-to-hand combat. Khe Sanh also saw the most concentrated tactical bombing campaign in history, as the Americans used massed air power to try and break the siege. The North Vietnamese meant their attack on Khe Sanh to deliver an historic victory that would destroy the will of the United States to carry on the war. In fact, in spite of immense sacrifice, the North Vietnamese army would fail. After Khe Sanh, the NVA would never again take on the Americans in a set-piece battle. In March 1965, 3,500 U.S. Marines had been the first American combat troops sent to South Vietnam. Their orders were to defend an air base at Da Nang, but their mission didn't stay defensive for long. In spite of years of U.S. backing, South Vietnam was close to losing its war against communist Viet Cong guerrillas. By July 1965, Washington had decided to commit 200,000 U.S. troops to the fight, and the Marines had gone on the offensive. American commanders saw their role as taking on the Viet Cong's big units, the battalions and regiments. The units were well trained and had been armed with modern weapons by North Vietnam. Increasingly, the NLF's war was controlled from the north, and North Vietnam had already begun to send its own troops to fight alongside the guerrillas. The first big battle between the Americans and the Viet Cong was in August 1965. In Operation Starlight, the Marines smashed a Viet Cong regiment. In November, in the Ia Drang Valley, the 1st Air Cavalry Division battled nearly 6,000 North Vietnamese Army troops. According to General Westmoreland, the Americans killed more than 1,200 in a storm of heavy fire. American commanders were buoyed up by their apparent success on the battlefield. More such victories would quickly force the Viet Cong to give up their campaign. The optimism did not last long. By the close of 1965, the Americans were finding it impossible to make the Viet Cong fight pitched battles. Meantime, U.S. casualties were rising fast from ambushes, booby traps, and surprise attacks. By the start of 1966, Military Assistance Command, known as MACV, the main American headquarters in South Vietnam, deployed 184,000 U.S. troops. Army units were concentrated in the Saigon area, in a strip along the central coast, and in the central highlands. The Marines of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force were further north, in the area known as I Corps. I Corps bordered the demilitarized zone separating North and South Vietnam. The Marines now had 3 main bases in I Corps, at Da Nang, Chu Lai, and Phu Bai, while the South Vietnamese Army had headquarters at Hue and Quang Nai. The threat came from NLF battalions in the countryside and the border areas, the North Vietnamese Army on the demilitarized zone, and from tens of thousands of local NLF inside the heavily populated coastal belt. To the NLF, the coastal villages were a priceless asset. They produced vast quantities of rice which could feed the big guerrilla units in the remote interior. They also produced large numbers of recruits. Over the years, the NLF had gained control of thousands of villages. They had created their own local administration and village guerrilla forces. The villages also played host to the big units as they passed through on operations. All the areas in which the American Marines had built their bases were surrounded by NLF-controlled villages. Marine sweeps through the settlements rarely managed to find them. Viet Cong tactics were to pull out the main guerrilla forces and officials, leaving only snipers and booby traps behind. After the Marines had moved on, the fighters would quickly return. For the Americans, it was deeply frustrating. The Marines were forced to think again about how they could fight this new and unsettling kind of war. The answer the Marines came up with was a pacification program. The idea was to fight the NLF for control of the villages and to do it around the clock. Squad and company-sized units patrolled vigorously and mounted constant ambushes. The rice harvest was protected to keep it out of Viet Cong hands. In areas that stayed hostile, whole villages were moved by force to districts already pacified. The Marines' aggressive military tactics were combined with persuasion. In civic action projects, widely known as the Hearts and Minds program, villagers were given medical aid and help with economic development. The Marines claimed the policy was highly successful and helped bring more than 1 million people under government control. However, in reality, it was just an illusion, and the NLF still managed to infiltrate these areas, which continued to abound with sympathizers. The change came in mid-1966. General Westmoreland, the commander of U.S. forces in South Vietnam, had never agreed with the Marines' methods. He believed that controlling villages was a waste of highly trained and heavily armed troops. Westmoreland argued that the Marines should instead be used to pursue the enemy's big units in the remote interior. In fact, events would soon force the Marines to reduce their whole pacification effort. Civil unrest erupted between South Vietnamese factions right across the country. The North saw its opportunity and assembled thousands of troops poised to cross into the South. It was a threat the Marines could not ignore. The North Vietnamese Army's 324B Division crossed the demilitarized zone in late May 1966 and encountered a Marine battalion. The NVA held their ground, and the largest battle of the war to date broke out near Dong Ha. General Walt moved most of the 3rd Marine Division north, 5,000 men in 5 battalions. In Operation Hastings, the Marines, backed by South Vietnamese Army troops, the heavy guns of U.S. warships, and the Marines' own artillery and air power, drove the NVA back over the demilitarized zone in just over 3 weeks. Because the Marines were forbidden to cross the demilitarized zone into North Vietnam, the 324B Division, along with elements of 2 more divisions, were able to regroup and return to the south almost at once. The Marines were forced to mount Operation Prairie, which tied up 11 battalions, nearly 10,000 troops, for a full 10 months. To support the operations, they and Special Forces units built a string of combat bases stretching from Jiolin in the east to Khe Sanh in the west. Casualties on both sides were heavy in Operations Hastings and Prairie. Although over 300 Americans were dead and nearly 1,500 wounded, it was a victory for the Americans. However, the NVA divisions had not been beaten. They simply slipped back across the demilitarized zone from where they could return at any time. The Marines now had little choice but to keep strong forces in the area. As the Americans had expected, in the first months of 1967, North Vietnamese Army units once more began infiltrating into the south. The Marine reaction was to mount big operations to find them and cut them off. Both sides were determined to control the hilltops dominating the valley trails. The bloodiest battles of all were those fought for the hills surrounding the Marine combat base at Khe Sanh. These were 881 North and South and Hill 861, thus named for their height in feet. American bases below the demilitarized zone were strung out along Route 1 and Route 9. The command center was Dong Ha, while Camp Carroll and the Rock Pile were artillery bases with long-range heavy guns. On the western end of Route 9, Long Vei, a special forces camp, and the Marine base at Khe Sanh were particularly important. They dominated North Vietnamese infiltration routes into the south from the demilitarized zone and from Laos. Khe Sanh Combat Base sat astride the valley of the Rao Quan River, with Dong Tree Mountain to the north and a series of smaller, numbered hills to the northwest. In April 1967, elements of the NVA 325C Division moved onto Hills 881 North and South and Hill 861 and stormed a signal relay station atop Hill 950. They built fortifications and placed artillery to support the main effort. An infantry assault by all three of the division's regiments, more than 5,000 men. The base at Khe Sanh had been defended by only a single company of Marines. But now, American strength was raised to 2 battalions with more artillery. By May 5th, after violent battles, the Marines had seized all 3 key hills. The battered North Vietnamese division pulled back over the demilitarized zone and across the Laotian border. After the hill fights at Khe Sanh, the war on the demilitarized zone shifted to the eastern sector. North Vietnamese artillery, hidden inside the zone, hammered Marine bases, causing heavy casualties. 30,000 NVA troops tried to infiltrate past the American outposts. In July 1967, there was heavy fighting near Con Thien, killing 1,300 NVA troops. During the last months of 1967, the Marines launched one operation after another to try and intercept infiltrating NVA forces. It was no easy task. The terrain was rough. There were never enough helicopters, and poor weather often shut down air operations. Meanwhile, powerful NVA units were once again massing in the hills and forests around the Khe Sanh combat base. Since the start of the conflict, North Vietnamese leaders had been arguing bitterly about how best to win the war in the South. The president, Ho Chi Minh, was by now aging and in poor health, but he still had enormous influence. Ho was revered by millions of Vietnamese, North and South, and any big decisions had to be approved by him. For the last 2 years, Ho had supported a cautious approach to fighting the war. But in mid-1967, he backed a new strategy pushed by powerful figures within the Politburo, including Li Tuan, the General Secretary of the Communist Party. The plan was to mount an all-out offensive against the cities and towns of the South. The NLF guerrillas inside South Vietnam would launch most of the attacks. But General Giap, North Vietnam's defense minister, planned to add a distinctive touch of his own. He meant to pit North Vietnamese army troops directly against the Americans at Khe Sanh in a major set-piece battle. He would even direct the attacking forces himself. Throughout 1967, the U.S. President Lyndon Johnson had been under pressure from his military advisors to intensify the war in Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted the president to ease the many restrictions on the bombing campaign against the North. They also wanted ground attacks against enemy sanctuaries in Laos and Cambodia, perhaps even into North Vietnam itself. Without such measures, they could see no prospect of victory soon. President Johnson's fear was that expanding the ground campaign might draw China or the Soviet Union into the war. He also faced problems at home. The anti-war movement was already growing, and a wider conflict might turn the American people completely against the whole effort. The last thing the president wanted to hear was that the communists were preparing for a major offensive. But General Westmoreland, the commander of U.S. forces in Vietnam, was warning that a large-scale attack might be on the way. Westmoreland believed that the North Vietnamese army was preparing a big push into the south, and that its first target might be the Marine combat base at Khe Sanh. Although the president and his advisors were deeply worried by the news, Westmoreland himself was optimistic. He believed he had the forces to deal with any threat, and a massive enemy offensive might be the opportunity he'd been waiting for. If the North Vietnamese army came out into the open to fight pitched battles, there was a real chance of a decisive American victory. For the North Vietnamese army and its commander, General Giap, attacking the Americans at Khe Sanh promised a whole series of benefits. The buildup would draw American attention away from the southern cities, the main targets of the Tet Offensive. A successful attack would also open a clear route into South Vietnam. A victory at Khe Sanh might also bring another, even more valuable prize. The U.S. Marines defending the base were an elite force, and crushing them might damage American morale beyond repair. In 1954, 13 years previously, General Giap had inflicted just such a defeat on French colonial forces at Dien Bien Phu. In selecting Khe Sanh as the site for a set-piece battle with the Americans, General Giap had chosen carefully. The jungle-covered hills and low cloud combined with heavy fog would work against American air power. And while his own troops were close to supplies and reinforcements, the Americans could be cut off from any outside help. The weakened garrison would then be overrun. From March 1967, the Americans had succeeded in sending heavily armed convoys down Route 9 to Khe Sanh. However, in July, an attempt to get long-range artillery to the combat base was blocked by North Vietnamese ambushes. Soon, the NVA had closed the road completely, and the first phase of the campaign against Khe Sanh was completed. The next stage in the North Vietnamese plan was to deploy infantry north and west of Khe Sanh. The units to the north would capture the hills overlooking the base and place artillery to bombard the Americans and destroy their airfield. They would also mount ground attacks to create a diversion. The western units would capture Long Vei Special Forces Camp and Khe Sanh Village, and then mount a massive assault to take the Marine Combat Base from the south. A vital ingredient of General Giap's plan was to soften up Khe Sanh and its surrounding hill outposts with massive artillery bombardments. It was vital to prevent American aircraft from finding and destroying the guns, mortars, and rocket batteries before the attack. The troops made enormous efforts to protect the artillery by hiding it in caves or specially dug pits. They sighted huge numbers of anti-aircraft guns to drive away inquisitive reconnaissance planes, while everything was hidden by elaborate camouflage. From the start of the war in Vietnam, U.S. military commanders had believed that the best form of defense was to attack in strength. When reconnaissance detected a large enemy force, U.S. troops would be helicoptered in to surround and destroy it. Although they often flew straight into an ambush, in the main the strategy worked. The problem with the American tactics was that they needed ever-increasing numbers of troops and helicopters. In Washington, Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, worried that the constant demand for more men would eventually destroy public support for the war. Throughout 1967, McNamara had pushed for a strategy that would reduce the need for manpower. One proposal in particular McNamara adopted enthusiastically. The idea was to clear a line along the demilitarized zone and build an electronic barrier to stop enemy infiltration from north to south. The plan, called the Strong Point Obstacle System, was expected to cost $1 billion. To U.S. troops on the ground, it made no sense. They christened it McNamara's Line. Because the eastern part of the demilitarized zone was flat ground, the area was given the first priority for defense. The plan was for 9 strong points, including Con Thien and Jiaolin, linked by fencing, minefields, and electronic detectors. West to Khe Sanh, U.S. bases would act as anchors for short strips of line, blocking all the likely approaches. Artillery would cover the whole area. By the end of 1967, the eastern part of the Strong Point Obstacle System was almost complete. American planners hoped the new defense would at least channel the North Vietnamese into the more difficult hilly terrain guarded by the rock pile and Khe Sanh. In the future, when those bases too were part of the system, military commanders saw them playing a particularly important role. If full-scale ground operations were ever launched into Laos, the barrier would protect the Americans from flank attacks. The Strong Point Obstacle System was deeply unwelcome to U.S. commanders in the area. Building just the eastern part imposed a heavy burden on the Marines. The line was soaking up vast amounts of material and manpower, restricting offensive operations. Worst of all, the construction work and the transport supplying it were sitting targets for North Vietnamese gunners. Altogether, the North Vietnamese Army numbered just under 470,000 troops in 12 divisions and 100 independent regiments. There was also a small navy for coastal patrol and an air force to defend against American bombing raids, together with an air defense missile force. China had also committed 50,000 advisors and engineers to repair damage done by American bombing and so free North Vietnamese troops for combat operations. By now, the NVA had taken over all military activity in the northernmost parts of South Vietnam, and 102,000 NVA troops were available to fight in the south. All the same, the planned Tet Offensive was not meant to depend heavily on the Northern Army. The southern guerrillas, the Viet Cong, would do most of the fighting, and just over a quarter of NVA units in the south were to be committed to Tet. The rest would either be held back as a reserve or thrown into the battle against the Americans at Khe Sanh.
By the start of 1968, the North Vietnamese Army had more than 40,000 men positioned near the border with South Vietnam. One division was to launch attacks down the east coast to take Da Nang and other important centers. 4 divisions and 2 regiments were massed for the assault on Khe Sanh and for follow-up operations to seize the northern provinces. North of Khe Sanh was the 325C Division, with 3 regiments and a battalion. The elite 304th Division was south of the base. The besieging forces were supported by 3 artillery formations and anti-aircraft units, while a regiment handled resupply from the north. Further east, another division was placed to threaten the American artillery base at the rock pile, to keep Route 9 cut, and to act as reinforcements. A small number of tanks were also positioned west of Long Vây. If the battle for Khe Sanh was to end in victory, General Giap and his planners knew that an uninterrupted flow of supplies would be the key. The experience in 1954 of fighting the French at Dien Bien Phu had taught him the value of ensuring continuous supply long before the final storming of the enemy base. He was determined to repeat his achievement at Khe Sanh. To get ammunition, food, and materials to the forces attacking Khe Sanh, Giap ordered the building of 2 new roads. They were soon detected by the Americans, who named them the Santa Fe Trail. U.S. fighter bombers made furious attacks, but the roads were impossible to destroy or even damage seriously. The Santa Fe Trail was heavily camouflaged and fully equipped with bunkers, storage depots, and way stations. The roads were protected by heavy anti-aircraft cover. Already, supplies have been built up near Khe Sanh for between 60 and 90 days of sustained combat. For more than a decade, the North Vietnamese Army had been getting military equipment from China and the Soviet Union. The best NVA divisions were extremely well armed. The rugged and effective AK-47 assault rifle was perfect for the harsh battlefield conditions of Vietnam. Infantry units had large numbers of machine guns and RPG-7 anti-tank grenade launchers. The main defense against American air power for the troops around Khe Sanh was the Soviet K-38 heavy machine gun. Near special installations, the NVA anti-aircraft units were armed with 37mm anti-aircraft cannons, a menace even to the fastest American jets. The heavy artillery which NVA gunners would use to try and overwhelm the defenses of the Khe Sanh base was also Soviet and Chinese.
The 130mm field gun had a range of 19 miles, further than any comparable American gun. U.S. troops rated it the best all-round artillery piece on the Vietnam battlefield. The guns would be reinforced by huge numbers of rockets and heavy mortars. The troops of the North Vietnamese Army were recognized even by their American enemies as first-class soldiers. They were extremely well-trained and disciplined. They were skilled in tactics, and their morale and determination often seemed to the Americans to border on the fanatical. In fact, during 1967, as losses soared, North Vietnamese Army morale had slumped badly. Desertion threatened to become a real problem. The grueling trek from home bases to distant Khe Sanh had also taken its toll. American bombing was a constant danger, and diseases, particularly malaria, were rife. Most of the NVA soldiers who were massing to attack Khe Sanh were from the coastal lowlands of North Vietnam and found life a misery in the sodden, insect-infested jungles, as did their enemy. In preparation for the Khe Sanh battle, NVA commanders went to enormous lengths to restore their troops' morale. Cultural groups were sent on the long and arduous journey to the front to entertain the troops. The message was simple and was reinforced at every opportunity by political officers. The coming campaign would deliver the victory they had hoped for so many years. The propaganda effort worked well. In the final weeks before the offensive, desertions from the North Vietnamese Army fell dramatically. In late 1967, 73,000 of the almost 500,000 American troops in South Vietnam were United States Marines. They were under the command of the U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet Headquarters in Honolulu, but operational control was with General Westmoreland's Military Assistance Command in Saigon. From the start, the independent status of the Marines had led to friction. Often they were accused by the Army and the Air Force of fighting their own private war. Since Lieutenant General Robert Cushman had taken over as Marine commander in June 1967, he and Westmoreland had argued continuously over how the Marines should best be used. The latest issue was the McNamara Line. The idea was strongly opposed by the Marines, but Westmoreland had become a strong supporter. There was also a major disagreement brewing over who should control Marine air power. On the eve of a major battle, inter-service rivalry was threatening to grow into a serious problem. All American units in I Corps were commanded by the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force with its headquarters at Da Nang. The force controlled the 1st and 3rd Marine Divisions and elements of the 5th, along with the 23rd Army Division, 2 Army brigades, and a squadron of armored cavalry. The South Vietnamese Army deployed 2 divisions and an infantry regiment in I Corps, and there was also a brigade of Korean Marines. Air support for operations in I Corps was provided by a U.S. Air Force Tactical Fighter Wing, the 1st Marine Air Wing, and a South Vietnamese Air Force Squadron. U.S. Navy aircraft were stationed on the carriers of Task Force 77, while 3 wings of B-52 bombers were also on call from Thailand and Guam in the Pacific Ocean. Air supply was carried out by Marine and Air Force transport and helicopter squadrons. As more than 100,000 men, half of all U.S. combat units in South Vietnam, had been concentrated in I Corps, the supply system had been strained to the limit. On the DMZ alone, ammunition consumption was running at 25,000 artillery shells a month. The Marine supply lines stretched from the United States to Okinawa in the Pacific and on into Vietnam. The U.S. forces required 21,000 tons of food, ammunition, fuel, and general supplies daily. As a result, there was a constant stream of ships and air freight into Da Nang. Getting the supplies to where they were needed was a massive job. Vietnam was the first war to see computers used to control supplies. The requisitioning system handled over 80,000 different items, from boots for the men to spares for helicopters. Just like their North Vietnamese enemies, the Marine infantry would depend in the coming battles on supporting firepower. They had large numbers of medium and heavy mortars. The Marines would also make good use of 106mm recoilless rifles. The M40 had been designed as an anti-tank weapon, but it was also highly effective against bunkers and trenches. Marine bases always had their own standard 105mm artillery pieces. The guns had a range of 7 miles. Some bases, including Khe Sanh, also had powerful 155mm howitzers. They could lob a heavy shell over 9 miles at a rate of 4 rounds a minute. The base could also call in supporting fire from the Army's huge 175mm self-propelled guns. These weapons could fire a 170-pound shell 23 miles, just enough to reach the Khe Sanh area from the rock pile or Camp Carroll. Support from aircraft was much less reliable than artillery. Air operations could be shut down completely by bad weather. But in the right conditions, fighter bombers could bring devastating firepower to the battlefield. A-4 Skyhawks, operating from carriers in the Tonkin Gulf or from marine airfields, could be over the Khe Sanh area in less than 30 minutes with 1.5 tons of bombs. Navy, Marine, and Air Force Phantoms were also on call. Although designed as an interceptor, the F-4 was a powerful bomber. It could carry 18 750-pound bombs or 11 canisters of the devastating flammable gel, napalm. As an elite formation which could attract recruits of the highest quality, the United States Marines had for years been an all-volunteer force. Vietnam had forced a change. Restricting tours of duty to 13 months and the steady accumulation of casualties meant the Marine Corps had to take in draftees. Around 20,000 men had been drafted in by the end of 1967. Basic training had been cut too, down from 12 to 8 weeks. There was also a severe shortage of skilled personnel, particularly helicopter pilots. In spite of the sometimes appalling conditions of cold, wet, and dirt in which the Marines in Vietnam had to live and fight, their morale had stood up well. Marine discipline and the sense of being part of an elite helped. So did the knowledge that support from artillery, helicopter gunships, or strike aircraft was not far away. But nothing helped the morale of the men as much as the superb medical evacuation and treatment system. After emergency treatment by a medic on the spot, a wounded man could expect to be picked up by medevac helicopter in less than half an hour. The crews of evacuation helicopters were among the most admired troops serving in Vietnam. The pilots would go to extraordinary lengths to get wounded men away, even under heavy fire. In I Corps, evacuation was to one of 3 field hospitals or to the main hospital at Da Nang. There were also 2 fully equipped Navy hospital ships, each with more than 500 beds. So effective was the Marine medevac system that 99% of evacuated Marines survived their wounds. As evidence had mounted that the North Vietnamese were going to attack Khe Sanh, the Americans took a quick decision to reinforce the base. By the close of 1967, the 3rd Battalion of the 26th Marines had arrived to boost the garrison. New bunkers, quarters, and perimeter defenses had to be built fast. Building materials that were meant for the McNamara Line were quickly diverted to Khe Sanh. Only days after the new Marine unit had arrived at Khe Sanh, it launched a major search and destroy operation towards the border with Laos. The Marines discovered North Vietnamese weapons caches and fresh trails. but not a single enemy soldier opened fire. Unknown to the Americans, the 30,000 NVA troops all around were under strict orders to avoid all contact. Christmas 1967 came and went on the demilitarized zone, but the North Vietnamese stayed uncannily quiet. However, there were signs of intense NVA reconnaissance around Khe Sanh. Most Marines now believed the question was not whether the North Vietnamese meant to storm Khe Sanh, but when. From February 1965 to November 1968, the United States waged a massive bombing campaign against North Vietnam. Operation Rolling Thunder sent American warplanes against heavily defended targets. It was a destructive and costly battle as both sides used ever more sophisticated weapons and tactics. In Rolling Thunder, American aircraft dropped over 650,000 tons of bombs on North Vietnam. There were also massive operations in South Vietnam, supporting American ground troops and against communist supply lines and bases in Laos and Cambodia. The air war in Southeast Asia was more than a contest between the United States and North Vietnam. From the start, America's Cold War enemies, China and the Soviet Union, were backing the North with weapons, advisors, and support personnel. For U.S. leaders, that raised the most difficult question they had ever faced. Could the air war be won without sparking off a wider and infinitely more dangerous conflict? The United States Air Force began its war in Southeast Asia more than 3 years before American combat troops set foot in Vietnam. In late 1961, President John F. Kennedy ordered more help for the South Vietnamese government in its war against the Viet Cong guerrillas. U.S. backing included new equipment and more than 3,000 military advisors and support personnel. Soon, U.S. Army and Marine helicopters were flying South Vietnamese government soldiers and their American advisors into combat against the Viet Cong. U.S. Air Force transport planes helped with troop deployments and supplies. Meanwhile, reconnaissance aircraft searched for guerrilla units, and interceptors defended South Vietnamese airspace against North Vietnamese or even possibly Soviet or Chinese intruders. Amongst the first U.S. Air Force units sent to Vietnam was a small detachment of helicopters disguised in South Vietnamese markings. Under special rules of engagement, codenamed Farmgate, the aircraft were flown by U.S. personnel, but had to have a South Vietnamese Air Force officer on board. Unofficially, they were flying combat missions against the NLF. In spite of American efforts, the NLF inflicted a series of defeats on the South Vietnamese Army in 1963. Guerrilla numbers were rising, and they were better armed and led than ever. With each month that passed, the NLF was getting more weapons, ammunition, and trained men from North Vietnam. The main supply route from North Vietnam, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, ran inside Laos and Cambodia to the NLF's base areas in the south. The trail was manned by North Vietnamese army troops with the help of Laotian guerrillas who were waging their own war against the Lao government. The NLF guerrillas were concentrated in the Mekong Delta, around Saigon, and in the central and northern parts of Vietnam. It was near these areas that the Americans stationed helicopter companies to carry South Vietnamese troops into battle. The detachment operating under Farm Gate was based at Ben Hoa near Saigon, and there was another important base at Tan Son Nhut. 3 smaller airfields also supported fixed-wing operations. By the end of 1963, Farm Gate pilots, soon known as Air Commandos, were flying more than 80 missions a week. They attacked Viet Cong base areas and river traffic, and were credited with killing hundreds, maybe thousands of guerrillas. Operation Ranch Hand flights, spraying a deadly herbicide to destroy jungle cover, were also flown under Farm Gate rules. The spraying, which began in early 1962, cleared the vegetation alongside highways. Viet Cong ambushes would then be far easier to spot. Ranch Hand's mission was soon extended beyond preventing ambushes. Vast tracts of forest were sprayed with Agent Orange, a herbicide containing the deadly chemical dioxin. Guerrilla trails and base areas were exposed, and crops that might feed Viet Cong units were destroyed. By the summer of 1971, Operation Ranch Hand had sprayed 11 million gallons of Agent Orange, containing 240 pounds of dioxin, and destroyed 6 million acres of South Vietnam. 1/7 of the country's total area was laid waste. Herbicides containing dioxin were banned for use in the U.S. by the Department of Agriculture in 1968. In Vietnam, the spraying continued until 1971. Between April and June 1964, American air power in Southeast Asia was massively reinforced. 2 aircraft carriers arrived off the Vietnamese coast. The move was prompted by an NVA offensive in Laos. To help Laotian government forces, U.S. aircraft mounted a big reconnaissance effort, codenamed Operation Yankee Team. Soon after Yankee Team began, 2 Navy planes were lost to anti-aircraft fire over Laos. The Air Force retaliated by hitting the enemy gun positions in the first jet bombing raids in Southeast Asia. As well as photographing the activities of the Laotian guerrillas, American aircraft over Laos were monitoring the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was clear that North Vietnam was sending more men and supplies to the southern guerrillas than ever before. In Washington, the new U.S. President, Lyndon Johnson, was being pressed hard by his military commanders to punish the North. So far, Johnson had refused to sanction official direct attacks on North Vietnam. However, covert attacks were being conducted over Vietnam near the Laotian border. It was an incident in the Tonkin Gulf that finally lit the fuse. In bad weather conditions, the captain of an American destroyer thought he was fired upon by North Vietnamese patrol boats, an attack that actually never happened. But on August 5, 1964, the president ordered retaliation. Operation Pierce Arrow was launched by the carriers Ticonderoga and Constellation. Aircraft from Constellation bombed North Vietnamese naval facilities at Hong Gai and Loc Chau, with the loss of 2 American aircraft. Fuel storage tanks and a patrol boat base at Vinh and another base at Quang Cay were attacked by aircraft from Ticonderoga. Later, a follow-up strike completed the devastation at Vinh. In North Vietnam, the American bombing raids immediately triggered a secret plan. For years, the North had been creating an air force with Soviet-built jet fighters. The force had been based in China. The day after the American bombings, the fighters were called home. Even as the North Vietnamese fighters began to patrol out of their new base, the Americans rushed their own reinforcements to the region. The Air Force deployed more than 70 planes to Vietnam and Thailand. The Navy sent 2 more carriers steaming towards the Gulf of Tonkin. As tension in Southeast Asia rose sharply, U.S. intelligence learned of an ominous development. In October 1964, China, Vietnam's neighbor and ally, successfully tested an atomic bomb. In the closing weeks of 1964, American aircraft launched a new campaign in Southeast Asia. The aim was to find and destroy North Vietnamese transport and installations on the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. For the Americans, Operation Barrel Roll was the start of an attempt to cut off supplies to the NLF that would last for a full 8 years. By February 8, 1965, NLF guerrillas in South Vietnam had launched a series of attacks on U.S. installations and personnel. The United States was determined to hold North Vietnam responsible. carrier aircraft had been kept ready to retaliate if the president gave the order. On February 7, 1965, they were unleashed against North Vietnamese targets. Operation Flaming Dart was launched from the carriers Ranger, Hancock, and Coral Sea, and from airfields in South Vietnam by both U.S. and South Vietnamese planes. The targets were North Vietnamese Army barracks and the 325th Infantry Division's training base at Dong Hoi. Because of bad weather, only one target was hit in strength, at the cost of an aircraft shot down. In the next 5 days, more retaliation raids again hit Army barracks. 3 American aircraft were lost. Up to now, the American airstrikes on the North had been in retaliation for particular incidents. However, many in Washington believed that bombing should have a much bigger role to play. They argued a sustained campaign of attacks could make North Vietnam stop supporting the war in the South. Military planners had long ago been given permission to prepare a major bombing offensive. It was codenamed Operation Rolling Thunder. On February 13, 1965, the White House gave the go-ahead. 2 weeks later, on March 2nd, after a series of delays, the Americans launched the first raid of the new campaign. The initial plan was to launch 2 or 3 strikes every week. But by March 19th, with Rolling Thunder 7, the airstrikes became a sustained and regular effort. Rolling Thunder got off to an uncertain start. The first mission, flown by more than 100 aircraft, hit an ammunition dump in the Quang Ke Naval Base. 5 U.S. aircraft were lost. In the following weeks, North Vietnamese radar, railway bridges, and military bases were attacked, but more American aircraft were shot down. Already, it looked like an air war over North Vietnam might prove far more costly than anyone had expected. The American President Lyndon Johnson doubted that bombing North Vietnam would be enough to save the South. By now, he was resigned to using American troops to fight the guerrillas. The first combat units had already landed. Johnson's biggest worry, shared by his Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, was that bombing North Vietnam might spark off a much bigger war. The Soviet Union and China had been supporting the North with financial and military aid for years. If the American bombing was too fierce, they might be forced to come to its defense. After that, anything could happen. Johnson's fears that the war in Vietnam could spiral out of control were not shared by his military leaders. The Joint Chiefs of Staff did not believe that the Chinese or the Soviets would intervene, no matter how hard the U.S. hit the North. What they wanted was a quick and devastating campaign. Whatever the doubts of his military leaders, Johnson was sure that massive bombing of North Vietnam would draw in the Chinese. The only course the president could see was to keep strict control of the offensive himself. Each week, the list of targets to be struck would have to be approved by him at the White House. The first American bombing raids had come as a severe shock to the leaders of North Vietnam. Neither the President Ho Chi Minh nor his government had expected the Americans to go so far. But there was no question of giving in. On April 8, 1965, Premier Pham Van Dong replied to a peace overture from the American president with his own list of uncompromising demands. For 10 years, Ho Chi Minh's aim had been to reunite the two halves of Vietnam under communist rule. Now the NLF guerrillas in the south were so close to victory, he saw no reason why he should negotiate. The problem was, if the North were bombed into oblivion or invaded by American and South Vietnamese forces, all would be lost. Only with massive help from the Soviet Union and China could North Vietnam hope to survive. The two superpowers had already given nearly $1 billion worth of aid over 10 years, but Ho was appealing urgently for more. Ho meant to play on the bitter rivalry between the two powers to get all the help he could. At first, the Soviet Union, under Premier Alexei Khe Sanh, had urged northern leaders to look for a peaceful solution. But Khe Sanh was actually in Hanoi in February 1965 when Rolling Thunder began. The Russian position hardened. The Soviets now promised sophisticated radar, air defense missiles, and more jet fighters. China, under its leader Mao Zedong, went much further than the Soviet Union. Mao promised to send combat infantry if the country were invaded. Meantime, to help the North defend itself against the bombing, he promised anti-aircraft units. Mao meant to guarantee the survival of his neighbor, whatever the risks. From the start, the American bombing offensive against North Vietnam was meant to meet a whole range of different objectives. The military chiefs, including Admiral Sharp, the commander of U.S. Pacific Forces, wanted to wreck the North's capacity to make war. The U.S. ambassador in Saigon, Maxwell Taylor, saw the raids as a morale booster for South Vietnam. The Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, meant them to put on pressure, which could be stepped up gradually until the North agreed to U.S. demands. The first targets of the Rolling Thunder campaign had been chosen mainly for their political and psychological impact. However, to justify the mounting toll of lost pilots and aircraft, McNamara now wanted more concrete results. He argued that the campaign against North Vietnam should be much more closely linked to the war in the South. The new American plan for Operation Rolling Thunder focused on the part of North Vietnam between the demilitarized zone, separating North and South, and the 20th parallel. Inside this area, railway lines, bridges, and a vital rail yard at Dien were all used to send supplies and reinforcements to guerrilla units in the South. These lines of communication were to be cut in a 3-week campaign which would steadily move north. Armed reconnaissance would then destroy the transport trapped by the broken bridges and rail lines. To U.S. military leaders, the decision to attack North Vietnamese transport was a move in the right direction, but it was nowhere near as destructive as the campaign they wanted. The Joint Chiefs still argued for an all-out offensive to destroy North Vietnam's military centers, air defenses, power stations, and ports. President Johnson and Robert McNamara were adamant that there would be no all-out campaign. This was to be a limited war to achieve limited objectives. In any case, McNamara and other officials argued, the most valuable targets should be kept as hostages. To save those, North Vietnam would have to agree to negotiate. When the Rolling Thunder campaign had begun, North Vietnam's leaders had feared that in a very short time their country could be bombed into rubble. The air defense system was still primitive. If the Americans meant to launch an all-out offensive, there was little the fledgling North Vietnamese Air Force could do to stop them. North Vietnam hoped that open support from its allies, particularly the Chinese, could save it from full-scale attack. There was every sign the Chinese meant what they said about coming to the North's aid if necessary. In fact, China was taking the situation in Vietnam so seriously it had changed its whole national defense strategy. Mao Zedong had long recognized that by helping North Vietnam, he was risking a direct clash with the United States. He was determined to prepare. Mao ordered a massive defense program to ensure China could withstand even a nuclear attack by the United States. He called it the Third Front, and by March 1965, it was already well underway. The first stage of the Third Front program had been to take China's industries, mostly concentrated around the big cities, and split them in two. The duplicates were then moved deep into the interior. Already, fortifications were being built for defense in depth, and every province was creating its own light armaments industry. Meanwhile, North Vietnam's defenses against American bombing were also being reinforced. China had already moved 4 full air divisions and an anti-aircraft division to its border with Vietnam. It built airfields close to the frontier as sanctuary and repair facilities for North Vietnam's jet fighters. Inside Vietnam, new airfields would be built and old ones repaired. Chinese logistic teams were already constructing or upgrading 12 roads north of Hanoi. In North Vietnam, full-scale mobilization was being carried out at a frantic pace. Many believed that an invasion might follow the air assault. 1 million people were organized into repair and construction teams. In a massive program, they dug thousands of miles of trenches and millions of single-person air raid shelters. Soon, in Hanoi, there would be a shelter on average every 20 feet. To the leaders of the North, building defenses and acquiring advanced weaponry was only one part of the strategy. There was also the political battle. There would be a major propaganda offensive to pressure the Americans into restricting or even stopping their attacks. For more than 20 years, American military planning had given the highest priority to strategic bombers. The U.S. had built a huge force of long-range aircraft able to attack targets deep inside the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons. As the conflict with North Vietnam had intensified, Strategic Air Command had modified its giant B-52s to carry conventional bombs. Although the B-52s had been stationed ready to attack North Vietnam, in the end they had been kept out of Rolling Thunder. The White House believed that the massive high-altitude bombers were just too destructive. They could be seen as a massive escalation of the war. Instead, the smaller and more accurate tactical bombers would fight the strategic campaign against the North. They would also carry out their normal role by supporting ground operations in South Vietnam. While the Air Force and Marine aircraft would fly most missions inside South Vietnam, a large part of the strikes against the North would be mounted by the Navy. The U.S. Navy had 16 strike carriers and deployed more aircraft than all the world's other navies combined. By the end of 1965, 10 different carriers would have taken part in Rolling Thunder operations over North Vietnam. U.S. naval air power off Vietnam was under the command of Task Force 77. Its carriers would operate from two areas, codenamed Yankee and Dixie stations. Aircraft from Yankee Station would attack targets in North Vietnam and Laos, while planes from Dixie would fly over South Vietnam. American Air Force units were controlled by the 2nd Air Division. In 1965, the division operated from 2 main airfields in Vietnam and 5 in Thailand. The 1st Marine Air Wing would deploy fighter aircraft at another 2 airfields in northern South Vietnam, while B-52 wings of Strategic Air Command operated from Guam in the Pacific and later from Thailand, with refueling tankers from Okinawa. U.S. air commanders had a limited say in how the battle over North Vietnam was fought. The White House was not only choosing the targets, but deciding on almost every other detail of each attack. Washington specified the day and often the time of each mission, and sometimes even the type of bombs to be used. From the approved list, American pilots were given a target and 1 or 2 alternatives. Only those targets could be attacked. The monsoon weather was still enveloping North Vietnam, making some targets impossible to hit at the time specified in Washington. Air commanders had no authority to improvise. The main burden of the U.S. Air Force's war against North Vietnam would fall on a single aircraft type. The F-105 Thunder Chief was originally designed as a supersonic long-range nuclear bomber. The single-seater could carry up to 5 tons of bombs, more than a World War II B-17 Flying Fortress. As a fighter escort and for light attack, the Air Force had the F-100 Super Sabre. The F-100 could carry almost 4 tons of bombs. It was also armed with air-to-air missiles and 4 20-millimeter cannons. For bombing missions, the U.S. Navy still relied heavily on the propeller-driven Sky Raider. Although the aircraft had been in service more than 20 years and was very slow, it could carry a heavy load of bombs and rockets. It also had astonishing endurance and was able to stay over a target area for hours at a time. As Rolling Thunder developed, the Sky Raider would be gradually replaced in the Navy's attack squadrons by the A-4 Skyhawk. The Skyhawk could carry 4 tons of bombs, but it was a slow aircraft, able to reach only 670 miles per hour. Skyhawk raids were usually escorted by Crusader fighters, armed with both cannon and air-to-air missiles. By April 1965, the Americans' most versatile aircraft was already deployed in Southeast Asia by Air Force, Navy, and Marine units. The F-4 Phantom was a big aircraft and was able to fly at more than twice the speed of sound, 1,400 miles per hour. It could also carry a bomb load of up to 8 tons. As Phantom units took on a bigger role in the war against North Vietnam, one unforeseen shortcoming would soon emerge. The F-4 had been designed to depend for self-defense on its missiles. It had never been fitted with cannon for close-range air combat. Every aircraft deployed by an Air Force fighter wing or U.S. Navy carrier depended on more than 30 men to keep it flying. A carrier had a crew of around 4,000 crammed into the ship alongside planes, bombs, and stores. Because the carrier was operating 24 hours a day, the men worked in shifts up to 16 hours long. In Thailand and South Vietnam, conditions for Air Force personnel were easier. All the same, heat and humidity took a heavy toll on men and machines. To add to the burden, higher command often measured the success of a unit by the sheer number of sorties it could fly. Whether Navy or Air Force, morale was high amongst the air crew who were going into combat over North Vietnam. Aircraft and pilots had been lost, and the enemy's air defenses were still being developed. The monsoon weather still enveloping the north was often a bigger concern than the anti-aircraft guns. So, too, were the strict rules of engagement that pilots had to memorize. Washington had ordered that only confirmed military targets could be hit, and then never in civilian areas. Enemy aircraft had to be identified visually before they could be attacked, in case they were Chinese. And there was a host of other restrictions. Such rules had never been part of the training of U.S. pilots. But crew were left in no doubt that infringements would lead to serious disciplinary action. The North Vietnamese armed forces fielded 400,000 men in 13 regular divisions. All divisions had their own anti-aircraft guns. So did the units operating in Laos, building and running the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The Navy played a role in air defense too. Its fleet of East German gunboats was stationed on the sea and river approaches to important targets. From its beginnings, the North Vietnamese Air Force was part of the Army. As well as its planes and a small number of helicopters, the Air Force controlled the Anti-Aircraft Command, a specialized anti-aircraft artillery formation. It also controlled an increasingly sophisticated early warning radar system supplied by the Soviet Union and China. North Vietnam's only fighter wing, the 921st, was based at Noi Bai Airfield, 40 kilometers from Hanoi. A second wing, the 923rd, was planned for the airfield being built at Kep. There was also a training wing and a wing of Ilyushin bombers at Cat Bai and Phuc Yen. The anti-aircraft gun batteries of the Air Defense Force were organized into 4 brigades, concentrated around areas of strategic importance. The main road and rail junctions, the industrial centers around Hanoi and Haiphong, and the main supply routes to Laos and the south were most heavily defended. Anti-aircraft units were also deployed along the irrigation system of the Red River Valley. Although North Vietnam's air defenses were still weak, they would soon become amongst the most formidable ever assembled anywhere. The plan was to coordinate the efforts of radar sites and observation posts, anti-aircraft guns, and the fighter interceptors. The planes would try to ambush the enemy, and if they couldn't shoot him down, at least force him to fly through heavy ground fire. In the early days of the air battle, close cooperation between radar, guns, and fighters would not be easy to achieve. There were too many different anti-aircraft commands. Soon, as Soviet-built anti-aircraft missiles became operational, another ingredient would be added to the already complex system. For a long time to come, North Vietnamese pilots would run a very high risk of being shot down by friendly fire. The mainstay of the North Vietnamese Air Force was the MiG-17 jet fighter. It was an aging design, a top speed of only 710 miles an hour, and was later replaced by the more advanced MiG-21. Yet the MiG-17 was still a formidable interceptor. It was one of the most maneuverable jets ever built, and armed with 3 cannon, it was deadly in a dogfight. By now, the Air Defense Force had a large number of Soviet and Chinese anti-aircraft guns. At the start of the battle, they were still simple types with optical sights. The 23 and the 37mm twins could fire 100 rounds a minute from each barrel, but could only reach targets up to 10,000 feet. The bigger 57mm anti-aircraft guns had a ceiling of 18,000 feet. American pilots could avoid them by flying higher, but in the last moments of an attack, aircraft had to come in low. It was then that the 57mm was an extremely dangerous weapon. The North Vietnamese regional militia now had 500,000 members and was equipped with large numbers of light machine guns. Against low-flying planes, they could be highly effective. Militia were even taught to use their rifles against enemy raiders, as even a chance hit by a single bullet could bring down a $1 million aircraft in flames. The advanced weaponry supplied by the Soviet Union and China depended completely on skilled personnel to operate and maintain it. North Vietnam was an agricultural country with little industry. 200 North Vietnamese Air Force technicians had been trained in China, but it was barely enough. There was also a shortage of skilled radar operators. From the start of the American attacks, the pilots of the 921st Fighter Wing had been keen to get into combat. They had been training at a furious pace. Gunnery was given the highest priority. Pilots practice opening fire at ranges down to 150 meters to get a kill on the first pass. All the time, the emphasis was on close-in engagements to make the most of the MiG-17's agility. At the same time, the Air Force was training the next batch of pilots as fast as it possibly could. Most of the training of pilots, radar operators, and anti-aircraft gunners was being carried out by Soviet and Chinese military experts. Many had already taken part in combat operations, actually directing the defense. At a higher level, behind the scenes, there were Soviet and Chinese staff officers working to improve the performance of every branch of the North Vietnamese armed forces. For the Americans, the first stage in stepping up the campaign against North Vietnam was to weaken its defenses. In the last week of March 1965, U.S. attack planes from the carriers Hancock and Coral Sea hit key North Vietnamese radar sites. There was a fierce reaction from northern anti-aircraft guns, and several U.S. planes were shot down. As the Rolling Thunder campaign built up, the attacks did boost the confidence of the South Vietnamese government. Government forces were doing better on the battlefield too. Even so, in Washington, the mood was bleak. On March 29, 1965, NLF guerrillas launched a daring bomb attack on the American embassy in Saigon. 2 Americans and 20 South Vietnamese were killed. To many in Washington, the attack seemed to underline the need for much stronger measures to be taken in Vietnam. By now, President Johnson himself was pushing for vigorous action. He gave permission for the Marines already in Vietnam to be used in combat operations. Few doubted that more troop deployments would follow. Soon, U.S. aircraft would be faced with 2 missions in Southeast Asia: the continuing campaign against North Vietnam and supporting U.S. troops in a sharply escalating ground war. The American campaign against North Vietnam's transport system began on April 3, 1965. In a month-long offensive, Navy and Air Force planes hit bridges, road and rail junctions, truck parks, and supply depots. For the Americans, one of the most important targets was the Ham Rung Bridge across the Song Ma River. The bridge was a choke point for troops and supplies moving southwards. In spite of repeated attempts, the Americans failed to destroy the target. 2 U.S. planes were lost to MiG fighters and more to anti-aircraft defenses. Although the bombing was meant to damage the North Vietnamese military transport system, it also had political aims. It was supposed to pressure the North to stop supporting NLF guerrillas fighting in the South. In spite of the mounting damage, Ho Chi Minh, the northern president, was defiant. In South Vietnam, the NLF were doing well on the battlefield. South Vietnamese government forces were on the defensive. Ho meant to continue supporting the war as long as his Chinese and Soviet allies provided the weapons and financial support to carry on. North Vietnam's war materials from the Soviet Union and China came overland by rail or by sea into the major ports of Haiphong, Hon Gai, and Cam Pha. Supplies and troops destined for the war in the south were then sent on to staging areas, especially Dong Hoi. From there, they traveled into Laos by truck and bicycle and down the Ho Chi Minh Trail into South Vietnam. More troops and supplies went south by sea. American aircraft had already attacked junctions, bridges, troop staging areas, and supply depots vital to the North's supply effort. However, the northeast quadrant, with the population centers of Hanoi and Haiphong, would be left alone for the time being, at least. So too would the transport links to China, around which there were now heavy concentrations of Chinese anti-aircraft guns. As the Rolling Thunder campaign continued, opposition to the bombing grew in the United States and around the world. On May 13, 1965, U.S. President Lyndon Johnson agreed to halt the bombing for 5 days. As Johnson had expected, North Vietnam firmly rejected his overture. In the months that followed the bombing pause, Rolling Thunder attacks were steadily intensified. Transportation was still the top priority, but the list of targets approved by the White House was steadily broadened. The planes also began to range further north than before. Soon, U.S. fighters had shot down their first MiGs of the air war. By July 1965, a ring of Soviet-supplied surface-to-air missile batteries surrounded key sites in North Vietnam. The SAM was 35 feet long and radar-guided. It could hit a target 20 miles away and was one of the most advanced anti-aircraft weapons in the world. If the SAM's warhead detonated anywhere within 200 feet of an aircraft, it would almost certainly bring it down in flames. The missile defenses destroyed their first U.S. aircraft in late July 1965. In the coming months, 1 in every 20 SAMs fired would hit its target. By the end of 1965, they had lost 171 planes. For American air commanders, the SAMs were a nightmare. The only solution was to try and stay outside their range for as long as possible. American aircraft were now attacking some carefully selected targets inside the northeastern quadrant of North Vietnam. However, they had orders to avoid prohibited zones of 10 miles around the capital Hanoi and 4 miles around the port of Haiphong. In bigger zones around both cities, attacks were severely restricted, and the aircraft also had to stay out of a buffer zone along the border with China. It was in the northeastern quadrant that the North Vietnamese had built up the heaviest concentrations of fighters and anti-aircraft missiles. The Americans knew the operating ranges of the MiGs and the SAMs. Attacking aircraft took elaborate measures to avoid them until the last possible moment. SAM missile sites were hard to find and even harder to destroy. To make the problem worse, those inside prohibited zones around Hanoi and Haiphong could not be attacked at all. It would be months before the restriction was lifted. Avoiding SAMs posed its own dangers for American pilots. The missiles were most dangerous to planes flying at 20,000 feet or above. A low-flying aircraft was less at risk, but then it was inside the range of the anti-aircraft guns. By this time, North Vietnam's MiG fighters were being sent into battle whenever the odds seemed in their favor. Always they fought under strict control from the ground. Their tactics were to approach from behind and above the Americans and then mount a sudden ambush. To the intense frustration of U.S. air commanders, American planes were strictly forbidden to attack North Vietnamese fighter bases. The fear in the White House was that Chinese or Soviet advisors might be killed, provoking retaliation. An even bigger worry was that if the North's Air Force were destroyed, Chinese fighter units might take over the defense themselves. By September 1965, MiGs had destroyed 11 U.S. aircraft in combat, but more than 20 MiGs had been shot down by American planes. Nearly 2/3 of the whole North Vietnamese fighter force was gone. In October 1965, General Giap, the North Vietnamese defense chief, was forced to order the 921st Fighter Wing to cut back combat operations. On December 24, 1965, President Johnson announced another temporary halt to the bombing of North Vietnam and offered talks. Meanwhile, the war in the South was gathering pace. By the start of 1966, 184,000 U.S. troops had arrived in country. They were already launching big operations against the NLF guerrillas. Months before, American leaders had decided that the air war in the South would, if necessary, take priority over operations against the North. Hundreds of transport aircraft and fighter bombers supported American troops. Strike aircraft could be called in by any combat unit in the field. Time after time, their bombs, rockets, and napalm saved American units being overrun by the Viet Cong, but they also hit thousands of civilians in their homes. Against Viet Cong troops in the open, tactical fighter bombers were accurate and destructive weapons. However, against fortified guerrilla bases spread out under the forest canopy, they were almost useless. The solution suggested by the U.S. commander in Vietnam, General Westmoreland, was to carpet bomb with B-52s. The B-52 could carry 51 750 and 500-pound bombs, a 13.5-ton payload. A modified version, the Big Belly, could carry 108 750 and 500-pound bombs, a massive 31 3/4 tons. A cell of 3 B-52s could obliterate an area 3 miles long and 2 miles wide. B-52 raids were codenamed Arclight. Each raid had involved a 12-hour round trip from Guam in the Pacific Ocean. The missions were possible only because for every bomber in the fleet, there was a tanker from Okinawa to refuel it in flight. The mission of the B-52 force was soon broadened to include the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos and passes feeding the trail just inside North Vietnam. The bombers were also accurate enough to support U.S. troops on the ground. Radar could direct the B-52s to a target day or night up to 200 miles away and tell the crew exactly when to drop their bombs. The pause in the bombing that President Johnson had ordered in December 1965 lasted 37 days. When the bombing restarted, it had coincided with appalling weather. North Vietnam was given a priceless breathing space in which to boost its defenses. The North's most important installations were now defended by 5,000 anti-aircraft guns. They included new radar-guided 85 and 100 millimeter weapons able to bring down an aircraft at nearly 20,000 feet. More SAM missile sites had also been put in place. By now, 30 new fighter pilots had come back from training in the Soviet Union and China, along with more aircraft to rebuild the fighter force. American aircraft losses were now 20 a month over North Vietnam. One in 40 planes flying into the heavily defended northeast quadrant was lost. Pilot morale was beginning to suffer. Most were in combat every second day, and some even more often. Realizing that dangerous problems were developing, the Americans moved to send more carrier pilots to Southeast Asia. They also overhauled the supply system. At the same time, other changes were made to help reduce American casualties and boost morale. In April 1966, Yankee Station and the carriers of Task Force 77 were moved nearer to North Vietnam. At the same time, 2 new search and rescue stations were created, called North and South. The stations were placed on the routes most used by U.S. strike aircraft. Up to now, U.S. Air Force and Navy planes had taken turns to hit different areas of North Vietnam. There were always problems of coordination. Now, the system was improved by allocating route packages. Route Package 1 was given to Military Assistance Command in the South as part of the war on the demilitarized zone. The Air Force was assigned Route Packages 5 and 6A. The Navy concentrated its efforts on the route packages nearer the coast. The route package system allowed American pilots to learn the defenses of their own target areas. Combined with the area's search and rescue operations, it did help save pilots' lives, but did little to reduce aircraft losses. In May and June 1966, 18 planes were shot down. 7 pilots were picked up by the search and rescue forces. By now, every American raid included attacks to suppress anti-aircraft defenses. Strikes were also supported by a vast array of sophisticated technology. Early warning radar aircraft could alert pilots to MiGs or SAM launches. Electronic warfare planes tried to jam anti-aircraft radars. Wild Weasel strike aircraft, armed with the new Shrike radar-seeking missiles, were deployed to hit the SAM sites. The Americans also had a new and formidable attack aircraft. The A-6 Intruder had the world's most sophisticated electronic navigation and targeting systems. It could find and hit targets day or night in any weather and carried a 6.5-ton bomb load. In poor conditions, a pair of intruders could destroy a target that a normal raid of 100 aircraft might fail to hit. More than a year after Rolling Thunder had begun, North Vietnam's leaders were gaining confidence. The bombing had unified the North Vietnamese people. Damaged railway stock, trucks, and industrial equipment were being replaced by the Soviet Union and China. Almost every day, a supply ship arrived in Haiphong Harbor. The Soviet Union had also supplied new advanced fighter aircraft, bringing the number of North Vietnamese planes to 70. The MiG-21 all-weather interceptor was able to fly at twice the speed of sound and was highly maneuverable. It was armed with 2 cannon and 2 Atoll infrared homing missiles, deadly weapons at medium ranges. In spite of the American bombing, the North Vietnamese had actually increased the flow of men and supplies to the southern battlefield. Destroyed bridges were bypassed by pontoons and fords, and trucks moved mostly at night. For months, the American Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington had been urging the president to launch an all-out campaign against North Vietnam. Above all, they wanted to target petroleum and oil storage, the POL system. U.S. commanders were confident that an offensive against POL targets would deal a crippling blow to the North Vietnamese war effort. The offensive was put off again and again. President Johnson was waiting for an answer to peace feelers sent out to Hanoi. When there was no response, the president approved the attacks. The first POL raids on North Vietnam's fuel storage system were launched on June 29, 1966. North Vietnam had 13 major oil storage facilities. 2 had already been destroyed and another badly damaged. The new American campaign was launched by U.S. Air Force planes flying from Thailand and by the Navy carriers Ranger, Constellation, and Hancock. In the first strikes, tanks at Hanoi, Haiphong, and Do Song were hit. The following days saw attacks on yet more sites. The remaining facilities and fuel-carrying trains from China were next. The American attacks were completely devastating. The North's biggest facility at Haiphong was totally destroyed. Smoke from the burning tanks reached 20,000 feet into the sky. The Paul strikes lasted for several weeks. 76% of the designated oil facility targets in North Vietnam's main storage and pumping facilities were wrecked. So were half the barges used to ferry oil from tankers offshore. The reaction from North Vietnam's air defenses was furious. SAMs and anti-aircraft guns were reinforced as the raids went on. The MiGs, flying from airfields still off-limits to U.S. bombs, could attack at will. American losses were heavy. In spite of the massive size of the Paul campaign and the heavy cost in downed aircraft, the American raids had a limited effect. The big oil tanks had been destroyed, but long before the North had dispersed its stocks in smaller tanks and bunkers. Some had been hidden in residential districts, places the Americans might avoid attacking. The Americans launched a massive effort to try and eliminate the dispersed oil stocks. After heavy losses of planes and men, they had destroyed only a fraction. North Vietnam still had more than enough to supply its own needs and the needs of the trucks supplying the southern battlefield. In October 1966, the U.S. Defense Secretary Robert McNamara paid a visit to the American carrier fleet off the shores of North Vietnam. With him was General Wheeler, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Admiral Sharp, the Pacific Fleet commander. Over the past few months, McNamara had grown more and more disillusioned with the Rolling Thunder campaign. The North Vietnamese still showed no signs of abandoning the war. The failure of the Fall Offensive had been the final straw. By now, the cost of Rolling Thunder had soared to $1,247 million, and more aircraft and crew lost every month. McNamara now favored curtailing the bombing. He argued that U.S. aircraft should concentrate on attacking the supply routes from North Vietnam to the south, at a much lower cost in lives and cash. Military leaders were dismayed. Their argument was that Rolling Thunder had failed because, with all the restrictions, it had never been given a chance to succeed. During 1966, as Operation Rolling Thunder intensified, American and Australian warships joined in the campaign against North Vietnam. Operation Sea Dragon attacked more than 3,500 land targets, including bridges, railroad yards, and truck parks. More than 300 coastal defense and radar installations were damaged or destroyed. The attacks were fiercely resisted by North Vietnamese coastal artillery batteries. During the 2 years of Sea Dragon attacks, the guns would hit 19 ships. None were sunk, but several suffered serious damage. In early February 1967, President Johnson declared a 6-day halt in attacks on North Vietnam. The North Vietnamese immediately raced supplies and men to the south, as they had done during every pause before. Ho Chi Minh replied to Johnson's offer of negotiations with a demand that the bombing stop completely. Ho made no promise that even then he would talk. Ho's rebuff left Johnson frustrated and angry. It was now a contest of wills. To increase the pressure on North Vietnam, Johnson sanctioned attacks on a new list of bombing targets. American planes would attack the North's airfields, power plants, and industries, while the Navy's Operation Sea Dragon would be expanded. It was a major step towards an all-out campaign. The U.S. and Australian warships of Operation Sea Dragon were allowed to extend operations from 19 to 20 degrees north. Aircraft were sent to mine river mouths and later inland waterways as well, up to the same line. Haiphong Harbor, however, the North's most important port, would not be mined until 1972 to avoid the risk of sinking Soviet ships. The new targets for U.S. bombers were the airfields, power plants, and industries of the northeastern quadrant. Some targets were inside the previously prohibited zones around Hanoi and Haiphong. The American attacks on North Vietnam's airfields began on April 24, 1967. By the end of the year, all but one of the North's MiG bases had been hit. The attacks inflicted heavy damage on runways and installations. There were furious air combats over Hanoi and Haiphong as every available MiG was thrown into action. After the airfield attacks came the strikes on industrial targets and power plants. 32% of the North's electrical power generating capacity was cut, but the remaining plants were adequate to supply most of the North's small industrial plants. By now, the weather had improved, and the bombers now ranged freely, hitting old and new targets again and again. In May 1967, as desperate battles raged in the skies over Hanoi and Haiphong, the Americans shot down 26 North Vietnamese fighters. North Vietnam's pilot strength had been halved. While the latest offensive against North Vietnam was still underway, in Washington a bitter argument was raging about strategy in Vietnam. President Johnson's civilian and military advisors were now completely at odds. The military wanted a major escalation of the air and ground war in an all-out push for victory. The civilians, especially Robert McNamara, were calling for the war effort to be leveled off. In August 1967, the pressure on President Johnson to side with his military commanders sharply increased. A Senate subcommittee was about to call for much heavier bombing of North Vietnam. To head off criticism, Johnson approved a sharp escalation in Rolling Thunder. For the Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, the decision to escalate was the end of the road. His advice had been ignored, and plainly he no longer had the confidence of the President. McNamara had no option but to resign. American aircraft now hit a whole list of previously banned targets, including power plants and rail yards inside the Hanoi Circle. The Paul Doumer Bridge linking Hanoi and Haiphong was attacked and 2 of its spans dropped into the Red River. However, engineers hastily carried out temporary repairs, and the bridge continued to carry traffic until it was hit again in October 1967. Targets inside the Chinese border buffer zone were also hit. American planes attacked to within 8 miles of the frontier. 2 American aircraft strayed into China and were shot down by Chinese MiGs. The attacks of late 1967 were so intense that for a time the northern air defenses ran desperately short of SAMs and anti-aircraft ammunition. Almost all important targets except Haiphong Port had been hit repeatedly. The Americans were now using a new generation of smart bombs, including the Walleye television-guided weapon, which had been operational in Vietnam since 1966. It took many fewer aircraft to destroy a target, which meant in theory that precision attacks could be made, even in densely populated areas. There was little the North Vietnamese air defenses could do to stop the havoc. However, northern leaders still had no intention of giving in to U.S. demands. In their view, the best way of stopping the bombing was to win the war in the South in the shortest possible time. In January 1968, 84,000 NLF and North Vietnamese Army troops launched their long-planned Tet Offensive. They attacked towns and cities all over South Vietnam and held huge tracts of Saigon, the capital, for weeks. In the end, the Tet Offensive was a military disaster for the Viet Cong. 40,000 were killed in more than a month of savage fighting. However, in a way that had never been planned, the offensive was a political triumph. In the United States, public opinion had been turning against the war for months. The sheer scale of the latest offensive now seemed to confirm that U.S. strategy had failed. The pressure on President Johnson to look for a negotiated settlement grew irresistible. On March 31, 1968, Johnson announced that, as a goodwill gesture, he was restricting the bombing campaign to the extreme south of North
With
Vietnam.
American sons in the field far away.
On April 3rd, Hanoi radio announced that if bombing ceased unconditionally, the talks could begin. The Paris peace process began on March 10, 1968. Almost at once, they stalled hopelessly. Meantime, U.S. aircraft and warships continued to attack transportation targets below the 20th parallel. In October 1968, after several months of wrangling and on the eve of the U.S. presidential elections, there was a breakthrough. The North Vietnamese agreed that in exchange for a complete halt to the bombing, they, for their part, would no longer infiltrate troops across the DMZ or shell major cities in the south. Johnson knew that being seen to oppose peace could damage his party's chances in the coming elections. Reluctantly, he agreed to stop the bombing. Operation Rolling Thunder came to an end on November 1st, 1968, after 3.5 years. The campaign had cost more than 900 American aircraft. 818 pilots were dead or missing, and hundreds were in captivity. On the northern side, nearly 120 North Vietnamese planes had been destroyed in air combat, in accidents, or by friendly fire. On the ground, according to McNamara's estimates, 182,000 civilians had been killed during Operation Rolling Thunder. 20,000 Chinese support personnel had also been casualties of the bombing. With the end of Rolling Thunder, North Vietnam immediately set about rebuilding its shattered transport system. In spite of the talks still going on in Paris, the northern commander, General Giap, was already planning his next offensive in the south. He sharply increased the flow of supplies and men down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. With thousands of U.S. aircraft and pilots no longer tied up attacking North Vietnam, U.S. commanders could concentrate massive air power on Laos. The main aim was to find and destroy the truck convoys moving south. Special forces teams had always scouted into Laos to guide attack aircraft onto targets. But by this time, the U.S. had also deployed the world's most sophisticated electronic surveillance system. Between 1966 and 1971, in Operation Igloo White, American aircraft laid a sophisticated system of electronic sensors down the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. The targets were the truck convoys streaming south from North Vietnam. Signals from the sensors were picked up by orbiting aircraft and relayed to a listening center in Nakhon Phanom in Thailand. Other aircraft carried instruments to detect the electrical activity of truck engines. When a convoy was detected, the Americans would launch a raid by B-52s or fighter bombers into the target area. In 1968 alone, U.S. strike aircraft flew 88,000 strikes against targets in Laos. The planes dropped high explosives, cluster bombs, and mines. They were also equipped with new, highly accurate laser-guided bombs. In the front line of the war against the trucks, the formidable gunships known as Spooky played a vital part. The gunships carried 3 miniguns, each able to fire 6,000 rounds a minute. Flying in a circular pattern over the target, the gunship would rain down an awesome weight of fire. In 1969, the gunships alone claimed more than 10,000 trucks destroyed. However, the North Vietnamese had built 400 miles of new roads in Laos, and not even American electronics and computers could cover it all. Still, U.S. aircraft would drop 750,000 tons of bombs on Laos, 10 times the weight dropped on Japan in World War II. In January 1969, Richard Nixon took office as the new President of the United States. Nixon had promised to achieve what he called peace with honor. The aim was to negotiate a settlement that would allow the 500,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam to be withdrawn, while still allowing South Vietnam to survive. The American plan was to prepare the South Vietnamese to take over their own defense. Officials called it Vietnamization. The regular armed forces would be built up to over 420,000 men. They would get modern weapons, including large numbers of tanks, guns, and aircraft. The North's strategy for 1969 was to keep up the pressure in South Vietnam. While negotiations were going on, they meant to improve their position on the battlefield. On the 22nd of February 1969, in a major offensive, assault teams and artillery attacked American bases all over South Vietnam, killing 1,140 Americans. At the same time, in an echo of Tet a year earlier, 100 towns and cities were hit. The American reaction was swift. Arc-light strikes by B-52s were launched on guerrilla base areas. Armor-piercing bombs dropped from 30,000 feet annihilated bunker and tunnel complexes. On the ground, American units launched spoiling attacks on guerrilla staging areas and captured enormous quantities of supplies. The heaviest fighting was around the capital, Saigon, but fights raged all over South Vietnam. In the first 3 weeks of battles, the Americans lost 1,100 men. However, American artillery and air power overwhelmed the Viet Cong offensive. In the White House, there was anger and deep frustration at the latest campaign against South Vietnam. President Nixon and his advisors were determined to retaliate to show that the U.S. was serious about defending its ally. The problem was that going back to bombing North Vietnam would cause an outcry in the United States. Nixon's plan was to bomb Viet Cong staging areas in Cambodia. For years, they had been the springboards for attacks against Saigon. These jungle areas held tens of thousands of troops and vast stores of supplies and weapons. But Washington had forbidden U.S. forces to attack the Cambodian bases. Legally, Cambodia was a neutral state, and there was a risk that American action could draw Cambodia into the war. However, Nixon did not mean to hold back. Operation Menu, the bombing of Cambodia, was to be kept a strictly guarded secret. It was dubbed Menu because the first attack on Base Area 354 had been decided at a breakfast briefing at the Pentagon. The operation was to continue for 14 months. As well as the Ho Chi Minh Trail running from North Vietnam, NVA forces were also supplied by North Vietnamese and Soviet ships, which were allowed to dock at Sihanoukville. From here, they fed war materials to the main base areas. The biggest Viet Cong strongholds were west and north of Saigon, in the areas known as the Parrot's Beak and the Fish Hook. The bases were run by North Vietnamese troops and the NLF. Starting in February 1969, American B-52 bombers from Thailand launched devastating strikes against each of the base areas in turn. Operation Menu saw more than 4,000 B-52 missions, dropping 120,000 tons of bombs. In later campaigns, B-52s supported American and South Vietnamese ground incursions into Cambodia and backed Cambodian government forces against the Khmer Rouge guerrillas. Altogether, in 4 years of bombing, U.S. aircraft would unload more than 500,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia. On orders from the White House, extraordinary measures were taken to keep the Cambodian bombing a secret. Defense Department officials always claimed the raids were over South Vietnam. Because the planes were guided to their target by radar at the Bien Hoa air bases, and orders to drop the bombs were also issued from there, often the pilots themselves did not know they were bombing Cambodia. Those that did were ordered to falsify their flight logs upon returning to base to maintain the secrecy. In spite of the elaborate precautions, in May 1969, reports of the secret bombing were published in the American press. Nixon was furious. Only recently, the American public had learned of the My Lai massacre, in which over 200 South Vietnamese villagers had been killed by U.S. troops back in 1968. Anti-war feeling had also been fueled by news of the bloody Battle of Hamburger Hill. American troops had suffered heavy casualties capturing the hill, only for it to be abandoned later. On June 8, 1969, President Nixon met with South Vietnamese President Dien Van Thieu on Midway Island in the Pacific. Nixon announced that 25,000 U.S. troops would be withdrawn from Vietnam immediately. The 9th Marines would be the first to head for home. It was the first U.S. troop reduction in the history of the war in Vietnam. By the fall of 1969, Nixon's initiatives had succeeded in quietening public opposition to the war. To keep up the momentum, the president announced a second batch of troop withdrawals and promised to reduce the draft call. In October 1969, an opinion poll gave Nixon an approval rating of 71%, an almost unprecedented figure. Although Nixon was preparing to pull out American troops, he had no intention of giving up on Vietnam. His plan was that even when most American troops had been withdrawn, Americans would continue to supply, train, and arm the South Vietnamese. Most important of all, a formidable shield of American air power would remain to deter communist attacks. As ground combat in South Vietnam fell to its lowest level in 6 years, the prospects for success looked increasingly good in Washington. What U.S. officials did not know was that in North Vietnam, the greatest offensive of the whole war was being prepared. The plan was to use nearly 200,000 troops and hundreds of tanks in a full-scale invasion of South Vietnam. Between 1972 and 1975, the armies of North and South Vietnam clashed in some of the greatest battles of the Vietnam War. Twice in 3 years, the government of the North launched full-scale attacks against the American-backed South. What had been a war of hit-and-run and ambush became one of huge set-piece engagements between conventional armies. The South Vietnamese army, backed by American air power, repelled the North's first onslaught. Over North Vietnam, the heaviest airstrikes of the war came close to bringing the country to its knees. But the North's second great offensive proved unstoppable. The American strategy had been to arm and train the South Vietnamese to defend themselves. American combat troops had gone. For South Vietnam, the result was catastrophe. In a fierce campaign lasting 4 months, North Vietnamese tanks smashed their way to the gates of Saigon. Hanoi's strategy for 1969 was to keep up the pressure in South Vietnam. While negotiations were going on in Paris, they meant to improve their position on the battlefield. Half a million American troops were now deployed in the South. In February 1969, in an echo of the Tet Offensive the previous year, their bases were the targets of a major Viet Cong offensive. 1,140 Americans died. The newly inaugurated President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger immediately ordered retaliation. American B-52 bombers dropped 500,000 tons of bombs on Viet Cong base areas along the Vietnam-Cambodia border in a secret campaign codenamed Menu. Congress was not informed, and the flight logs and target destinations were falsified to hide the fact that the bombs were falling on Cambodia, a neutral country. At the same time, U.S. and South Vietnamese troops began to advance towards the Cambodian border. The Viet Cong offensive of spring 1969 had been launched by 4 divisions made up mostly of North Vietnamese Army units. After bitter fighting, the NVA battalions pulled back. Only local NLF battalions were left behind, and those were ordered to break down into smaller groups. In turn, big American units were also broken down and spread out over a wider area of countryside. Increasingly, American forces were paired with the South Vietnamese Army for operations in the most heavily populated areas of South Vietnam. In April 1969, a gruesome benchmark was reached which added to the pressure for Vietnamization. U.S. combat deaths surpassed the 33,629 men killed throughout the Korean War. Increasingly, the U.S. felt it had to ensure that the South Vietnamese Army would take control of the war for themselves. The American plan was to help the South Vietnamese government regain control over vast areas of the countryside. The populated areas were swamped with patrols trying to find an increasingly elusive enemy. Often the aim was to draw the Viet Cong into attacking a small unit and then hit back with massive airstrikes and attacks by helicopter gunships. The new kind of war being fought in and around the villages was enormously destructive. American firepower caused heavy civilian casualties and widespread damage. For the NLF guerrillas, the second half of 1969 was a nightmarish ordeal. In less than 2 years, their casualties had been more than 70% in many areas. Food was desperately short as support from the villages faded away, and American patrols interfered with supplies.
Meanwhile, the Phoenix program, a campaign run by the American Central Intelligence Agency and staffed by American and South Vietnamese soldiers, killed up to 40,000 people suspected of being NLF sympathizers.
Thousands more were tortured and imprisoned. In that year, desertions from the NLF and NVA were over 28,000.
However, morale in the South Vietnamese Army was no better, with the number of desertions reaching almost 110,000.
While South Vietnamese government forces fought to wrest control of the villages from the NLF, American planners turned their attention to Cambodia. Already the secret bombing campaign ordered by the American President Richard Nixon was well underway. Up to now, American ground forces had been banned from mounting operations into Cambodia. The country was legally neutral, and its leader since the 1950s, the flamboyant Prince Sihanouk, had played both sides. Sometimes an ally of the Americans, he also allowed the NVA to route the southern part of the Ho Chi Minh Trail through his kingdom and maintain their base areas along the heavily jungled eastern border with Vietnam. Then, in March 1970, there was a CIA-backed coup to oust Sihanouk. The new government, led by Lon Nol, immediately moved to eject all Viet Cong and North Vietnamese troops from Cambodian soil. Operations by the Americans and the South Vietnamese would follow. The Viet Cong base areas inside Cambodia were attacked from the west by the Royal Cambodian Army. North Vietnam quickly diverted army units to defend them. And with the help of the Cambodian guerrillas, the Khmer Rouge, they halted the Cambodian government advance. Meanwhile, the Americans and the South Vietnamese had deployed powerful forces on their side of the border. On April 29, 1970, South Vietnamese troops attacked into Cambodia, pushing towards the Viet Cong bases. 2 days later, the U.S. force of 30,000, including elements of 3 U.S. divisions, mounted a second attack. The next target was a base area in the Khe Sanh Valley. Soon after, more assaults were mounted further south. Operations in Cambodia lasted for 60 days. American and South Vietnamese troops uncovered vast jungle supply depots. They captured 28,500 weapons, as well as over 16 million rounds of small arms ammunition and 14 million pounds of rice. Although most Viet Cong troops had managed to escape across the Mekong, there were over 10,000 NVA and NLF casualties. However, when the South Vietnamese commander was killed in a helicopter crash, his forces withdrew. When news of the Cambodian incursion broke in the United States, there was public outcry. Many believed that in spite of President Nixon's promises to get out of Vietnam, he meant to expand the war. Protests erupted at universities all over the country. On May 4th, 1970, at Kent State University in Ohio, National Guardsmen shot 4 students dead. The deep divisions about the U.S. role in Southeast Asia were having a powerful effect on American troops in Vietnam. Opinions about the war were divided, sometimes bitterly, as they were at home. Added to the conflict were growing tensions between the races and between social classes. It was a volatile and sometimes dangerous mix. By now, there were few career sergeants and officers still to serve their tours in Vietnam.
Down to Romeo, we can move back down to the Whiskey on the Romeo and make a 3-shipper in a hurry.
Much of the burden of maintaining discipline was falling on newly promoted and often inexperienced leaders. Between 1969 and 1971, the U.S. Army would record more than 700 attacks by troops on their officers. 83 officers were killed and almost 650 were injured. Many attacks were by fragmentation grenades rolled into the victim's tent, a practice known as fragging. The whole discipline problem was aggravated by widespread drug abuse. In 1971, fewer than 5,000 soldiers needed hospital treatment for combat wounds, but more than 20,500 were treated for serious drug abuse. By this time, it was plain to most soldiers that the United States would pull out of Vietnam. 100,000 troops had been withdrawn, and Nixon had promised another 150,000 would leave within a year. No one wanted to be the last American soldier to die in Southeast Asia. By the end of 1970, North Vietnam had replaced many of the losses suffered in the fighting of the previous year. Their leaders were intent on launching a new campaign, and floods of men and supplies were being sent down the Ho Chi Minh Trail through Laos and Cambodia to South Vietnam. The buildup was soon detected by the Americans. U.S. commanders begged for permission to attack into Laos and once and for all destroy the supply lines down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Their hopes were quickly dashed. The U.S. Congress banned any American ground operations beyond the borders of South Vietnam. This time, Saigon's forces would have to go it alone. If successful, the administration argued, they would gain 2 years in which to build the South Vietnamese army. The South Vietnamese attack into Laos was codenamed Operation Lam Son 719. The offensive opened with the U.S. Army's 24th Corps clearing Route 9 to Khe Sanh. On February 8, 1971, 3 South Vietnamese Army divisions, about 17,000 men, supported by armor and a ranger group, attacked across the border. However, they were advancing into an NVA trap, carefully planned and with well-coordinated defenses. The targets were 2 major North Vietnamese Army bases, known as 611 and 604. They were defended by over 40,000 combat troops. The South Vietnamese had established a series of fire bases to protect their flanks. The NVA launched fierce counterattacks against these bases and the main advance with T-54 tanks employed for the first time and 130mm guns. Other NVA units moved to cut Route 9, trying to encircle the invading column. Two South Vietnamese battalions were eventually airlifted into Tec Pan. President Thieu assumed command of what became a disastrous operation. And on March 8th, he ordered a retreat. It became a rout. More than 9,000 Southern troops were killed or wounded. They lost 2/3 of their armored vehicles, and large numbers of helicopters and planes were destroyed or damaged. A crucial test of the South Vietnamese Army's ability to fight without American support
had ended in humiliation.
Although the North Vietnamese had crushed the southern offensive, they too had suffered casualties. Defending their bases in Laos and in Cambodia the year before had cost thousands of dead and many vehicles and guns destroyed. Viet Cong units were now ordered to avoid major actions while they rebuilt their strength. Since the death of Ho Chi Minh in September 1969, Prime Minister Pham Van Dong, Le Duan, the Communist Party leader, and General Giap, the defense minister, were determined not to abandon Ho's legacy. The struggle to reunite North and South Vietnam would go on, whatever the cost. Since the Americans had begun to withdraw troops from the South, Northern leaders had been faced with a dilemma. Should the North wait to mount another major offensive until after the Americans had gone, or should it keep up the momentum? In May 1971, the Politburo instructed General Giap to prepare a new campaign. For some time, the North's strategy had been to fight and negotiate at the same time. Talks with the Americans and the South Vietnamese had been going on in Paris, but there was no progress. Northern leaders now believed that a victory on the battlefield might break the stalemate. At the very least, it could prove to the Americans that their policy of Vietnamization was not going to save the South. Although the U.S. President Richard Nixon believed that Vietnam was damaging the United States at home and abroad, he was not prepared to make peace at any price. Nixon feared a climb down would dangerously weaken America's credibility as an ally in the eyes of the world. South Vietnam had to survive. As well as the formal peace negotiations in Paris, there were also secret meetings between Henry Kissinger, Nixon's national security advisor, and the North Vietnamese. Those talks, too, had stalled, mainly over the future of the South Vietnamese government. The North was insisting that President Nguyen Van Thieu be replaced and that a new government include the NLF. As for Thieu himself, his great fear was that to end the war, Nixon meant to do a separate deal with Hanoi. In fact, Nixon and his advisor, Henry Kissinger, were looking not to North Vietnam, but to Moscow and Beijing. Nixon's hope was that the Chinese or the Russians would put pressure on the North Vietnamese to compromise. In February 1972, he embarked on the first visit by an American president to Communist China. Now that U.S. troops were withdrawing from Vietnam, China's leader, Mao Zedong, increasingly favored an end to the war. He had already pressed Hanoi to step up the search for a solution. Neither Nixon nor his advisors were aware of it, but because of centuries of mistrust, North Vietnam had no intention of listening to the Chinese. As they planned their most ambitious offensive yet, North Vietnam's leaders knew they were taking a big gamble. There would still be U.S. troops in South Vietnam which could easily be reinforced. The question was, would the Americans send major combat units to save their South Vietnamese allies? Northern planners decided that in an American election year, they would not. The success of the coming campaign would depend on assembling huge quantities of weapons and supplies. That meant more aid from both the Soviet Union and China. Although by now both superpowers were reluctant supporters of the war, neither was prepared to lose influence to the other. As a result, the North succeeded in getting increased arms deliveries from both Moscow and Beijing. More than any offensive they had launched before, this one would depend on speed and mobility. For the North, it would be a new kind of battle, using tanks and artillery to smash through enemy lines. The plan foresaw 3 major armored thrusts slicing deep into South Vietnam. The first North Vietnamese attack would cross the demilitarized zone separating North and South and push east from Laos. 2 whole provinces and the cities of Quang Tri, Hue, and Da Nang would be captured. The second thrust would attack through the central highlands to the coast at Khe Sanh. The third assault would strike from Cambodia and capture An Lac. There, a provisional revolutionary government would be established for the South. If resistance was still light, units would press on and capture the capital, Saigon. North Vietnamese commanders knew that attacking the South in 3 different places was a risky plan. In none of the attacks would they have an overwhelming superiority of troops over the enemy. However, General Giap believed that multiple thrusts would keep the South guessing about what might come next. Southern units would be forced to stay on the defensive, isolated and scattered. Giap could then defeat them division by division. Northern leaders calculated that even limited success would leave the NVA in control of large areas of South Vietnam. The NLF would then be able to re-establish political control over the countryside. Such gains would be a serious challenge to the Saigon government. At the same time, the North's bargaining position in future negotiations would be improved dramatically. By January 1st, 1972, only 133,000 U.S. servicemen remained in South Vietnam. 2/3 of American troops had gone in 2 years. Australian and New Zealand contingents were also about to leave, and South Korean forces had already begun to return home. The ground war was now almost exclusively the province of the South Vietnamese Army. As Vietnamization had gone on, U.S. field commanders had been under orders from Washington to keep American casualties down. Most operations were now defensive, designed to protect U.S. bases from mortar and rocket attacks. American air power was also being used in a different way. U.S. fighter bombers were still mounting vigorous attacks on the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. More than 70,000 sorties in 1971. But American air activity in South Vietnam had fallen dramatically. There, the South Vietnamese Air Force was expected to look after most ground support operations. South Vietnam's strategy for defending against attack had been devised by President Thieu himself. Thieu believed that any foothold won by the Viet Cong would seriously threaten his bargaining position in the Paris peace talks. As a result, he was determined to defend all of South Vietnam. The only orders he issued to the South Vietnamese Army were to hold on to every scrap of territory. The front line of the South Vietnamese Army's defense was a string of forts and outposts along the borders. Behind the forts were the Army divisions, but each was responsible only for the defensive territory around its own base. The South's Joint General Staff also held a reserve of airborne and marine troops to act as a fire brigade in the event of an attack. The defense would be backed up by American strike aircraft, U.S. carriers in the Gulf of Tonkin, and B-52 bombers. For years, the United States had pressed President Thieu to improve the lot of the South Vietnamese people. Only then, the argument went, could support for the NLF in the countryside be undermined. By early 1972, Thieu had begun to introduce some of the reforms the Americans had wanted. Thieu introduced a program to give peasants ownership of the land they tilled. A school was established to train local headmen to administer their villages. Recruitment to local self-defense militias was stepped up. Thieu's hollow boast was that 97% of all hamlets and villages in the South were under government control. By the eve of the planned offensive named Operation Dien after an 18th century national hero, the North Vietnamese Army had been transformed. It now had fully equipped armored regiments. Artillery forces had been strengthened. From weapons to radios, all the frontline divisions were better equipped than ever before. The port of Haiphong was still jammed with Soviet shipping delivering military supplies. With the American bombing of North Vietnam long over, trains loaded with troops, tanks, and field guns could move with no risk from attack. The North Vietnamese Air Force had more than 200 jet fighters which patrolled energetically over southern North Vietnam. But they rarely flew over the supply trails in Laos where American aircraft were most active. Nor would they play any direct part in the planned offensive. Instead, very large numbers of anti-aircraft guns had been deployed to cover the supply lines and assembly areas. Above the demilitarized zone, General Giap deployed 2 divisions, including the elite 308th and 3 independent infantry regiments. The infantry were backed by tank, artillery, and sapper regiments. Another division was poised in Laos, opposite the former U.S. base at Khe Sanh. In the early months of 1972, the North Vietnamese infiltrated a division supported by independent infantry regiments into South Vietnam. Another 2 divisions were already on the coastal plain. More divisions were deployed on the western border. Further south, another formation threatened the Mekong Delta. Until now, North Vietnam had been fighting an infantry war. Its army in the field could maintain its operations as long as food and ammunition lasted. The coming offensive would be very different. A modern conventional battle of firepower and maneuver would pose a whole range of completely new problems. The 125,000 men now massing on South Vietnam's borders would be going into battle alongside over 600 tanks, a bigger army than General Patton had commanded in World War II. The tanks would consume huge quantities of fuel and ammunition. The infantry would have to keep up with the armor, and that meant large numbers of trucks. The battle would move fast, putting strains on the communication and command systems unlike anything the Army had met before. The main North Vietnamese Army tanks were the Soviet-designed T-54 and T-72, and their Chinese copies. They were armed with a powerful 100mm gun and were highly robust vehicles, easy to maintain on the battlefield. Some units were also equipped with the World War II vintage T-34 tank. The T-34 was armed with an 85mm gun and was even simpler to operate and look after. Like the T-55, it could fire either armor-piercing or high-explosive shells. The NVA also deployed a light tank, the PT-76. It was armed with a 76mm gun, and it was amphibious. The ability to cross rivers and canals would make it a especially valuable weapon in the lowlands of South Vietnam. North Vietnamese artillery ranged from the superb Soviet-made 130mm field gun to rockets and mortars of every size. All infantry units had their own air defense artillery and machine guns. There were also specialist air defense units. In 12 years of war in South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, Viet Cong forces had suffered appalling losses. By early 1972, over 600,000 North Vietnamese Army troops and NLF had died. As well as those killed in battle, many thousands had perished from disease and American air attacks on the long journey down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In North Vietnam, a severe manpower shortage meant the gaps in the NVA's ranks were not being filled. In the 3 months before the spring offensive, every male between the ages of 14 and 45 was called up. For the first time, the ranks of draftees even included the relatives of senior party officials. The NLF in South Vietnam was also suffering a manpower crisis. Saigon government troops and officials seemed to be everywhere, making it difficult for NLF recruiting teams to operate. Even the ranks of local guerrilla units were being boosted by North Vietnamese regular troops. The Northerners faced a host of problems, not least the lack of friends and relatives to provide information, food, and a hiding place. The ever-increasing dominance of the North Vietnamese over the NLF was causing real tensions in Viet Cong units. Many NLF members believed the North no longer saw them as equal partners. There was a growing fear that once victory was achieved, Northerners would simply take over the South. In every unit, political officers worked hard to ease friction between NVA troops and their Southern comrades. By January 1972, the armed forces of South Vietnam had grown to over 1 million men. The Americans' Vietnamization program was in full swing, with a massive equipment and training effort. The Army's supply and logistics system was also being built up to cope with a whole new scale of operations. Where once the South Vietnamese had been expected to get by on World War II surplus, the Americans were now providing advanced weaponry. The infantry got nearly 1 million M16 rifles and 20,000 machine guns. Heavy weapons included 400 new tanks and 2,000 howitzers, while the Air Force was built up to 2,000 planes. It would soon be the 4th largest air force in the world. Transforming the South Vietnamese Army into a modern fighting military machine was not proving easy. American tanks, helicopters, and aircraft arrived with their maintenance manuals in English. South Vietnamese personnel, training to be technical specialists, had first to go through language school. Most American advisors agreed that building up the South Vietnamese armed forces into a credible defense was going to take more time than anyone had realized. South Vietnam was divided into 4 military regions, each the responsibility of an Army corps. Altogether, the South fielded 11 infantry divisions and an airborne division, 3 Marine brigades, 10 Ranger groups, and 4 brigades of tanks. The Air Force deployed 9 squadrons of combat aircraft, 14 of helicopters, and 3 air transport squadrons. U.S. Army combat forces were now down to a handful of units at Da Nang, around Saigon, and at Can Tho in the Delta. The Air Force also had 2 tactical fighter wings, a reconnaissance wing, and a B-52 wing in Thailand. The Navy carriers Hancock and Coral Sea were still on Yankee Station in the Gulf of Tonkin. By early 1972, many of the 133,000 U.S. ground troops in South Vietnam were occupied closing up bases and preparing to withdraw. But aviation units of the Army, Navy, and Air Force were still operating, as were logistics and communications specialists. So were 1,400 Army and Marine advisors attached to South Vietnamese units. In spite of American protests, most of the South Vietnamese Army's infantry divisions were static defense forces. Their orders to hold territory at all costs meant that they had little incentive to use their new armored vehicles and helicopters. Nor were they developing the skills to fight fast-moving offensive battles. Because the Army's infantry divisions had their own territory to defend, they had grown increasingly settled. The divisional bases were soon surrounded by shanty towns as soldiers' families set up home close by. Bribery could secure a permanent posting, and soldiers ordered to move sometimes refused. In 1971 alone, over 140,000 government soldiers deserted. In the battles ahead, Southern forces would be faced with large North Vietnamese armored formations for the first time in the war. For the infantry, the main defense was the Law, the light anti-tank weapon. It was a one-shot disposable launcher which fired a shaped charge rocket. It was already highly valued by the troops for destroying bunkers and fortified positions. It was the Americans who still had the most mobile and powerful anti-tank defense. The TOW was a wire-guided anti-tank missile, often mounted on a helicopter gunship. It had a range of more than 3,000 meters and was highly accurate. As long as the gunner kept his sights on the target, the weapon's computer system would ensure a hit. The most effective helicopter gunship in American service was the Huey Cobra. It was a revolutionary design. The gunner sat in front with the pilot above and behind. The Cobra was fast, able to fly at over 200 miles per hour and highly maneuverable. It could carry a devastating array of weapons: miniguns, automatic grenade launchers, a multi-barrel 20mm cannon, and 76 rockets. American gunships and the South Vietnamese Air Force's attack planes would provide most of the support for ground troops. However, vastly more destructive American air power was always present in the background. B-52 bombers, some able to carry over 31 tons of bombs, were still attacking targets in Laos and Cambodia. The Americans also had the most advanced supersonic strike aircraft in the world. The F-111 had a unique swing-wing design. With the wings extended, it could make low-speed landings. In swept-back configuration, it could fly at 1,600 miles an hour. The F-111 had advanced computer navigation and could bomb targets at night and in the worst weather. Most major South Vietnamese Army units still had American military advisors. They were usually career soldiers, many on their second or even third tour of duty in Vietnam. The main role of advisors to infantry units was to coordinate the vast array of American firepower still on call. They also offered encouragement and tactical advice. In some units, the advisor's presence had an unforeseen drawback. Many South Vietnamese field commanders came to rely heavily on the Americans' military skills. As the months went on and advisors were gradually withdrawn, large numbers of South Vietnamese officers would find themselves unable to command on their own. For years, one of the biggest American complaints about their allies was the way promotions were awarded in the South Vietnamese Army. Political patronage was rife. The social connections of senior officers were far more important than their professional competence. There was one unexpected plus in the way that South Vietnamese Army promotions worked. Officers lacking political influence could stay in combat units for years. As a result, by 1972, many of the South Vietnamese Army's frontline formations were led by highly experienced and battle-hardened men. Amongst the many problems besetting the South Vietnamese armed forces, poor training was one of the worst. Army culture held training in contempt. When the military schools requested combat-experienced instructors, most frontline units unloaded their worst men. As a result, some training units failed to produce soldiers with even the most basic military skills. President Nixon meant to follow his triumphant visit to China by next going to Moscow. Hopes were high that relations between the world's great powers were entering a new era. In fact, events in Vietnam were about to threaten the whole plan. Since the American bombing of North Vietnam had ended in late 1968, U.S. reconnaissance activity had been intense. As well as conventional reconnaissance planes, the Americans deployed the top-secret Blackbird. The SR-71 could fly at 2,000 miles an hour and operate at 70,000 feet, well above anti-aircraft defenses. By the opening weeks of 1972, reconnaissance pictures of southern North Vietnam, as well as the border areas of Laos and Cambodia, had shown a dramatic communist buildup. They photographed 7,000 to 8,000 trucks waiting in supply depots ready to go. The American response was to launch heavy airstrikes against the troop concentrations. U.S. intelligence believed the North Vietnamese blow would fall before the end of January 1972. When the month passed without incident, Saigon relaxed its vigilance. Senior South Vietnamese officers hoped that the preemptive airstrikes and the increasing strength of the army had forced the North to think twice. So confident were the Americans that the U.S. Defense Secretary, Melvin Laird, told Congress that a major communist offensive was not a serious possibility. Only 5 weeks later, he would be proved shockingly wrong. By late March 1972, in hundreds of North Vietnamese Army command posts and dugouts, the countdown had already begun. On March 30th, 1972, massed North Vietnamese Army artillery opened up in a shattering barrage. The targets for the guns and rockets were South Vietnamese positions across the demilitarized zone, separating north and south. As the guns blasted South Vietnamese defenses, upwards of 20,000 of Giap's troops and 200 of his 600 tanks waited in their jumping-off positions. At noon, they surged forward as the South Vietnamese units fled in panic. Facing the northern onslaught was a weak South Vietnamese infantry division and a Marine brigade. Their 12,000 troops were scattered across 13 combat bases and outposts. The enemy assault caught the infantry division just as it was moving regiments from one position to another. The southern defense was thrown into complete chaos. Intelligence reports had predicted a northern attack, but no one had expected it to come on the demilitarized zone. After 2 days of confused fighting, on April 2nd, the South Vietnamese began to retreat to a new defensive line. The northern offensive across the demilitarized zone had forced the South Vietnamese to fall back to Route 9 and the Qua Viet River. To the west, the line was held by Camp Carroll, the Rock Pile, and the My Loc combat base. In 2 days, these bases fell and the NVA pushed to within 10 miles of Quang Tri City. Further south, the city of Hue was threatened from 2 directions. Facing the NVA were the South Vietnamese 1st Division and a division of Marines. The attack opened on April 1st, 1972. To the west, the 324B Division pushed Southern forces back in heavy fighting. For a time, the defenders held a line from the Mai Chan River to Firebase Bastogne, an old American outpost. But soon, even that line was being pushed back. The North Vietnamese attack on Quang Tri City and the push towards Hue were furious assaults. But on April 9th, after a few days of fighting, the NVA were forced to halt their attacks and resupply. Outside Quang Tri, the North's failure to keep up the pressure saved the South Vietnamese defense from complete collapse. For the first few days of the northern offensive, poor weather had prevented full-scale intervention by American aircraft. However, as the skies cleared, U.S. fighter bombers and helicopter gunships began pounding NVA positions. They were joined by massive air reinforcements rushed to the region, including B-52s and 4 more aircraft carriers. Three days after the first North Vietnamese attack, in the far south of Vietnam, there was another major thrust. This time, the assault was barely 50 miles from the southern capital, Saigon. The South Vietnamese forces defending Saigon were the 18th Division, the 5th Division, and the 25th, along with 3 Ranger groups. On the North Vietnamese side, 3 divisions, at one time Southern Viet Cong, but now almost completely Northern, were backed by tanks and 2 independent infantry regiments. The North Vietnamese first launched a diversionary attack towards Tay Ninh City, overrunning South Vietnamese garrisons. In the main blow, the 5th Division assaulted Loc Ninh. In spite of intense American air support, the town fell. Meanwhile, the 7th cut Route 13 and the 9th prepared to attack An Lac. At An Lac, more than 12,000 North Vietnamese were besieging less than 1,500 South Vietnamese Army troops. The town was surrounded and ripe for an immediate assault. NVA artillery was pounding the defenders. The assault at An Lac had been entrusted to the 9th Division, but almost a week passed and the division still hadn't launched its attack. Supplies of ammunition, fuel, and spare parts were arriving far too slowly, and their tanks became bogged down. During the holdup, American helicopters were ferrying men and supplies into the threatened city. B-52 strikes hit the NVA assembly areas with devastating effect. The NVA finally mounted its assault on An Lac on April 13, 1972. At once, American helicopter gunships pounced on the attackers. In 3 days of mass infantry assaults, spearheaded by tanks, North Vietnamese troops managed to seize the northern part of the city. But they failed to break the defense. The 4,000-strong South Vietnamese force, reinforced by elite airborne units, held their positions and launched furious counterattacks, accompanied by renewed B-52 strikes. The carnage would continue until on May 15th, the Viet Cong forces withdrew. In the central highlands, the targets for 2 NVA divisions were the provincial capitals of Kon Tum and Pleiku. The defenders, the South Vietnamese 22nd Division, fell back in disarray, but were instantly reinforced, and they succeeded in holding the town. Meanwhile, the NVA seized control of most of Binh Dinh province, threatening to cut the country in 2. On April 6th, Nixon ordered the resumption of full-scale airstrikes over the north and naval gunfire to support the beleaguered South Vietnamese. On April 27th, 2 weeks after the first North Vietnamese attack on Quang Tri City, the NVA renewed their assault. Reinforced by the 325th Division, they pushed to within a few miles of the city. The defenders, the South Vietnamese 3rd Division, which had withstood heavy bombardment for over a month, panicked and fled down Highway 1, along with thousands of civilians. Meanwhile, the North Vietnamese Army took possession of Dong Ha on April 29th and Quang Tri on May 1st. Abandoned by their officers, the flight of the South Vietnamese Army's 3rd Division, along with the soldiers' families and the inhabitants of Quang Tri, was a rout. In the confusion, bridges were blown too soon, stranding men and equipment. The road had been mined, and the North Vietnamese added to the chaos by shelling the retreating columns with tank and artillery fire. As many as 20,000 may have been killed or wounded, many of them civilian refugees. The fear now was that the NVA would follow up their victory by storming down Route 1 to the city of Hue. There, the South Vietnamese Army's 1st Infantry Division and 2 brigades of Marines were dug in round the city. In fact, massive American firepower, including the heavy guns of warships offshore, made certain the northern divisions could advance no further. American air support for the South Vietnamese Army, codenamed Operation Freedom Train, had unleashed tens of thousands of airstrikes against the attacking northern troops and their supply lines. 2 days after the invasion, the Americans had also started to bomb North Vietnam, the first big raids in 3.5 years. American bombers, including B-52s, were attacking military facilities, supply depots, rail yards, and fuel storage. North Vietnamese leaders had expected the raids, but they were sure that pressure from their allies, the Soviet Union and China, would stop the Americans launching an all-out air offensive. The North had miscalculated badly. Both superpowers were far more interested in good relations with the Americans than with the fate of Vietnam. The American airstrikes on both South and North Vietnam were launched by Air Force planes from Thailand, Navy aircraft from carriers in the Gulf of Tonkin, and B-52s from Thailand and the Pacific. By June, 77 aircraft were brought down by NVA gunfire. The attacks swept northward and within 2 weeks were hitting targets around Hanoi and Haiphong. In a second phase, codenamed Operation Linebacker, power stations and airfields were hit. The strategic port of Haiphong and 6 other harbors were mined and closed to all sea traffic. Soon after, the rail and road transport links to China were the targets for heavy raids.
United States forces have been directed to take appropriate measures.
With Operation Linebacker, the American President Richard Nixon meant to force North Vietnam's leaders to call off their offensive against the South and negotiate a peace. It was a ferocious campaign. The intensity of the bombing shocked North Vietnamese leaders. Worst of all, their allies did no more than protest. Even when Soviet ships in Haiphong were damaged, there was no dramatic reaction from the Russians. On May 20th, 1972, to the dismay of the North Vietnamese, Nixon's planned visit to the Soviet Union went ahead as scheduled. On July 19th, the South Vietnamese Army, with U.S. air support, began a drive to recapture Binh Ninh province and its cities. The battles would last until September 15th, by which time Quang Tri was reduced to rubble. The NVA, however, still held the northern part of the province. In 5 months of battles, the attackers reckoned they had killed 100,000 NVA and NLF troops and had captured vast quantities of weaponry. The offensive was over. In the United States, the renewed American bombing of North Vietnam had triggered widespread anti-war protests. Yet for President Nixon, the gamble had been a huge success. A presidential election was around the corner, and his popularity had risen sharply. Now, Nixon wanted an agreement with North Vietnam that would free American prisoners of war and allow the remaining 32,000 U.S. troops in the South to leave. On and off since 1969, Nixon's national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, had been flying to Paris for secret behind-the-scenes meetings with the North Vietnamese while the main talks went on. Up to now, the talks had been in stalemate, but suddenly the northern envoy, Le Duc Tho, offered a deal. 3 weeks of intense negotiations produced an outline agreement. Meanwhile, the Americans restricted the bombing of North Vietnam. The negotiations in Paris had been carried on without consulting South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu. Thieu was outraged at the treaty's terms, especially an agreement that North Vietnamese forces in South Vietnam would be allowed to stay in position. Thieu demanded drastic changes, and soon the peace talks were again in deadlock. On December 13, 1972, the Paris peace talks broke down completely. Nixon was furious. He had won a landslide victory in the presidential elections, and with his popularity at its height, he was determined to force a solution. He ordered his military chiefs to prepare a massive bombing campaign against North Vietnam. Publicly, he gave northern leaders 72 hours to agree to return to the negotiating table. On December 18, 1972, President Nixon ordered the new bombing campaign to begin. Soon known as Linebacker II, it would last for 12 days and would include a 3-day all-out effort by up to 120 B-52 bombers. Strategic surgical strikes were planned on fighter airfields, transport targets, and supply depots in and around Hanoi and Haiphong. This time, the majority of the attacks were carried out with deadly precision. They were mounted by Navy A-6 intruders and Air Force F-111s. The B-52s struck by night. North Vietnamese anti-aircraft defenses reacted furiously. As the defenses learned the paths taken by the B-52s to and from their targets, SAM anti-aircraft missiles took a heavy toll. 15 B-52s were shot down. After the Americans changed to less predictable flight paths, losses fell dramatically. By the 11th day, when North Vietnam agreed to talk peace, its air defense system had been wrecked. The bombers had utterly destroyed the North's industries, power plants, and transport system, and mistakenly hit the city's Bach Mai hospital. In Linebacker 2, U.S. aircraft had dropped more than 20,000 tons of bombs. 26 planes had been lost, and 93 airmen had been killed, captured, or were missing. Hanoi admitted to between 1,300 and 1,600 North Vietnamese dead. On January 8, 1973, Henry Kissinger and Le Duc Thu restarted their talks in Paris. In 6 days, they hammered out an agreement. This time, the Americans had told the South Vietnamese that they would get no more U.S. financial aid if they opposed the deal. On the 27th of January, 1973, all the warring parties signed a ceasefire. Within a month of the peace treaty, the first of 600 American prisoners of war were released by North Vietnam. By March 1973, the last American combat soldiers had left the South, though military advisors and Marines protecting U.S. installations remained. For the United States, officially, the war was over. The war in Vietnam had been the longest conflict in American history, costing more than $150 billion. The U.S. armed forces had been left exhausted, barely able to meet their commitments across the globe. Of the more than 3 million Americans who had served, almost 58,000 were dead and over 1,000 missing in action. For every soldier killed, 6 had been wounded, 150,000 seriously. Although the Americans had left Vietnam and a peace treaty had been signed, few Vietnamese believed that the war was over for them. The agreement had left 200,000 northern troops occupying strong positions inside the South. At the last minute, the Americans had given South Vietnam vast quantities of new weapons and was still giving large amounts of financial aid. In the wake of the peace agreement, South Vietnam's President Thieu had been given clear assurances by Nixon. If the North broke the treaty, the United States would retaliate with force. But by the summer of 1973, in the wake of the revelations about the secret bombing of Cambodia and other political considerations, Nixon no longer had the power to fulfill his promise. The U.S. Senate passed a bill banning combat operations over Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. In Hanoi, the North's leaders decided that the first priority now was to rebuild their battered forces. They would avoid big battles and instead try to regain important ground with small attacks in areas where the enemy was weakest. At the same time, they would prepare for a future offensive on a gigantic scale. North Vietnamese commanders were determined that this campaign should not suffer the supply holdups that plagued the 1972 invasion. In Laos, the Ho Chi Minh Trail was modernized while engineers began building a proper two-lane road just inside South Vietnam. It would be able to take heavy trucks and tanks from the north to within 70 miles of Saigon. Engineers also began laying 3,000 miles of fuel pipeline, planned to run from the demilitarized zone to the Mekong Delta. By the start of 1974, the North Vietnamese had rebuilt their divisions in the south. As yet, they were too weak to launch a full-scale offensive, but they had won some territory in key areas. On the South Vietnamese side, government forces seemed to be holding up well, but in the country, a crisis was looming. The withdrawal of American troops had already caused severe economic problems in South Vietnam. The economy had relied on U.S. aid, but had been inflated out of all proportion by the American presence. Millions were unemployed. Then came a world oil crisis that quadrupled the price of fuel. The cost of living soared, and political unrest shook southern cities. At the same time, corruption in the government and the army reached new heights as Thieu cut the defense budget drastically. The effect on the armed forces was disastrous. Soldiers could no longer support their families as prices rose, and corrupt officers embezzled funds. Fuel shortages cut helicopter operations by 70%. A shortage of spare parts immobilized aircraft and vehicles. Ammunition was rationed. Steady cuts in American financial aid would add to the overriding sense of decay. The American tap was being slowly turned off. At the same time as the Army's morale began to crumble, political support for President Thieu started to evaporate. Religious groups, ethnic minorities, the press, and even some senior military officers came out against him. Then, on August 9, 1974, Thieu also lost his most powerful backer. The Watergate scandal forced Richard Nixon to resign as President of the United States. The North Vietnamese Army used the spring and summer of 1974 to improve its position in South Vietnam. NVA commanders launched a series of strategic raids to regain the initiative and seize key pieces of territory. In 5 months of fighting, the North Vietnamese succeeded in gaining most of the ground they wanted. Their troops also gained valuable combat experience. Meanwhile, northern leaders argued about the timetable for the main offensive. At the 21st plenum held in Hanoi in October 1973, they decided to give priority to a military rather than a political offensive. While Giap remained chairman of the military committee, the day-to-day running of the army went to Van Thien Dung. It was Dung who would plan and lead the final assault. They hoped that this offensive would bring, after 10 years of struggle, the final victory. By December 1974, the North Vietnamese Army's main supply route from the demilitarized zone to Loc Ninh was complete. The strategic raids had pushed the South Vietnamese Army towards the coast. Northern artillery now threatened several major cities. In the Saigon area, Northern forces had gained ground on 3 sides of the capital. The new North Vietnamese plan was to try and seize Dong Xoa, a vital road junction controlling access to Saigon from the east. On December 26, 1974, the 7th NVA Division captured Dong Xoa. Next came diversionary attacks to pin down South Vietnamese forces. Phuc Long, an important province and city, was now threatened by 2 NVA divisions and 2 infantry regiments, backed by tanks and artillery. The North Vietnamese forces encircling Phuc Long city were more than 15,000 strong. Even after reinforcements had been flown into the city, the South Vietnamese defenders could muster only 5,500 men. The Southern Air Force was short of serviceable planes, and faced by heavy anti-aircraft defenses, it achieved almost nothing. By January 6, 1975, the North Vietnamese had overrun Phuc Long City and the surrounding province. The loss of Phuc Long was a disaster for the South Vietnamese. Confidence in President Thieu fell to a new low. The skill and strength of the North Vietnamese divisions had been a shocking revelation. Worst of all, the most blatant breach of the Paris Treaty yet seen in Vietnam had produced no reaction from the United States. To North Vietnamese leaders, the latest battles were proof that the Americans would not use their air power to defend South Vietnam. There was also good news from the Soviet Union, the promise of huge quantities of extra weapons and supplies. The Soviets were keen to increase their influence in the region and believed they were backing a winner. Even though North Vietnam now had the support it needed, its leaders still meant to move cautiously. But General Tran Van Tra, the commander in charge of Southern forces, pushed for decisive action. Once more, he won agreement for a sizable attack, but not for a full-scale campaign. South Vietnamese generals had long ago been given clear orders about how they were to react to any northern offensive. They were to hold on to every scrap of southern territory, and their forces had been deployed for a defense on all fronts. On March 1st, 1975, the attack planned by General Tran Van Tra was unleashed in the Central Highlands. As ordered, government forces meant to stand and fight. But suddenly, President Thieu, the southern leader, changed the plan completely. The new South Vietnamese strategy was to hold all of the country below the town of Thuy Ha. Areas previously held by the North Vietnamese would be retaken. Above Thuy Ha, a series of defense lines would be created north and west of Hue, Da Nang, Quang Ngai, and Quy Nhon. If need be, the lines could be abandoned one after the other in an orderly withdrawal until a solid defense could be mounted. This latest North Vietnamese attack had begun with diversionary actions against the strategic cities of Pleiku and Kon Tum. But the real target to capture was Ban Mi Thuet, and the attack began on March 10th. The Southern 23rd Division mounted a counterattack, but failed hopelessly when South Vietnamese planes scored a direct hit on their own divisional operations center, ending any organized defense. A new plan was then put into effect. South Vietnamese army units in Kon Tum and Pleiku provinces were ordered to withdraw to the coast and hold Thuy Ha along Route 7B. President Thieu's order to the South Vietnamese army to abandon the Central Highlands did not include the regional military forces and the militia. As news leaked out, they and the civilian population panicked. What was supposed to be an orderly withdrawal soon descended into complete chaos. Military units, their families, and 400,000 fleeing civilians jammed the primitive road. The 120-mile retreat down Route 7B was a nightmare. North Vietnamese artillery shelled the column, and NVA infantry blocked the road. Food and water ran out. A South Vietnamese Ranger battalion of 700 men successfully cleared the NVA roadblocks, but was itself eventually wiped out. By the time the column reached the coast, a third of the 60,000 troops that had set out were dead or missing. Of 400,000 civilians, a quarter had disappeared. Meanwhile, the North Vietnamese army launched a second major attack. 100,000 men converged on the major cities of Quang Tri, Hue, and Da Nang. They were spearheaded by powerful armored forces and backed by 8 full regiments of artillery. And when news of the debacle in the Central Highlands reached these cities, panic set in. Worse still, the South Vietnamese Elite Airborne Division, based north of Hue, was ordered to return to Saigon. The North Vietnamese plan was to attack from 3 directions. They meant to drive Southern forces back to Da Nang. There, the enemy would be trapped and destroyed. Quang Tri province was quickly captured, followed by the town of Tam Kỳ to the south. Refugees surged along Route 1 towards Da Nang. At the same time, the NVA advance threatened to cut Route 1. South Vietnamese army units were now ordered to abandon Hue and Chu Lai and retreat to Da Nang. On March 25, 1975, Hue, South Vietnam's 3rd largest city, fell to the North Vietnamese army. the mass of refugees were by now converging on Da Nang. Over 2 million were already crammed into the city, including tens of thousands of armed deserters. North Vietnamese rocket and artillery fire was slamming into the built-up areas and the docks. Fleets of ships and small boats crammed the harbor, and there was a frantic scramble for places. Thousands drowned or were crushed. Many were shot by troops or armed civilians in the desperate competition to escape. As 30,000 North Vietnamese troops advanced south to Da Nang, the South Vietnamese command ordered all its troops to be evacuated by sea. In the chaos, few succeeded in escaping. The scenes of panic and mayhem at the docks were repeated at Da Nang's airport. Over the next few days, the NVA just rolled into town after town without a fight, towns abandoned by the South Vietnamese forces. On March 30th, 1975, the North Vietnamese Army took Da Nang. It was just over 10 years since the first U.S. Marines had stormed ashore there. For the South, it was a shattering blow. Yet its leaders did little, clinging to the hope that American air power would finally intervene to save the day. By early 1975, 5 weeks into its campaign, the North Vietnamese Army had made stunning gains. "12 provinces and more than 8 million people were under their control. The South Vietnamese Army had lost its best units, over a third of its men, and almost half its weapons. Northern leaders were astonished by their own success. The question now was, could they press ahead and take the capital, Saigon, in a war-winning blow? Originally, they had not planned to get this far until 1976, but now it would have to be done within 3 weeks, before the rainy season disrupted operations. The job of commanding the offensive was that of General Van Tien Dung. His deputy was General Tran Van Tra, the man whose aggressive strategy had opened the way to Saigon. Le Duc II, Henry Kissinger's adversary in the Paris peace talks, now one of the most powerful men in the Northern Politburo, would oversee the whole effort, accompanied by General Giap. The final offensive was named the Ho Chi Minh Campaign. For the assault, the NVA deployed 250,000 men and hundreds of tanks. The troops were superbly equipped and supported by massed artillery. And as they advanced south, they made use of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of equipment abandoned by the South Vietnamese. Behind them was a vast and sophisticated supply system. North Vietnamese transport aircraft and ships were now ferrying men and materials into captured airfields and ports in South Vietnam. North Vietnamese forces around Saigon were organized into 4 Army corps. Each was made up of 3 or 4 divisions and was given a line of approach to the city. Facing them were 4 South Vietnamese divisions, along with remnants of an airborne division, an armored brigade, and units of Rangers. As the northern attack rolled inexorably on, they had to cut Route 4, isolating Saigon from its forces in the Mekong Delta. Xuan Lac, a key road junction covering the air bases at Ben Hoa, and Tan Son Nhut would be seized, opening up a route to the capital from the east. The first attacks of the Ho Chi Minh campaign opened on April 9, 1975. The only effective resistance to the advance took place at Xuan Lac, where for almost 2 weeks, Southern forces made a desperate and die-hard stand. The North Vietnamese threw more than 30,000 men at Xuan Lac, backed by powerful tank and artillery forces. Against all the odds, the 6,000 men of the South Vietnamese 18th Division refused to crack. In 2 weeks of bitter fighting, the North Vietnamese hit the defenders of Xuan Lac with 20,000 shells and rockets. Still, Southern forces drove back mass infantry attacks. They killed over 5,000 NVA troops and destroyed dozens of tanks. It was to prove the last big battle of the Vietnam War. In the end, the defenders were forced to pull back. 1 in 3 of the South Vietnamese 18th Division were dead. The fall of Xuan Lac meant the road to Ben Ha and Saigon itself was wide open. With the direct threat to the capital, on April 21st, President Thieu resigned and fled to Taiwan. Members of the Provisional Revolutionary Government in Paris had earlier indicated they'd be prepared to negotiate with General Duong Van Minh, a trusted intermediary. However, for the moment, the Southern government was paralyzed. A mass exodus of foreigners, government officials, and the remaining Americans was already underway. Saigon docks were crammed with boats as thousands tried to escape by sea. The northern plan was to encircle and destroy the remaining defenders outside the capital. That way, the NVA might avoid costly street fighting and the destruction of the city. On April 25, 1975, they launched their final assault. One by one, the defending South Vietnamese divisions were cut off and overwhelmed. On April 28th, as NVA forces pressed in on the city, General Minh was sworn in as president. Attacks on Tan Son Nhut Airport closed its runways. Only helicopters now offered a way out. Starting on April 29, 1975, U.S. Marine and Air Force helicopters flying from carriers offshore began a massive airlift. In 18 hours, over 1,000 American civilians and almost 7,000 South Vietnamese refugees were flown out of Saigon. The helicopters were leaving from Tan Son Nhut Airport, now besieged by refugees desperate to escape. The scenes of panic and chaos were repeated at the U.S. Embassy, where helicopters were landing and taking off from inside the grounds. U.S. Marines, flown in to protect the evacuation, struggled to control the thousands of terrified civilians fighting for a place. At 4:03 a.m. on April 30th, 2 U.S. Marines were caught in a Viet Cong rocket attack on the airport. They were the last Americans to die in the Vietnam War. A constant stream of American helicopters shuttled between embattled Saigon and the rescue fleet off the coast. At the same time, South Vietnamese military pilots were using their own or commandeered aircraft to escape. The decks of some American ships became so crowded that helicopters had to be pushed overboard. The last Marines of the U.S. force guarding the evacuation of the embassy left Saigon at dawn on April 30th, 1975. As their helicopter took off from the embassy roof, looters were already ransacking the lower stories of the building. "5 hours after the last Americans had gone, North Vietnamese tanks rolled through the streets of the South Vietnamese capital. The government had ordered the army to lay down its weapons, and there was almost no resistance. Shortly before noon, T-54 tanks of the NVA 2nd Corps rolled through the gates of the presidential palace. The bitter war, which ended on April 30th, 1975, had claimed the lives of huge numbers of Vietnamese. In 15 years, nearly 1 million NVA and NLF troops and 250,000 South Vietnamese Army soldiers had died. Hundreds of thousands of civilians had been killed. After the victory, Northern officials moved quickly to take control of every aspect of Southern life. Even the NLF had little say as Hanoi tightened its grip. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people, officers and men from the South Vietnamese Army, and those believed tainted by the old regime, would be sent to re-education camps. Some years later, starting in 1978, 500,000 more would risk death fleeing in small boats across the open sea. Although the war was over, peace in Indochina did not last long. Within 5 days of the fall of Saigon, Khmer Rouge troops who had taken power in Cambodia carried out the first of many border attacks, killing more than 30,000 Vietnamese. On December 25, 1978, Vietnam invaded Cambodia to liberate the population from the genocidal rule of Pol Pot. China, Pol Pot's ally, retaliated by attacking Vietnam. This conflict would cost another 100,000 lives. For the United States, the Vietnam War left a painful legacy of bitterness and division. As the nation tried to forget a humiliating and frustrating episode in its history, those who had served were ignored or greeted with outright hostility. It was 1982 before veterans of the conflict were finally recognized with the building of the Vietnam Memorial. For America, only then could the ghost of Vietnam finally begin to be laid to rest.